Welcome back to the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. We're jumping into our second series of the day. It is the Spark going up against the Valiant. And if you're tuning in for the first time, Seoul Dynasty, give you an update on the score. 3-0 against the Charge, and their win streak is protected as of now. Looking ahead to the series though, Valiant went up against the Seoul Dynasty yesterday and had a bit of difficulty in that matchup. No doubt Spark would be a more balanced opponent to go against, albeit not without some difficulty.
See the match record there is on 9-6 over the course of the season. Interestingly enough, half of those losses have come in from this stage alone. In Summer Showdown, we've already seen Spark drop down 0-3. They have not won a single series yet. They've won only a single map, so the map record in this stage is, I believe, 1-9. That was the one map they got versus Chengdu the other day, and since then, you know, still awaiting their first ever actual win in this sort of stage. So they've got 50% of the losses just over the past 2 weeks. It's really unfortunate. Valiant as well, they got the 3 wins, but still looking for number 4. They got most of their wins, I think, last stage. On a bit of a loss streak again, sadly. 2 map 5s in a row, I believe, that a really unfortunate 0-3 loss versus Seoul. But again, that's Seoul. That is what it is.
Yeah, and you've probably got to look towards Spark's strength of schedule with who they've been playing up against. I know they went up against the Spark earlier in the season, earlier this stage, I believe, as well, which, as we know, is quite a difficult situation to deal with, as we've seen a couple of times now. Let's pull up that Spark roster, see who's starting in the lineup today. Can't imagine there will be any surprises in the starting lineup. Shy, Alfie, Bernard, Irony, and Super Rich.
I don't know what happened with Bernard the other day, because we didn't get to see, other day just being yesterday actually, we didn't see Bernard play against the Chengdu Hunters. Gushui was actually in, he was okay, at least to start with, but I think Bernard has been the starting tank for the Spark this entire year. We've only really ever seen Gushui come in for specific Winston-favoured maps, like the Gibraltars, or the Dorados even, but for the most part, this would be what I consider to be the Spark's primary starting lineup. Shy, Alfie, Burner, Irony, and Super Rich, right? These are the 5 guys you want to see. And I ain't talking about the burger chain. As the Spark here...
I was going to say, I was going to go there as well. They're not overpriced, are they?
Maybe just Shy. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. They did offload Liga recently, so they did cut some costs. But Hangzhou Spark are known to have larger rosters, but still, with a larger roster, you should be able to find your starting 5 as your main squad, your A team, and this is the A team. It's been a rough stage so far for the Hangzhou Spark, given that they are at least number 3 in the region, but they haven't felt like they're number 3 in the region so far in the Summer Showdown, and that's got to change soon. Their opponents, the LA Valiant now, where themselves currently 0-3, but they've at least got 4 maps. I mean, their map record is 4-9 instead of 1-9. As I mentioned, the LA Valiant have gone to map 5 twice now, but unfortunately lost that map 5 twice in a row as well. Map 5 versus Philly. Map 5 versus the Charge. Couldn't get a win there. I think one of those at least should have been a win for them, but I digress. You either get the win or you don't, and then they obviously couldn't get anything done versus Seoul. We're going to be seeing the same 5 members on board for the Valiant as well. The Dia Queen, most importantly, is the jewel, the crown jewel piece.
Definitely been an incredible standout performance from Dia on this one. I mean, we just spoke about a lot about the accuracy and the pre-firing, if you will, on some of these abilities. Has been fantastic from Dia. But yes, the usual 5-man lineup from the Valiant as they'll go and contest against the Spark. I have a feeling if the Valiant win this series, Avril, it will be on map number 5. That's my assessment going into this one.
This, to me, is a stage-defining win or loss, because we had a little bit of chat earlier where I kind of mentioned that to make it to the Summer Showdown, to get top 4 and make the tournament, I think you need a minimum record of 3-3. If you don't get 3-3, you probably don't make it to the tournament, unless multiple teams get 2-4, in which case you get a tiebreaker, and the team that has the best record within the 2 and 4s will make it in. But assuming we're not going to get tiebreakers, probably looking at 3-3 is the safest bet. Both teams currently at 0-3, which means the team that loses cannot get 3-3 anymore, which is the final pathway, in my opinion, at least safely to qualification. So given that pathway, you do have to win this. This is a must-win game for Valiant or Spark to make the top 4 and reach the Summer Showdown. For Spark, it'll be their 3rd tournament in a row. For Valiant, it would be their 1st, so I know it means a lot to the Valiant, because after this, they have to try and stay alive, heads above water against the Charge, to make it into the play-ins, to even reach playoffs. And for a team like Valiant, if they don't do that, then they won't have made any events so far this year. They'll be eventless, which they won't be the only team being eventless, but it will be a bit of a sad case for them.
Yeah, I'm just looking at just double checking who the Spark have had to play against so far. Bear in mind, okay, so you talked about 3-3 being the golden number. They've played against currently the two leading teams at the moment. They've got their Dynasty match. They've had their Dragons matchup. Those are the two expected outcomes for them to lose. And then they also lost against the Hunters, as you said the other day. If you look basically on where we think the teams stand from a power level point of view, they've actually got the easier latter half. So these next 3 matches for the Spark, these in theory could all be the wins for them.
Which means no more excuses for the Spark. Really, it just means no more excuses for the Spark.
Exactly.
We even saw from Reinforce on Watchpoint as well. It's just like, okay, well, you know, they lost to the 3 best teams, so that means Spark is number 4. If you're number 4, you still make the tournament. That's the line that's being towed currently. Custer's back in the Valiant.
Is that the copium line?
I know. Speaking of Custer back in the Valiant, here's a fun fact for you. The last time the Valiant actually beat the Hangzhou Spark was when Custer was still playing. It was back in 2019 in July. So it's been that long since the Valiant have actually ever beaten the Spark. Since then, Spark has won 4 times in a row. So Custer's still holding on to glory days of that one. But who knows? Look, I think it's not out of the question for Valiant to win this one. I don't think this is one of those like, oh, you're playing against Seoul, bad luck, I guess. Very winnable on both sides. It's blue versus pink. Everyone playing the same things as expected. Very important game, as mentioned.
See the lineup here. Easy Hand spraying through to the back line. Dia, the pressure. Oh, needs some assistance from the rest of his team here. Retreating back, giving up so much space over to the Spark right now. Couldn't find the connection there from the Shy. The shot will go through, and it's enough to take out Dia. First kill going the way of Spark. Now need to capitalize it into the map capture, but there's an answer back onto Shy. So it is 4v4, but you're missing your tank at the moment. Not the position to be in. Alpha Yi goes to pick up Sarshin. This is not the start the Valiant wanted, but there's still a long way to go. Again, map percentage, very sneaky of them from Lengsa, but ultimately they have to give that over to the Spark to get the first count.
Lengsa's got to be careful not to die there, actually makes it out alive, and that would have been really risky, because if Lengsa does die, then all that good work to delay the capture would be for naught, as Valiant would not be able to regroup properly. But here we go, all 5 up. Becky staying competitive on all charge despite losing that initial fight. Just rushing in, super Shy taking damage.
Yeah, there's the emergence we were looking for, very fast. Shy gets topped up. Was the focus initially. Great shot there, Ivan. He takes out Lengsa. There's traded Lucio, so stabilized it all, but Alpha Yi will cut down Easy Harm. Becky follows up as well. Just needs Daya and Sarshin to disappear. Sarshin staying alive a little bit longer than they need to necessarily, but it's not the end of the world. Not a huge stagger. 30% in climbing for the Spark.
I really thought Lengsa had the boop onto Hangzhou Spark to send them to the low ground. That would have split up the Hangzhou Spark incredibly well, and that would be one way for the Valiant to get ahead in the fight, but unfortunately ended up booping the Hangzhou Spark further, deeper towards the Valiant, which is not ideal, but it is how the fight goes, and ends up being caught in the middle of the Hangzhou Spark and gets completely destroyed, but at least the trade will come through on the Super Glitch here. A trade on the rallies, both will be spent. Blades, Alpha Yi.
Yeah, it's going to be have to follow that up after Becky. Beats traded as well. Lengsa doesn't quite have theirs. Becky's gone down mid-blade. It just leaves Alpha Yi free to pick up that kill on Sarshin.
Yeah.
Lengsa's going to have that beat advantage going into these final fights that come out of round number 1.
Well, the time that you would want the beat was in the previous fight, unfortunately, so it's one of those silver lining situations where it's like, we couldn't use the beat in the old fight that we wanted to, but you'll get to use it in the fight afterwards, where Burnout has a Rampage available, a lot faster than Dia for what it's worth, but given that Spark have been winning these fights, it's probably not out of the wildest thing to imagine. For this last fight territory, though. Easy Hard versus Shy.
Overclock being used by Easy Hunt first. Alpha Yi's in his face. The beat comes out from Lengsa as expected to answer Bernard's Rampage. The backline were the only two of Valiant to find that anti-heal. Missing Easy Hunt who can get back into the fight. Dia's about to go down as well. They need a support. No damage dealer, no tank. Sarshin's about to follow up as well. And this is Spark. They're going to close out round number 1. 100% to 0.
Yeah, I mean, a decent amount of kills being traded. Well, actually, I'm completely lying. There's only 2 kills that LA Valiant got, which means 3 players that died. All Alpha Yi, Burnout, and Irony had 0 deaths. And Becky got the only 2 kills so far for the Valiant, so nobody else in the Valiant got a single frag. Becky's got 2. A bit of an alt charge differential on that map as well. Again, the critical fight for me was, you know, double rally. double Dragon Blade, but only one sound barrier because Lengsa was, what, 10, 15, 20% off? Which,
yeah, about 18.
Which is just, you know, it's kind of what happens when you're losing. It would be great if he had the ultimate and had kept up, but, you know, when you're losing, you're typically going to be behind, so it's more impressive that the other members were keeping up. Now we move over towards downtown. Again, that was 100-0 on Mecha Base, so hoping for a little bit more out of the Valiant this time.
I would like to see Sanctuary today. So hopefully LA Valiant can take us there.
Sanctuary's closed. It's night time, after hours.
Ah! Surely they do night tours though. A lot of places probably be beautiful at night. Make extra money if they could charge premium for it. Dia, just on the cusp of going down again. Sustained for now. Becky also needing some assistance right now. Spark have control of the Mega, so that's pretty vital for them to be able to just take out Dia, remove a sustain option for the Valiant. And they're just going to catch the exit frags here as well. Spark taking up his first fight. They will by virtue of that good first count.
Yeah, Shy Sec, 2 kills there. Snipe on the Dia, exactly as you want. Valiant is still on the same 2 final blows they had in the previous round, and it's a fresh round now, but I believe they all died in that last fight, so a 5-0 collection as Valiant don't think really get too much more done there. And, you know, this time everyone is basically behind an ultimate except for Lynx. Ironically, Lynxer is the one that's ahead. But Super Rich down, this is an opportunity. 5 versus 4, Valiant can surely turn this around.
I'll see them go forward and just charge into the backside. They're changing headshots for the time being, but it's Dia again with the Carnage to find Shy. Becky with the cut through on Burner. And now the flip coming in for the Valley. For the first time, they will see percentage on the board this map.
They will. And a little unfortunate the Sashin does go down there. Shy collects a bit of tax. Slows down the respawn slightly. Both teams should still have the 5v5 at the same time, but does put Sashin down a little bit slower compared to Irony in the rally race. It's Length that will find the first ultimate of the round so far between both teams. Doubtful that this will be a tempo beat. I suspect this will be more likely that a counter Alpha U's blade is. You're deep enough now into the round that you are suspecting plays like Alpha U should have blades, so...
I lost Irony as well on the entry. This is not good for the Spark. 2 fights back to back where they've lost the support on the entry. They've not been able to reclaim the effort. Get the flip though, because the fight's happening off point. EasyHan and Dia picking up 2 kills, but it's not a fight win for the Spark just yet. Alpha will try and get out, but nope. Cut down before they drop, and the flip comes back. So nice stall tactics on the percentage, but will cost them their life.
You do steal the cap away, but it does kind of translate into... It doesn't exactly equal out mathematically, but because Alpha U takes his, you know, feeds his own life away for that, Valiant kind of earn a little bit of free percentage while Spark have to reset.
Okay, Blade. Sashin using the rally, Irony's going to use that as well. Beat comes up to Super, it's just in the nick of time. Becky will have some support as well to stay up. Alpha U's Blade this time around has the overlap in their favor. Rampage was big from Bernard to shut down the support onto Dia, meaning Alpha U can just do whatever the hell he wants to that tank. Couple of answers back from the Valiant, but it's not enough to stem the bleeding. They're suffering already. Tell you what, one more might do the trick. Lengza finding Super Rich. They migrate back to the point, potentially stalling this one out. Flip comes in. It's going to be about 80% on the board for the Valiant.
And Lengza gets away as well, so now you can speed boost the rest of the Valiant in. Look at that. So as soon as the cap comes through, Valiant here to respond. They can't quite touch in time. I think it probably would have been difficult to touch in time anyway. Dia has the extra rally advantage, but Rampage advantage rather, but with Lengza down, can you go for this 5v4? He's going to try.
Attempt for it. Rampage committed. It's now a 3v5. And it's just all going wrong. I'd like the attempt from the Valiant, but maybe should have been more conservative with that ultimate.
And the one play that did get hit by the Rampage doesn't go down, so that's one major tool off the board now. I don't really suspect that we'll see another Rampage from either team for the rest of this round now as we head into the 70s and perhaps the 80s in just a few seconds here. LA Valley have made this one a lot more competitive, but the Spark that's about to equalize, overtake, they've done that now. And Alpha Yi is about to leave. We're getting the last ultimate, the first of the last round of ultimates, I should probably say. With Alpha Yi down, that's an opportunity to find the critical kill.
Yeah, that's the accuracy we were talking about in the pre-game. Avril Dia coming in with the jagged knife. Becky holding the corridor for now. Cap did come in. They actually got back cap there, I believe. Nice little flip coming in. And now they're just actually going to crush the Spark. They're going to compact them. This is so dangerous for Spark, actually. We might get to see Sanctuary after all. Percentage being held by the Valiant. They're picking up stagger kills, taxing Spark on the way out. Alfie attempting to do some delay.
Oh my god.
Maybe even trigger the overtime. But he had to give his life for that.
Valiant are going to survive. Valiant are going to get the flip. They're going to get the primary kill that they need. If it wasn't for Dia getting the knife into Alfie's back, dagger through the heart, that would have possibly just been the 2-0 for Hangzhou Spark, as Alfie would have had the only ultimate online. Valiant would have been kind of struggling to do anything about it, having no counters available. And now Valiant would have been in a very sore spot indeed, but the Hangzhou Spark, they lose out on an opportunity to clean things up in LA Valiant off the back of some brilliant pickups. Again, primarily off Dia's blade. They got to force their way into Sanctuary, closed or not.
It's the Night Tour, I told you. They want to make that extra money, man.
Yeah, they phoned up the groundskeeper. I don't know who's in charge. They said, look,
the Sanctuary groundskeeper.
Yeah.
They can't bang the drum though. They don't want any noise complaints. So gonna have to avoid hitting that at this point.
Daytime drumming only. Nighttime no drum.
Yeah. You have the bobbies around.
Drum.
Probably makes a big sound. Let's have Shy charging up, ready for a railgun shot. No targets for them to shoot at just yet, but it could be essentially get a pick on. Could pump a lot of damage into Dia, but it's actually super rich. It's found out by Easy Han's Ash, so there is a variation in the comps. Burner answers back with a support kill onto Sarshin. It looks like both supports have been out of the fight for the Spark. Burner, again with these frags on the exit. Trading back and forth, but ultimately they give up that map position and map capture over to the Valiant.
It's 2 and 2. In terms of frags, both the Jungle Queens are still dead, so it's a DPS and support only fight so far, and Shy will get the first of those necessary kills to flip over. Only the 14% for the LA Valley. It's a minor detail. See if it ends up making a difference towards the end there. Alfie has to be very careful as a dive.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go downhill, especially when they're getting set up for a 5-person defense. See the Valiant get clustered. Good split around the point. They're going to try and attack from multiple fronts, it looks like. Great pullback into Shy. Very vulnerable, but will escape. They've spilled blood in the water, so they're going to send all the Piranha after him. Becky gets caught out by the Disruptor shot. Charging up for the railgun. Doesn't get the kill onto Lengsa. Gets him out of the fight long enough to maintain the map capture. Easy Han's still so far removed from this fight right now, playing at range exactly what they need to do. It doesn't mean when it changes so quickly, they do get caught out sometimes. They can't keep up with the pace of the fight necessarily.
Slow going, as we have nearly 50% online for the Spark. Now Valiant struggling to find a fight entry. Now the first ultimate's online for Super Rich. Easy Han looking towards the Bob. LA Valley, still no further progress towards the point itself. They're going to take a fight around the side, it is, or rather Spark will force it upon them.
Thrown into the middle, it's in a good placement here. The fight continues to be where it is, but they migrate back round to the point. Beats committed by both sides. Rally coming out from Irony. There's a support ultimate advantage to deal with Becky's blade. Alfie holding on to theirs, and they hold on too long, but the Dynamite will take them out over time. Sarshin using the rally at the end just to try and guarantee the deal, but it's not gone right for them. 2 drop despite the support ultimate overlap they had in their favor. Rampage goes through, won't find the connection from Dyer. Bernard still standing strong right now, cannot find these exit kills. Flip comes in for the Valiant. It looks like the 1v1 is not going to go strong, as it quickly does not become a 1v1. And Valiant win that decisively at the end.
Good clean-up idea towards the end to allow the Valiant to now finally find some catch-up. Alpha E dying in the middle of the fight as well, burning down to the Dynamite at Easy Han. No opportunity to pull the blade out, couldn't get the healing. Key ultimate that they need, as well as the Rampage. So they being the Spark here, enough resources to, I think, finish this round from 76 onwards. No real defenses from the Valiant. They can allow the blade to come through first, and then if Bernard sees a good opportunity for the Rampage, can also go for it.
Alfie now gets to use that blade. Dia will be taken out by the Carnage. Alfie changing focus, won't find a follow-up kill. 5v4 at the moment, 5v3 as Sarson's off the map. Alfie in the face of Easy Han. There's going to be Super Rich picking up a brute kill as he takes Easy Han off the map with the sound wave. And now there's one more attempt for the Valley to try and come back and get a flip here to win this first round.
I mean, small detail there, but Super Rich getting the kill credit means you get the ult charge off the full health bar remaining from Easy Han, which is a huge lot of something. Final fight for sure now, and a very aggressive push.
Yeah, followed up with a rampage onto Dia, and that's going to be it. Don't see a way that the Valiant get this, unless they get a sneaky back cap, but Spark are wise to their tricks now. Bob goes onto the point, going to be held there. Becky's dropped, so Bob will compensate for that extra man, but he's booped off the points. Bye, Bob. No disruption for you. Spark will claim the map, but boy, did they have to work for that one, Avril. Hangzhou Spark lead the series.
All three, well, actually not all three. I think the first was 100-0, wasn't it, on Mecha Base, but the other two was a lot more contentious, given that, you know, especially on downtown, that's when the LA Valiant got that round win. A very critical Jagged Blade connection to Alfie will secure that for the LA Valiant through Dia's Joker Queen. But then we go over towards Sanctuary and Hangzhou Spark, outside of maybe like one or two rough fights, with Alfie dying with Blade up via the Dynamite from Easy Hunt, outside of a couple of fights like that, Hangzhou Spark seemed to be in a pretty good position. They did sort of lose the first neutral, lose the cap initially for 14%, but they had the lead. They had the 76% up. They had the Blade into the Rampage. They had all the resources. Valiant would run dry. Only Bob could save them, and even then Bob came in slightly too late. Easy Hunt didn't have it, and Bob got booped up anyway, so Valiant, no dice there. Came close, but no map versus the Spark.
Well, there are plenty of more opportunities to try and win out some maps. We already know we're guaranteed a map 4 of the Valiant are to take this series in the end. But when you join us after the break, we'll be going to Hollywood, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. The Spark are leading the series. The Valiant did make them work for it towards the end on Busan, but we turn our attention over to Hollywood. It's going to be our second map of the series.
Yeah, Valiant are trying. They really are putting in the effort, and they are making it competitive. It didn't look like it was going to go to a third round. We finally did get to see Sanctuary, courtesy of the LA Valiant, but a short trip. I mean, I don't know that we saw all the sights. You know, didn't get to bang the drum. Quick in and out. Feels like the groundskeeper just kind of did a solid for us, but like, you get 5 minutes, then you're out. I'm usually not allowed to do this.
Take your Instagram photos and get out. Take your IG photos and get out.
We just got a brief visit, a little detour through Sanctuary, but it didn't seem too difficult with the Spark at the end of the day. They set themselves up to have to win that one eventually quite comfortably, at least towards the end. So Hollywood now. Let's see if Valiant get a bounce back here. As I'm really enjoying Hollywood in this meta, personally, so far. I think the B point has a lot of great playmaking potential. And we actually saw Hollywood between Seoul and Valiant, I believe yesterday. Valiant managed to cap A, but couldn't quite get through B, so there's something to say there about Valiant being semi-competitive versus Seoul on this map. I'd like to see them develop from where they were yesterday on this map now to go further against the Hangzhou Spark.
Becky's being a little bit sneaky, playing forward. Probably wants to get that early bit of charge before he dashes back to the safety of his team. A few shurikens, no doubt, going to be thrown away after Spark. Lengzer's also just there, just in case, I imagine, just to escort them if things go wrong. The rest of the team lining up around the corner. Going to try and get themselves out and challenge the Spark.
So let's take a look at this. I was going to say, I don't think that's a real. The burner, I think the burner Zarya was just to put a bubble onto Alpha Yi to get a snipe out. Now everyone will change to what they're supposed to be playing. So that's cool. Just to see if Valiant want to get tricky. Remember here as well, teams don't really succeed spawn camping A. It's not like Circuit Royale or another map. D has to be a little bit careful. Shout's already been burned. So it's a long cooldown now. Spark can probably make a timing play off that with Burner's Shout.
Yeah, Alpha Yi's gone straight to the back line to try and attempt to do that. Having to give up so much space right now. Spark, pretty well placed. They have control of the point. They're going to make the Valiant press onto them.
Somehow.
Still sustained, but now they take the advantage with Easyhan railing Bernard.
Oh!
2 kills back though. This is the cleanup coming in from the charge. Lengzer being hunted down, but they can escape. Tax kills on the exit. They've got a Lucia to try and deal with. Big stagger if they finally confirm it. Lengzer goes down. One more isolated. Becky, what are you doing there, friend?
Well, he's got nowhere else to go. I mean, I think he was just trying to get out somewhere, be annoying, and just, I don't know, play his life, but everyone's dead. The fight's over anyway. Whether Becky dies there or elsewhere doesn't really matter. Shy with the late kill, the easy hunch to make things worse for the LA Valiant. To me, that fight really should have been over when Dia took a bunch of damage well before the fight even began. They fall back. Dia has to burn a shout just to get out alive. And Bernard with the shout advantage gives Hangzhou Spark so much room to operate. And the fact that Valiant lived as long as they did was quite impressive. But you know, when they start dying, they really start dying big.
Yeah, really not good at loss mitigation, should we say. Go up there on the rooftop for the time being. Here, you know where he is, but they've already lost Dia. They weren't able to account for how much impact Alpha Yi could have as he finds a second in this fight against Becky's Blade. He will finally get taken out there as well.
He's not even blading, so he's just doing it. He's just straight frame.
Did it with shurikens.
So, I mean, and the payload's still pushing. Best of both worlds. You're winning this fight. The payload's free pushing. Becky's bladed. You haven't bladed. You just traded the rally for that one. Very fair trade for, I think, Spark, given that, you know, often it's like a rally charge reasonably quick. Yeah, soda bladed. Here comes Alpha Yi now.
Yeah, sound barrier makes it. Dia again. Got the pocket from Sarshin, but it's not enough. 2 kills coming in over to the Spark. Up onto the rooftop to go and try and contest Easyhan. Oh my god, the reinforcements coming up the elevator. No chance for them.
I don't think this payload stopped. I don't think this payload stopped the entire way through B. It really has just been one big push, and Dia's now got the bad spawn, so he'll unfortunately go down again. It's been super unlucky for Dia. You know, all of these fights it starts from A, right? He gets chunked down, loses shout, they lose A. B, I don't know how he got isolated and killed, but he got isolated and killed. And now the end of B, he gets the bad spawn and is caught in the middle of nowhere because, well, he's got nowhere to go. And he gets killed again. So, kind of negative impact from Dia, sadly, is a man that's capable of having amazing jungler performances. But here, so far in Hollywood, it's been definitely miss.
I just think that's a conscious decision, isn't it? Like,
easy
Spark
hunch
just
losses.
constantly going for them. Yeah, dives out the ultimate.
Sort of shy.
Bernard's then going to pick up Dia again. Alpha Yi just harass on the exit. Zacian's doing their best to stay alive. Will ultimately go down as well. They're so isolated away from the team. This is painful to watch in a way.
And I think part of it, B, was also just ult advantage snowball as well, because you remember that the Alpha Yi blade got pulled and Lynx didn't quite have the counter available. He was only several percentage points off the sound barrier. But then Becky also had his blade shut down on B, and now as the fights move along, it's just non-stop aggression leading to, well, say aggression, non-stop just, you know, normal play, not even being overly aggressive, just walking in, getting the damage done, fragging down the Valiant, pushing through.
Oh no. Can't convert that. Forces the rest of the Valiant to come forward.
Dude,
there to try and help
they let
Zacian.
Irony out to dry.
Oh,
Spark?
they should not be doing that. Spark have been folded a little bit here. This is the first signs of life we've seen from the Valiant on this map. They're finally able to push back Spark.
That's a whiff from the Spark. What are they doing? I don't know if there's not a miscommunication. Burner and the rest of the Spark decide to back on out, and Becky's going to send his regards over to Alpha. That might have been Alpha as well, I'm not too sure. But you saw that Irony was still pretty far forward as Hunter Spark started backing up. Maybe they miscommunicated the intentions, but it seemed like Irony didn't know that they were leaving. So Irony was still, like, not quite committed, but he was definitely the furthest one forward as Bernard runs away. And then Valiant's like, well, that's a free kill, and they get that.
Able to capitalize on the mistakes. It's quite good from them. There's the B coming out just to answer the Becky blade. Alpha Yi still holding on to theirs. Bernard's going to cut through and find free with the Rampage. Now Alpha Yi pulls out their blade. Zacian's the first. Easy Hunt the second. They rotate back around to the point to find Becky. Their appetite cannot be satiated. And they're just going to clean up the stragglers here, push the payload over the line. Spark with a hefty time bank moving in if they have to go to a second attempt.
This reminds me of the Seoul Valiant game all over again, where, as I said, Valiant did cap A, but then they got held up on B. Seoul finished the map, was the second part of the story that I didn't tell. Well, you get it now, and very similar to that, Spark finished the whole map. And now we'll see if Valiant can get at least A, which is what they got versus the Seoul Dynasty. But again, we need more than that. You want to stay in the series and look competitive. That was not a very competitive defense from the Valiant at all. I think they won a grand total of one fight. A single fight, and that was
that was off of quite a well-documented Irony mistake.
I think it was a team mistake. I think the team left Irony out to dry. I think if it's an Irony mistake, then what they did was they told Irony to back out, and he didn't listen. Or my assumption is they just didn't say it, and Irony was like, "What's going on, guys? Oh, why did you all leave? Oh, I'm by myself." That's what it looked like to me. I know from a support perspective, that's usually what happens. You just kind of get left out, like, "Oh, thanks, dudes. Want to tell me you're leaving next time? Thanks." But outside of that, flawless from Spark.
Yeah.
Consider the railgun before you decide.
Kind of makes me worried for what's going to happen on this defense now. You know, is this a full held on point A? Are Valiant going to struggle to even get points on the board with this one? Hope not. And I hope it doesn't come at the cost of a big mistake from the Spark.
I know Valiant like to go to map 5s, but if they lose this map, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep, which is... When you look at the Valiant pathways to map 5s, they never get there through reverse sweep. They get there by either reaching match point first at a 2-1, or like doing a soft, not quite reverse sweep, but being down 1-2-1 and then getting 2 in a row, or getting 1 in a row. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just
the alternating.
being down.
They're not good at streaking. They're not good at streaking.
They're not good at reverse sweeping, but they are good at reaching map 5 if it's not a reverse sweep. Which means it needs to be a 1-1. Which means they need to win this map.
Very patient, very slow from the Valiant. They got through that first chokehold, but they haven't got a footing on the point just yet. Still having to run into the wall of pink, that is the Spark. Dash through there onto the backline from Becky. Alfie has their number. In fact, shout out from Dia. Moving them back on the point itself, but there's, oh my god, when it comes in waves. Avril, the entire team just folds all at once, and the Spark deflect the first offensive.
It's this shoreline backing out way further than it should, and then you realize the tsunami's coming in.
Yep.
That's kind of all that is. As you know, when Sparks start getting kills and Valiant start dropping members, do they drop big time? And that's kind of what we saw on the A defense for Valiant as well. At least on the A attack, they get another go of it. This is where Spark, where they continually win these opening fights, get the snowball ahead. I mean, look how far ahead Super Rich is from Link, so we've already seen the difference that like 10% ult charge on the Lucios can mean.
Balanced trade. No Junker Queens on the map. Valiant have point presence at the moment. Got a third. They have got some progress to take away.
This is my dream Overwatch game, like just only DPS and sports. You know what? Take out the sports too, just 5 DPS versus 5
Just
DPS.
damage dealers?
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, they're locked in the tiny Overwatch room. Alpha E forced out. Too many bodies in there for him to get involved in that fight. It has stagnated the push. Junker Queen should be returning back to the fight. Shouts are there. Beat from Alpha E. Answer back with the Lengza barrier. D has gone down. So has Irony. Cut through from Alpha E to find Sarshin. There is an advantage of bodies on the floor for Spark as they're taxing kills on the exit. Lengza gets out, but Easy Han will not as they find Becky as well. Spark reset their defense. Lengza!
Yep, it is a stagger.
Why was Lengza still there?
Wait, they snuck in. I don't know, maybe he just struggled to get out. It's hard to get out sometimes, especially when you get railed. He hit 41% though, so they did. I don't know at what point they snuck in a tick, but they snuck in a tick.
They got the tick when they got when both Junker Queens lost. They managed to get point presence.
I
Spark
see.
paid them a lot of respect.
Alrighty, well, okay, well they got something to work with.
Yes.
And now they have ultimates as well. Alpha is already bladed. So now it's Becky's turn.
Yeah, Rally's being traded as well, so that will be the difference maker.
Oh, Shy!
Oh no! It's all gone wrong. Becky
Shy!
doesn't even get to use that blade. He could be shy, he could be coy, but he's being aggressive today. Very forward from the damage dealer. And they're going to send Lengza back to the spore room. 45 seconds remaining. This has got to be the final attempt from the Valiant. They will have a rampage. They'll have an overclock. Burner has a rampage of their own to try and counter.
No introverted behavior from Shy today. That
Nope.
is straight in your face. You know exactly the kind of message that he's sending you today. Both of your DPS instantly railed down by the overclock. You really needed the blade as well. Becky has
Cheeky
done
angle
some
from
real
Burner.
work to play
He's
this
gonna come from
game.
behind.
Rampage.
Rampage. Good
Safe
move.
though.
Yes, damage mitigation, but it still causes Sarshin to go down. Super Rich gets caught by the Jagged Blades.
Big
It's
from
not
there.
over yet. Yeah, you're going to have follow-up. There's the overclock as well, coming into effect as Bernard's been removed. Valiant getting onto the point. Pre-fire on the corner with the Carnage, but it's not enough to take Alpha E down. They will deflect the kill. Gets the mini to try and sustain. Spark can still fight this one. Shy goes down. Becky, 1v1 against Alpha E, and he comes out on top. That leaves it open for the Lucio, but no one touches. Spark go to match point, and the reverse sweep has to come out from the Valiant if they want to go to map number 5.
Sashton tried, but he just wasn't there. Again, not a C9 because Valiant just lose the fight anyway. If you lose Dia and Alpha E go sicko mode and just kills 2 in the neutral, because, I mean, what else can you do? We get to enjoy Shy railing people in the play of the game in the lobby. Maybe you will at home enjoy that moment a little bit later on via the replays being shown. But for now, Spark 2-0, looking dominant, looking good. They're playing their A team. They're playing their true starting lineup with everybody that they were winning with in Mid-Season Madness and prior. And the LA Valiant, try as they might, technically speaking, this is an even worse result versus the Spark than it was versus Seoul. At least versus Seoul, they kept A. Here, they struggled, man. Hollywood was not a close map at all.
You're going to need to get the defibrillators out for the Valiant right now, bring them back to life as they head over to map number 3. When we come back from the break, Junkertown's going to be here waiting for you. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. The Spark are leading the series 2-0 against the Valiant. They now have to go 3 maps in a row on a reverse streak if they want to take us to map number 5. Very out of the ordinary if you're a Valiant fan, so yeah, you're really going to have to pull in some massive power bombs, some massive energy supplements to be able to get them to that position. But Spark looking really good right now. Far more dominant on Hollywood than what it looked like on Busan. Very competitive Busan. Very one-sided Hollywood though, Avril.
Yeah, and then you look across the board, I'm checking some stats at the moment as well, and something I didn't even realize that happened in the game was that Alpha E had only 1 death. Everybody else died an expected number of times, but Alpha E only died the 1 time, and I think it was that 1 death of Linksa, which Becky then dropped a couple of crouches on as well, and that ended up being the only time Alpha E died, but I don't know, he was absolutely pounding otherwise. Bernard's been having a great day as well. He actually ended that map with the highest amount of final blows, 12. So it's been solid across the board. You're seeing Irony and Super Rich kind of get active in the kill feed. Shire, the 2 major shutdowns that one fight as well, destroyed Easy Hun, deleted Becky's blade. You can even just see it on the face of the Valiant. I think they're a little bit stumped here. This is not, I was going to say not a good day, but realistically not a good qualifier at all. Would be the 4th loss in a row. You know, they'd be doing it in LA Gladiators here if they lose again. So it's just, it's not pretty.
Unlike the Gladiators though, they haven't banked a lot of points from earlier in the season.
Yeah.
So it is really coming down to crunch time as we move into the final stages of not only the stage, but also the overall season. Avril, you know, not looking the strongest when it comes to the win-loss record across the board at the moment for the Valiant.
Yeah, and I mean, like, who have the Valiant beaten? They've beaten Chengdu. I'm going to take a look at their record right now, just so I make sure I'm correct. Their first win of the entire season, which actually broke the loss streak, was versus Chengdu. That was in the Kickoff Clash qualifiers. And then mid-season Madness, they had the reverse sweep versus Philly. So I'm actually wrong. They have reverse sweep before. So it is possible they can. Wouldn't count them out. And then they had the 3-1 victory versus Guangzhou Charge. But their record versus Charge is like 1-2 this season, which is not ideal. They've only had the 3 wins. Here comes a TP play straight out the gate from the Spark. This is pretty cute, but all it really means is you swap sides because you still don't have payload control. Valiant are happy to allow you to TP away, and now Valiant will play the Spark defensive spawn, and Spark will play the opposite end. Notably, that the Spark still have Shy at spawn, so maybe they can set up a crossfire.
I think that's what they're going for here. To shut down the available angles.
Oh, the payload's gone!
They've got the payload! They've walked it out! They've walked it out! Oh my god, they got caught off guard. They were so distracted by Shy giving a little bit of crossfire that they stepped away for cover, and then Super Rich just comes flying in to take the payload out from underneath him. It's a back cap in the strangest way, and now the Spark are cleaning up the fight.
You're supposed to stall the payload. If you're spawn camping, you need to control the payload. What? How did that happen?
They panicked. They panicked from the crossfire.
We panned the camera away for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, wait a minute, the payload's gone. Valiant, you had 1 job.
Oh, Super Rich just carjacking him at this point. Alfie just waiting there at the bottom.
Just slides it out of the driveway. Don't even turn on the engine, just release the brakes and let that one roll down the driveway.
Go off. The alarm doesn't even go off, Avril. It's disabled for some reason. Keys are in the ignition, ready to go. And the Spark carry forth with that same energy, taking everything they want from the Valiant right now. They are putting up a bit of resistance here on point A. Zuhan will find a frag onto Shy. But ultimately, this is point A just going the way of Spark. They get that extension, and they're already onto the second section of the map.
I know. Look how much time is there. We haven't really had a slowdown. This has been one gigantic push from the Hangzhou Spark, similar to actually what we've got in Hollywood, that has had no slowdown. Alfie he's just hungry for blood. He's been fragging out. That hasn't stopped since the second map, or realistically the first map. Got at least Easy Hunter as a bomb. They've got something to work with. That's silver lining here for the Valiant.
They got a beat coming up as well,
and actually get a fight going.
Yeah, beats around the corner as well for Linksa, so there's some defensive options. Gonna have to use that for Alfie's blade. He's been sitting on that ready to go. Talk about him fragging out. Here's a chance for him to pick up some more. Becky has the answer. So ultimate economy not too bad for Valiant, all things considered. When you look at it, they are behind, but still got some options to try and mitigate the storm that's about to hit them.
They have high ground here as well. Okay, Easy on dies.
Okay, well, Yeah, so does Shy.
Traded.
So they traded back for damage. Alfie's Blade in the middle. Goes for a few cut-throughs. Bit of cleave damage passed on to the Valiant. Now they're running down Starshin with the rally. Oh, so sad. That's no Brigitte available for the Valiant right now. Becky gets dropped as well. They can turn their attention to Dia. There are 5 members compacting Dia in a corner. And that's the tank removed. They'll walk this one in. Maybe they get a touch out here. But it's not looking good for Valiant right now, Avril.
No. Becky's gone Echo now. I actually think Echo's okay on C, but it does say that at this point Valiant have basically given up on this B defense. In fact, they're not even going to go for the touch anymore. They're just going to set up on the high ground, and it's going to be another 4 minutes and 40 seconds, and the time bank is the Spark continually push on through. They've still not lost a single fight. I think he's about to hit the Rampage, but that's all they have at the bank. Sessions. Quite sad.
Easy
He still has that rally, and speaking of sad, Easy Han is not going to be too pleased.
Poked immediately into that railgun headshot from Shy. Just trying to contest them over on the turnstile. It's a bit of more than they can chew in this instance. Caleb will walk forward now. Becky has to play around the turnstile well.
Oh, I saw that, Shy.
Oh,
I saw that.
what'd you see?
He didn't exo jump onto the higher ground. I caught it in 4K or 1080, which anyway, I forget I said that.
It says a lot about the state of the game. Oh, okay. Yeah, Rampage finds free. Nice shutdown onto Alfie. So this is what Valiant needs to be able to build a defense. Becky going wild in the corridor with the damage to get it down. But for that counterattack from the Valiant, Avril, I was about to say, it says a lot about the state of the game where the only flaw you can find from Shy is missing a jump.
I think that's also a lot of that fight came down to Dia landing a pretty sick Rampage. 3 or 4 members, I believe. And Becky with a huge cleanup after that with his Echo. But Dia setting it up. Little Dia is the T in the T-ball. And then Becky gets a little softball. Let's just talk 2 different types of balls there. You get what I'm saying there. He had the setup, he had the layup there.
Yeah, balls are being slung around. I get that. Bernard with the shutdown here. Anti-heal onto Becky from that Rampage coming out with Bernard. So still solid from the Valiant. Second defense in a row. 3 minutes in the time bank, and that's a lot of ultimates expended there from Spark.
And in two fights, Becky's found the duplicate, so he's kind of fragging on the Echo. And part of me is like, you know what, if he's losing confidence in the Genji, and, you know, some teams do like the Echo on the Junker C here, I respect it. And he's proving why this is kind of working out in their favor. As long as Dia doesn't get fragged, it'll be okay. They just got duplicate, there it is.
There you go, 2 Junker Queens present. Dia's about to go down. Lengzer gets dropped, so now you're missing a support option, but they were able to sustain Dia up in time. Becky's about to get a Rampage online, 2% away, one more tap does it. Straight into the middle of the fight, only catches Bernard. We'll change the focus over as Dia gets dropped, so they actually lost 2 Junker Queens at the same time there, because Becky lost the duplication. And there's a bunch of kills picked up at the Spark.
But Bernard doesn't care, he fragged out, he's still alive, got 2 kills, killed Dia while rampaged. And to be fair, that was not a better Rampage for Becky there. It's like, pick your poison, which one signal player do you want? Because you're not getting more than one. And now as we hit the end of this sort of last straight on Junker C, Hangzhou have 3 ultimates on board, one of them being burnt out.
Yeah, Bob's somewhere in this fight. I think he's on the back of the payload. Irony. Pass that pack over to Alfie. He needed it. The beat comes in from Super Rich as well. Lengzer answers back. Rampage from Dia finds free. They need to convert this into kills right now, but the shout comes out from Bernard to sustain him. Shy clings onto life for a little bit longer. They only lose Super Rich. That might be enough for Valiant to put the brakes on the payload once more. And have themselves 1 more defense. Yeah, they're not going to bother staggering this out any longer than they need to. 1 minute 20 left. Gonna have a Rampage and a Blade going up against the lone rally.
Strangely defendable now for the Valiant, given that they get to push up as well, but also beyond that. Dia's Rampage, Big Valley, 3 members caught down, Super Rich and Shy being bled down by the Rampage itself, and then Bernard kind of, well, can't receive too much help there. Big carnage hit from Dia, but low HP.
Oh my god. Blade comes through from Alfie, he finds nothing as Becky snipes them. And that was a big ultimate being thrown in there from the Spark. Not able to convert it just yet. Final attempt. They're looking towards Bernard's Rampage here to save them.
And they probably will, I think. Valiant don't have really any defenses here. What they need to do is space themselves properly to make sure that they mitigate the effects of the Rampage as much as possible, so that only one or maybe maximum two people get caught. I think if Burnout can somehow find a big Rampage here, it'll be over for the Valiant, but Valiant should know that. They should know that there's a Rampage coming.
Trying to save space for the time being. Don't want to get too greedy here, don't want to get picked. Oh! Carnage finds nothing. Burner! Ducking and covering. Easy Han. Taking a few shots, could go down here. Super Rich. Able to convert that one, it opens it up with a spark. They'll push through the underpass, try and get to this payload.
Becky's got dupe.
Overtime's in effect. Yeah, gotta go for the duplication on the Junker Queen. Dia might be able to get a Rampage up their own if this keeps going on long enough.
The longer this goes, the better it is for Burnout, because he can force the Valiant to group together now.
There's the duplication coming in. Two Junker Queens. Gonna be jouncing into the fight. There's the rally being popped by Irony to move forward. The duplication goes down. Becky doesn't get that. Dia is so close to staying up, but won't find the Rampage from this one, unfortunately. And that's another member down, but they are playing against the serious spawn advantage. They need to make them decisive. No one touches! And the Spark get the completion in overtime.
Well, no one can touch. I mean, the Bob gets blocked out by, I think, Burnout's body, and Linksa was either too slow, they got booped away in either. So, like, yeah, unless Valiant could get a single Rampage off either their two Junker Queens, just not going to happen. Dia, I believe, ended up on something like 98-99 as well. But Becky just couldn't get the damage done to build up. It's strangely difficult to build up a Rampage on even a duplicated Junker Queen. It is strangely difficult because a lot of things block ult charge here. Shout, green HP blocks ult charge. Rally, Sound Barrier, all block ult charge. So, can be hard to build that one up, and it doesn't get built up. LA Valiant losing a player. Who do they lose? Right at the top. Easy Han, long range, Shy, poking out
Easy
with
Han.
or two. And then Super went in for the alley-oop, right? So, set up some low HP. Set up Easy Han to be on low HP. Super zooms in for the kill, and Spark have a 5v4 after that. So that one death kind of gave Spark the impetus to finish the entire map.
My ultimate is charging.
Let's make sure that we double check our garages today, Avril. Let's make sure that the garage remains closed. The car is behind the double door.
Just lock the car.
Don't leave the keys. Lock the car. Don't leave the keys in the ignition. Set the alarm. Maybe get a guard dog or something. I don't know. Let's just not have a repeat of what we had on our last attempt at this.
Becky's going to start on the Echo. So this is more than just a C play now. This is more like a confidence play, or rather a lack of confidence play, in that no more confidence in the Genji, and just see how the Echo performs. But I think the Echo is actually the weakest on A. The Echo improves as we move through A to B, then C, obviously strongest on C. So it's going to be a bit of a long, grueling fight here for Becky to build up to a position where the Echo is considered good. The good news for the Valiant is they've already made it to the final choke, this kill box that I like to call it. But Hangzhou Spark, though, this is actually also where they want to hold. So this is the position that they're going to start committing.
Tight corridors. Very good for the Spark right now. Just going to hold it there. Burner quite safely hiding around the corner. Pop out when they need to. Becky playing low and slow, flies around the corner, goes for a quick pick as the rest of the team emerges from the outside. They're putting all their attention onto Bernard. Shy getting a little bit of detraction from the outside, but it's 2 kills going away as Spark. And they poked the Hornet's nest. They kicked it even, and the Spark, they stung back.
Becky tried to get an execution there, and I think it was Alpha Yi, but Alpha Yi had already dashed away, so no connection on the focusing beam. Zihan will get shied down with the Dynamite. It's going to be 5v4. Can the Valiant do something with that? Obviously no ultimates just yet, but they can push on forward.
Oh no,
surely.
They have to convert it. Convert it, please, I beg you. Finally, Lengsa finds the conversion. Pushes Spark all the way back into this corridor. Very easy lineup for Becky getting the focusing beam. This Dia getting the final blows. And they get themselves point A, time extension. They keep the momentum going.
Very easy to convert a 5v4 into a fight win here, so that's why it's like more rare that if you see a team come back from a 4v5, it's like probably shouldn't be happening at all. This meta more than any meta, you know, once you get that one frag, the entire team fight just kind of falls to the wayside of the team that has one frag advantage. We've seen that multiple times now in this series alone and in many others as well. Now we have ultimates available. Duplicate. It's Bob. Don't know if there's going to be a good chance to use the Bob on the high ground here, because that would be ideal. You use the Bob to instantly shove the Hunger Spark off the high ground.
Setting themselves up there. Where is the deployment of Bob?
Valiant got to do something.
Might want to go.
They can't. They're not pushing anymore, so they need to.
They're going in right now. Oh, Becky! They did something though, Avril. Give them credit. Just not
Becky,
the thing
Becky
they wanted to
he
do.
Messed up there, because you see it from his facial expression, you see it from his POV. He actually didn't even have Shy on half HP. He was hoping that Shy being on like 60% HP, the beam would do enough damage to put Shy under 50, and then the beam could finish it off. But nah, like I mean, you just didn't do enough damage to Shy to even go for that, and then Shy just completely swats you down with that rail. So you need to just
Emergence with the rally. Double support ultimate's held. Becky finally pulls it up with the Shy. There you go, attempt complete. Bob comes out as well here from Easy Han. Hunting down Bernard, beat, sustains them, so does the rally. Becky gets the duplication onto the Junker Queen. There is the Rampage finding two, but they don't convert Bernard's efforts as before they go down. Alfie has the blades, going to hold on to this one though. This is already a lost fight for the Spark. They can't reclaim this, it's all about the stall.
Alright, I mean, the double shout gives, I mean, I saw Easy Han there with like twice the amount of normal HP he would normally have, so even more important when, you know, Sound Barrier had been burned, you're trying to block out Bernard's Rampage damage, so extra shout counts for a lot there, whether you build up your own Rampage or not. And a fast cap on B, so for all that was problematic with how this map has been for the Valiant so far, gotta say, attack has been pretty damn good. They lost one fight on A, they won the subsequent fight. B ended up being pretty damn good for them, considering it was a bit of a slowdown. They had to do a bit of a reset as well once Becky overcommitted on Shy, but straight away the next fight Becky makes up for it by fragging out Shy, giving the 5v4, and Valiant push on forward, and currently it's on the Spark to stop this one. The Blaze should be coming through this fight.
No, Alfie can sustain himself and not be anti-healed by that Rampage. You don't give Alfie time to breathe, he's not going to be able to pull out the blade, Avril, and it's another one fight as the momentum ticks forward for the LA Valiants.
It's a big stagger that's about to come onto Shy as well, so you know the payload's been pushing their whole way through. Shy's not going to respawn for another few seconds here, which means the payload is going to come down to the final straight dash. Still waiting for this Alpha blade. It will now definitely come through this fight, because I don't see anything that can necessarily stop it. But the longer this goes, the closer Sashin does get towards a rally.
Tucked away in the corner. Alfie spotted. Needs to find an opportunity to pull out that blade before he gets chunked again. There's a lot of focus put onto him right now.
In a 1v1 versus Becky, actually, and he defends the Mega Health back, I think. Alright, well now they have to go. Hangzhou have to defend now.
There's the blade preemptively. Alfie tucks away to the side just to get a breather as he sustains himself back up. Bob gets thrown out here by Shy. They're replacing the member. They take him out very quickly. Rally from Sashin as well as they move forward. Irony boots Sashin back out of the fight as Dia finds the second kill. They're up in the skybox still. Becky doesn't go into the room, but Dia's happy to sit there. Just sit in the front with the scatter gun. They're walking it over the line. They've got themselves a few members there to contest it. Alfie holding the deflectors. Irony's rally ticks away. Lengza has beat as an emergency if anything goes really wrong here. Becky with the Rampage doesn't connect them. Burner will take them out. The chance here for the Spark to deflect this onslaught. They've lost one already. Becky with the duplication might get another attempt to be able to use this one. Not finding it, goes through, just isolates Bernard off to the side. Alfie and Shy aren't anti-heal, but they're not getting healing as it is. They need to focus on Bernard. They're unable to do it. Alfie finds Becky out the sky after the duplication. Spawn advantage really helping out the Spark here, but I don't think it's enough for them as Valiant. They've got control of the payload. They're going to walk it over the line. They're a 1:34 difference in the time bank, but we get to see Junkertown all over again.
I gotta say that was Becky for me for sure. When Dia goes down, Becky holds down the fort because he copies a Junker Queen, allows him to still have a tank. In any other circumstance, if he doesn't have the duplicate available or he doesn't get the dupe on the Junker Queen, they don't have a tank, they lose that fight. But because they do have a tank, it's like a 4v5 where Becky can build up a Rampage very quickly as the only tank available when Spark are kind of down on resources as well. I think the shout would have, the shout got used there, and here this is where Becky gets the shot opportunity to pick up. Easy Han, meanwhile, has a full safe position to shoot from where no one's able to get on top of him. And you see as well, they then turn that Rampage specifically onto Burner. I think he had the choice of maybe going to others, but he also understands if Burner just dies here, I can focus him down. I Rampage, I come out of dupe form, I sticky into fly into beam, Burner can do nothing about it, just gets melted. That means that when Dia returns to the fight, and he does, now Valiant are the ones that have a jungle win advantage, and they get to push it across the line.
See if the Spark get to do something creative to break a full hold potential here from the LA Valiant. Different setup from the Valiant this time. I think they might not be going as close as we saw them previously, although they might do that when the doors
they're hiding,
open.
but
I think they're waiting for the TP.
They're hiding, but they're basically, I think they're preempting maybe the TP position as well.
Yeah, they were.
But it's not going to come
Didn't come through though.
I think he's thinking, like, do I want to match Echo? No, I think Genji's the play. And I agree. I think Genji on A is just better. But as you saw towards the end there, Becky started having a much better time on C, where I expect the Echo to be performing. And in fact, if you are the Valiant, not only have you sort of given up on the forward hold entirely, you've given up, you're basically setting up only for this now choke position to defend the open ground. Kind of like what Hangzhou was doing, to be fair.
There's the Dynamite coming out, but it's Easyhan and Becky on the back foot. Shout from Dia. Bernard is back as well, pops everyone back up. Shy relatively uncontested at the moment on Sojourn. It's Alfie. Sasha will be sustained though. That's
Becky
the time
held the
bank
payload
right now. Oh no! Alfie's gone down. This is overtime ticking. They haven't pushed it far enough, I think, Avril. Dia, if they can just seal the deal here, clear off the rest of the Spark, they're in a great position to convert this on the offense. Trading off Shy for Easyhan. Spark's still alive. They do have the spawn advantage to play with.
Though.
Bernard takes out Becky. This is big for the Spark. They can keep them going. Like you said, the rally being committed. Super Reach is about to have the beat as well. Don't think they're going to need to use it at present. You can see Valiant get ready for this. A headshot from Sarshin. Can't get the pullback, just a little bit too high on the Jagged Knife. But that's good enough to keep them going towards the completion of point A.
The rally difference is just monstrous. I mean, you can't go through all of that HP.
Yeah.
And then beyond that as well, like you sort of mentioned, Super Edge has the insurance policy of the extra sound barrier, and as Spark get into ultimates, they will cap Valiant. Don't have what it takes to stop the cap from coming on through, but they are desperate to get these frags. They will get shied. Surely this is the 5v4 that works. Super Edge is going to have the beat here. He does.
Beat, there's a bomb thrown out as well. It's actually 64 when you think about it. Rally from Sarshin. Lengs is about to have the beat as well. No support ultimates available. Alfie comes in on the tracer, but they lost Bernard. This is it. Valiant gets to shut it down. Point A is the benchmark that Valiant will have to meet when they go on to their offensive.
And it just seems still like a very defendable spot. I think if you are the Spark, you're happy with that 1 minute. Not hoping for too much more. You know, 1 minute cap A has always been my standard for like what is considered winnable for a 1 minute time bank. For Valiant have 234, so they're allowed to make a couple more extra mistakes and still be in a position to cap. Once A is capped, though, I think it should be done. Hangzhou Spark would have to do the most insane close hold, spawn camp type of hold to prevent the Valiant from winning. So really for Spark, it's hold A or lose this map. And there's a hope for the Valiant to start a reverse sweep. I mean, this would be it because they have the extra 134 in the time bank. They have, all things considered, played Junkertown better than Spark so far.
And you struggle to disagree with that. See how they line up though. Spark, not like them. They're probably not going to go for that full hold. They're probably going to play around this choke point once more, but hopefully play around it a little bit better than they did last time.
There's a risk though, because if you play the choke further back and you lose that fight, you might not get a second attempt at defending A. And for Spark, defending A is critical. Whereas if you hold the initial spawn, you are guaranteed 2 fights. So that's the trade-off here. It is more risky though because you're fighting right outside the attacking spawn, and if you lose, you do snowball the opponents. It should come down to how much you back yourself. Ash Echo to start out with. Valiant playing technically slightly off meta here.
See if they can make it work. It's a couple of dinks. No headshots connecting just yet. Walking this payload into the choke point. Yeah, getting some ult
triple
charge
hit dynamite as well, put a bit of pressure on Super. It actually meant that Spark had to hide there, so as the payload now is about to leave the kill box area, Spark are going to be forced into action. They can't just chill forever.
He has to go for the assassination on Super Rich. Sustain's alive. Oh my goodness. Should have converted that Lucio, but a lot of support coming in from Irony there with the packs and the healing as well.
Irony keeping Super Rich alive. Super Rich, a little bit of fancy feet in the air will keep himself alive. And that 134 is about to be burnt down in a 30 seconds time. Shy at risk, but maybe not close enough to convert with Beam.
Alfie into the thick of it. There's the carnage. Starshin's goes down. Duran's back into Burner. Yes, that's actually huge for Valiant to keep this push forward. Need to find some more kills. Becky's low. Not got the range to get in there, but Alfie finally takes the Echo out of the sky. Shy will lose their life. It's Alfie again doing everything they can to keep the fight going in favor of the Spark. And it's actually at a point now where the spawn advantage isn't too massive for the LA Valiant, but they are getting back to the point faster.
They can just bob, and the bob can basically win a fight for them. Look, this Irony super low.
Oh, it's over. It's all over.
Again, capping A is all that sort of matters here. So once you've capped A, Spark have to be in a position to hold. 0.41 meters. 0.41 meters. And the bob can be the finishing touch.
Alfie gets to the point. Dynamite there. That's going to hit multiple members. Shout counter. Bob goes in. Takes out Alfie. They're starting this point from a 4v5. Yes, they have the beat advantage, but they still have the point. Bob was the one who capped it for them!
I told you, Bob would be the finishing blow here. He would be the one to get it done. Not only that, but you'll have noticed as well that Alfie dies on 98% to the Bob. The Bob gets thrown in, and the impact damage of the Bob, which people forget is in the game. People think Bob is just a turret there, like a big Torb. Like, Bob is the level 3 Torbjorn turret that we no longer have. However, he also does do impact damage when he hits somebody while sprinting in. And that's what killed Alfie. And had that not happened, Alfie would have had the blade, could have turned around that fight. But, yeah, I mean, technically I'd say that, yeah, Spark didn't touch, but also I think they lost the fight. I think they were definitely losing that fight to me. A couple ultimates were coming online, so you know you could still call it like an extension, but the Bob's value in that fight is undeniable. I think the Bob was going to be a big carry point, and he was.
The 6th man of the Valiant doing the work for them. The beginning of the reverse sweep for the Valiant started now. When we come back, we're going to have a push map for you. Do not go anywhere. Reverse sweep has started for the LA Valiant. They just took Junkertown. And yeah, they actually looked quite dominant on it towards the end there. Very controlled from them, especially on their offense. And then also the second attempt as well. They seem to have it all in the bag. Technically, you could argue it was a Bob C9, but as we've already discussed, Avril, the fight was pretty much lost after Alpha You got taken out before it began.
6v4. Hey, Bob counts.
Yep.
Bob counts as a extra member. If the payload says he counts, then he counts. And the payload definitely said he counts. Bob literally capped the point. It was only 0.41, so you know, just someone lightly breathing on the payload could do it. Really big shout out to, I think, a big performer on that map for the Valiant was actually Dia. Looking at stats here, Becky had some reasonable moments, as did EasyHan, but Dia stepped the hell up compared to Hollywood. Now, notably, didn't have some great things to say about Dia's Junker win in Hollywood, but he 180'd that hero completely into Junkertown. Went for a total of 22 final blows, where the next highest was a second tied equal between EasyHan and Becky on 14. And then you have Alpha Yi on 13. Shy had, unfortunately, a very woeful game. Some reason, he ended up dying way more on this map than any other map. And it does kind of remind me, as we head into New Queen Street, of, you know, the early Shanghai and Seoul matches for the Hangzhou Spark, where they just focused down Shy over and over. All of Hangzhou Spark only had about 11 deaths, or Irony only had 10 deaths, but then Shy had 16 deaths. So he was specifically dying just that much more than everybody else and being targeted that much more. You can see it from Becky's POV as well, trying to fly into his face as the echo. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But you know, Dia's damage output was insane. His final blows really, really high. Highest amount of eliminations as well at 43 to 22 final blows. You know, just absolutely rocking the stats compared to Hollywood.
3, 2, 1.
Well, let's see how they do on New Queen Street. Going to have the emergence on to the point. Going to have fighting on the high ground as expected.
Right, who gets
on the
kill?
May for this one.
So they're taking a page out of the book of London Spitfire. This is what Backbone's been doing in a lot of their gameplay. I would have imagined that if you really wanted to commit to the May, you should play Innovation here, but I think the backup option of Becky going back to the Diva, sorry, not the Diva, the Genji is important as well.
Very muted first fight, but it's EasyHan on the back foot, as with Lengza. No kills converted for the time being. Shy goes aggressive, tries to find the guy straight crossfire, and just absolutely demolishes EasyHan. You saw the rest of the team compacting him into that tunnel, and it was just Shy to cut off the exit. Dia turning up with one return kill onto Bernard, but this is a very conclusive fight for the Spark to win it out in the first conflict.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of damage where Bernard doesn't end up dying, and Shy with the brilliant flank into EasyHan, I believe, with somebody on the Valiant gets rid of them and converts a 5 versus 4 into a 1 fight. And now Becky gives up on that May, and EasyHan gives up on the Sojourn as well, so we're going back over towards Echo Ash, and to be fair, I think Ash is very good on this map. So Valiant will once again, this is where they had a great performance versus Fusion as well, where EasyHan played the Ash and inventory decided not to, which was a little bit weird. And Valiant won the Equation versus Philly off the back of EasyHan Ash. They're going to try and pilot that one again to victory.
Very aggressive from the Spark, taking the fight over to him. Dia, no HP really to play with here, will get taken down. We lose Super Rich and Shy in the Carnage. So there is an advantage here for the Valiant, and they're going to utilize it by pushing back the Spark, and they even get the tax kill on Irony back out at the end. Maybe too much there from Alfie. Himself in a difficult position as they're picking up even more. They're on the hunt for that Genji. Oh, Alfie,
Wow.
you invited that one by jumping over the wall. And there's a little bit of a sit down from Becky.
Sends another sign seal deliver message personally to Alfie. That one went straight into the DMs. I'm sure every single crouch you saw there was another message sent in the DM.
And you could try to dono wall that one, but typically you can't ignore that.
At least Becky actually killed him this time and didn't have lengths to steal the kill.
Yeah. It's no longer a group DM, it's just one-on-one at the moment. Becky up inside, duplication.
Speaking of ultimates, I mean, Hungjo Spark actually had the ultimates to push on through.
Oh, okay.
And Shy will be the one to take down Becky, so...
Bye, Becky. Oh, that was sneaky there by Shy, the old skid and shoot. Taking Lengzer out with the overclock, and Spark going to be moving this back round again.
He wasn't done.
He had one left in the chamber.
Yeah, he had one left. He wanted it. Could have been Easy Han as well, but Easy Han will live to fight another day yet and tell the story of it. Should be the defending checkpoint here, given that Valiant have everybody alive. Spark just waiting for an opportunity to walk on in with this Blade. It'll be Blade versus Bob Duplicate. Easy Han on an angle as well.
Becky changing over, double Junker Queen. Dia has the Rampage available. No ultimate shoes just yet from the Spark. They will pop the rally. There's a rally from Sarshin. Beams also used by Lengzer in that. Shy's gone down before they even commit to it. Becky climbing towards the Rampage, not been committed. They're going to use one. It'll be Becky's. Dia holding on to theirs for the time being. Dominant fight win there for the Valiant.
Another emote as well. Becky's going off.
Yeah. Becky just doesn't care at this
You better
point.
win this map. You better win this map, Becky, because it's getting a bit extreme
Becky doesn't win.
We had a bit of crouching earlier. We got some emotes happening now. He's about to straight send some messages into the all chat after this. It's the only escalation available now, given most NA players start with the all chat. So a couple stages of escalation for Valley before we get there. Big
Rampage
fight, man.
is big. It finds 5 members of the Spark. Kills all momentum on that push. They were coming in hot for that conflict. Alfie focus down, but they lose Sarshin. Bernard has a Rampage of their own. Don't think they're going to have to use it in this fight. The Shy just clicking ahead. Diaz the second on the chopping block. Becky out of the sky. Woo. Shy finding 4 members in that fight. And the Spark move the payload back.
Yeah, he's currently popping off, and I don't think he had the most comfortable game on Junkertown. It seems like whatever player I sort of call out for having not the best performance on the player map then ends up popping off in the following map. Dia, Hollywood, not great. Junkertown, amazing. Shy, Junkertown, not great. So far, New Queen Street, amazing.
Get there just in time to stop the checkpoint capture. Rampage finds Lengzer and Dia. There's 2 members, but they are able to convert it to Dia. They lost 2 in the Carnage. Shouldn't use the word Carnage when that's actually an ability now, but hey ho.
If Becky gets another kill here, he's about to send something in the chat, I'm sure.
Wait for it. Wait for it. No?
Give him a crouch, give him an emote.
Well, no, if he gets Shy, he needs a damage dealer.
The problem is Shy's killed him too many times, so to get one up, Becky's got to get Shy down, and then he'll send a cheeky whisper over or something.
Whisper? No, it needs to be an all, otherwise we won't see it.
Oh, for the entertainment of the fans, I hope he doesn't whisper and he shows it to everybody, but shows it, show the class. But 48 meters to 57. So I think the checkpoint did actually come on through. That's 5v4 now. So every single time Valiant get close, they forget about capping. They just lose too many members. Shy is just fragging again.
Yeah, using his overclock for great effect. That's 2. Create some space. Still keeping an eye on Dia. Has to use it with the left click.
Dude,
wow. Shy just dominating these fights right now.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. It is Shy, but I'm surprised because he's had some off maps. Now this map is just undeniably so far pretty much all Shy, and I'm starting to feel like this Echo is a liability. And Becky can't swap yet because he's got the duplicate, doesn't want to give up the ultimate, but you're just seeing how easy it is for Shy to destroy Becky every single time they meet. It's incredibly one-sided for Shy in that matchup. And I think it's just the open space in Queen Street where, the Genji just has more value here. We'll maybe see that from Alfie's POV.
let's go for the blade to find
Missed
Lengza.
Messed up their dash.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Rally was also used there by Sarshin, so they got supposedly both supports moved off the field. 3 members here. That's the deal breaker there for Bernard.
Becky lost his rampage.
I mean, they lost a lot more than that. The team's just been absolutely dismantled by that one. And there wasn't enough actual pushback there from the Valiant, so it does mean checkpoints will be capped by the Spark this time around. And this stalemate between the 2 checkpoints has finally been broken.
Well, yeah, I think we've had the checkpoint already. Hangzhou Spark actually already capped the checkpoint earlier. It's the Valiant that have struggled. And I talk about the Becky Rampage because while the fight was over, what's important for the Valiant is they need to go for frags here. So even if the Rampage does go through but they lose the fight, the Rampage allows them to collect even just 1 kill. That gives them a lot to work through on the repush.
That's how low Dia went, and immediately Alfie goes in. That counter Rampage from Dia to reset the fight was fantastic. Alfie on life support right now, needs to stay alive. Oh, they cannot.
There's 4 members of Spark on like half HP, but Valiant just couldn't chase them down. And now they're actually going to be able to heal up and, you know, re-engage this fight. It's another kill from Shard to Becky. That's what I'm saying. It's way too easy to kill an Echo as a Sojourn on this map.
Becky's just not changing though. The excuse of having the ultimate has now been removed. They're going to wait out the mob, I feel like. They can just hide behind the bus. Not the most optimal placing. It does give some respite. But they can't really use the Bob to convert anything else.
Just a delay. The Bob is just to make up for the fact that Becky went down to give them another 5, to give the 5 members up. And I think this is, you know, the time is the biggest factor here. The fact that Valiant haven't even enabled the checkpoint stall means we still have to see that later on. They still have to wait that extra 3 seconds for the stall. Becky's lucky that Shy didn't have higher rail charge than 60 there. Otherwise, I'm sure that Becky would have been swatted down from the sky again. We're about to reach 90 plus meters, about to be 95 to 100 before Valiant are even in position to maybe fight.
I think this might also be insurmountable progress for the Spark. I feel like there's so many fights in between now and then to kind of match the distance.
It's twice the distance.
Yeah, Spark have effectively won the map already. This is just like, Valiant need to break the hold now and get Trocking. Otherwise, this is all already over and the series is done. And you can't be starting like that. Sarshin gets caught by the Jagged Blades. It's another clean fight. They're on the cusp of actually completing the map now, Avril, let alone being able to have pushback from Valiant.
I don't think they will finish because there's still like 20 meters left to go, but they're gonna get close. They're gonna get so close that, I mean, I think you could write this map off at like the 90 meter mark, at the 120 meter mark. And what can you write it further off than initially writing it off already? Can you double write it off?
Yeah. So there's the beat from Lengza as they emerge from the spawn. Counter beat comes out from Super Reach. We've got a ballet from Alfie finding Sarshin. They might be able to cap off the back of this fight as he cuts down Dia as well. No tank, no support. Change the attention over to Becky. Is sniped again. Bernard actually getting away with that one. Don't even need them to do it. Cap! And then drop the bag. Where's the crouch? You know you want to do it after that one. But Hangzhou Spark going to be able to come out there with the win. 3-1 scoreline. LA Valiant unable to find the victory once more against the Spark. Can't reverse sweep it. And there you have it. The beginning of the campaign for the Spark. They got the tough matches out of the way earlier on in the season. 3-3 is the golden number, as you reminded us at the beginning of this matchup, Avril. And Spark are on the path to be able to achieve that with this victory today.
Yeah. Pink team, too respectful. No bags being dropped there from their perspective. And my goodness, wow, what an ending. What a way to finish things off. Yeah, Valiant severely dropped the ball there. It was competitive and close on New Queen Street until it wasn't. And that truly did feel like for a little bit of time there, just a brief few moments when they were kind of fragging evenly, when Easy Hunt and Becky were kind of getting it done. You know, the Echo still seemed okay. I'm like, maybe we can go to a map 5. Maybe this could be a reverse sweep. But, you know, the longer it goes, the more you give time for Shy to pop off, the more Becky just gets annihilated by Shy time and time and time again. Look, you could argue that Becky had Alpha Yee's number a couple times there, which would debatably, you know, justify the couple of crouches in the emote there. But at no point did he have Shy's number. And that's to me, that was the major issue there. Was Shy popped off on New Queen Street, given, you know, Shy to me still wasn't performing to a very high standard on Junkertown or maybe even some of the other maps, but this last map was all Shy, and Becky was mostly invisible due to Shy, and the refusal to swap off the Echo, to me, was a big factor there as well.
just didn't. It seemed like Becky's confidence on the Genji just kind of got knocked earlier on in the series. Just unable to do it. I think looking at probably like player of the game, I think maybe it's Shy Montage coming in. I don't know. We're still waiting to find out who that is, but we're getting a Shy Montage right now.
I don't know if this is the player of the match or we're about to get the player of the match.
But it's always good to see that sliding shot.
But I mean,
I'm pretty sure there was a bit of clay pigeon shooting as well from Shy at one point. I think we saw Lengza get booped and Shy just take him out of the sky on the way through.
Yeah, looking over maps, Shy's Busan was reasonable. Top fragger on Busan. Didn't have any like egregious stat lines in terms of deaths or anything else. Hollywood, competitive with everybody else, but did have the most deaths. And I think Alfie and Burnout definitely had a better map there. Junkertown, I talked plenty about already. I don't really need to go back there. So here we go. I think Shy is player of the match, but mostly, I would say, mostly gained off the back of the last map. Because he started good. Middle two maps, not great. Final map, disgusting. Final map, like, truly disgusting in terms of his output. And 69% railgun accuracy as well. I'm going to trust that everyone's going to be mature about that.
Nice.
Stat line. And, you know, we're all adults here, except for the people in chat who I think are all children. I'm sure there's...
Sorry, if you put rail and 69%
I think
in the
Tay
same
is the most mature person there. So, tell him how it is, Tay. Yeah, Shy, insane last map. Insane last map.
What a performance from the Spark there. So like I said, that starts their campaign to get that 3-3 score line. LA Valiant, getting tough for them to come into the latter half of this stage. Need to find those wins if they want to be in playoff contention. Hey, you got to try and hit the 2-4 then. That's the best scoreline you can hope for in the stage. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the entire series highlights, just to tease you a little bit longer before we get into our final game of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
endless resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Margaret to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint, everybody. I'm Danny Lim. The hosting is my passion, Lim, actually, and I'm here with the boys. We vibing today. We got Jonathan Reinforced Larson and Scott Costa Kennedy. What's up, guys?
We're vibing.
We vibing today. We vibing. We vibing. What? I just want to point out, like, 5 seconds into the show, and Hex yells into our ears saying, "Get the waters out!" And we see Costa having 3 waters literally in every direction. He has a water bottle in front, water bottle on the left, water bottle on the right.
You're just gonna call it. Okay, it's good to stay hydrated, first of all, Danny. Second of all, I have a cold one, I have a room temperature one, and then there was one from like yesterday. I don't know.
For your guest?
What?
Wait, did you say for your
From
guest?
yesterday.
Oh, from yesterday.
Yeah, I just left it there.
Yeah, I think Costa here is a little bit too overhydrated.
I'm gonna go need pee during the break. Just run out of the truck.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a lot of APAC matches to get to, so no musing about different time zones today. We're just gonna jump right into it. First up, Guangzhou's Charge faced off against the Seoul Dynasty, and Seoul Dynasty clinched their spot in the Summer Showdown tournament. It was I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It was a clean 3-0 victory for the Seoul Dynasty. I mean, Mecha Base, I think when they first started, Guangzhou Charge had a good start, and not only that, I think Choi Se-won and Jimmy actually tried their best to carry their team, but it just wasn't enough for the Seoul Dynasty. Seoul Dynasty were just too coordinated, and I don't know. I think just every person on that roster they were popping off. Smurf had a really good moment on that Junker Queen in Paraiso.
Tracer.
And I think, Tracer. I think Fish was on the Tracer for a while, but he did switch to Sojourn, as we're seeing. And then I think we also did see Echo being played on Seoul's defense. So that was I think a little interesting as well. But all around, Seoul had a great match. And I think with this win, I think every single matches in this stage they already won. They won 3-0.
Yeah, they're
right?
12-0.
12-0.
So good.
Amazing.
They seem angry after losing the mid-season tournament, and they're just taking it out on the Guangzhou Charge and Jimmy. And look at Prophet.
Prophet.
Look at his hero
does he
move.
fall?
He lands on bonk.
Okay, never mind.
Guess not. How did Jimmy do in this game?
Huge.
Jimmy. I think Jimmy had his moments. He looked pretty good on the Sojourn, but like I said, I think it was Seoul Dynasty. Yeah.
Oh, Vindame? 4K?
Oh yeah, Vindame on the Lucio on Dorado.
Nuts.
Pretty good.
Good. Is there a chance that we could ever Vindame could be the Rookie of the Year? Like, in a world in which Proper didn't exist? No? Is he even in the conversation?
Even if they won the tournament, I don't think so.
Really?
No? Well, it depends on Shock, but Shock are also just like 5-0. They're 4-0, 5-0 this stage too. Like, they can't really bomb out on
You
the
just
stage.
hate Lucio players?
No, I'm just being honest with you. I don't want you to just like dream of Lucio Rookie of the Year.
I will, and I'm going to fight for it every year.
I support support players, although I never played support. The second match of the night was Hangzhou Spark versus the Los Angeles Valiant. 2 teams which were, winless in stage 3 coming into the night, and if both of them were winless, someone had to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it was the Hangzhou Spark. They had to win this.
Of course.
Of course.
I mean, look. First of all, really happy that I got to recap 2 Valiant games in a row, because they actually showed some signs of life in this one. It started out very one-sided. Hangzhou Spark with a bit of a throw here on this round in particular, but besides from that, like the first 2 maps, Hangzhou Spark were just dominating. It looked pretty simple in terms of strategy. They were just like, hey, we're just gonna pocket Alpha Yi. You're our Genji player, you're our most important player, we're just going to speed boost you around, we're going to heal boost you, we're just going to provide armor packs. And Alpha Yi was sort of like the tip of the spear for the Hangzhou Spark, and he just dominated these first couple of maps here. They just told Shy, just like, hey, sit in the back line and, you know, shoot some railguns and find some picks for us. And that was what the Hangzhou Spark did. They were very effective at this, and the LA Valiant, they just couldn't keep up playing the Genji themselves. There you go.
How was Shy?
He was okay. He was good,
okay?
You know, he was good, but he was not like the focal point of the team. Here on Junkertown, though, that's where things really started to turn around, because the Valiant were like, Genji's not working. We're gonna go Echo. And the LA Valiant, they essentially just like, they just all in on this Ashe and Echo kind of strategy, which essentially means they just sit far back and they're like, we're going to poke you down with our dynamite damage. We're going to have the Echo sort of use the focusing beam on top of Alpha E to prevent him from going in. Here's Bob. He's going to end up capping this point for the Los Angeles Valiant. A very interesting C9.
Oh, yeah, let's go, Bob.
That is unbelievable.
Nice.
Super Rich is very lucky he didn't Ajax that as well. He like ran past the Bob.
Yeah, very lucky there from Super Rich. But then, you know, with that successful Ashe, Echo, kind of like very passive counter-engaged strategy from the LA Valiant, they were like, let's do it on New Queen Street as well. And no, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. Hangzhou Spark, they ended up capping the map. Well, it was sort of like a tie between the time and the actual cap itself, because they capped with like half a second remaining or something. So, you know, the judge, what was it called? The judge is still out on that one or something like that?
Jury?
I don't know. The jury? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
Don't worry about it.
But the Hangzhou Spark, they were just like so dominant, and they were just like, hey, Alpha E, take our resources and go and win. And that's what they did.
Nice. And of course, last but not least, the Philadelphia Fusion faced off against a tough opponent in the Shanghai Dragons. The Dragons entered the day undefeated in Stage 3, looking to regain some of the former Shanghai swagger, and they did so with a decisive win against the Fusion. Costa, what was the big takeaway from this match?
Ask me how Lip did.
How was Lip?
He was dominant.
Oh,
he was the hit scan that absolutely stood out in this matchup. He took Carpe to, I don't even know where, you know, Frowny Town. Carpe was in Frowny Town.
Frowny Town.
So here's Fury taking Void to Frowny Town before we take Carpe to Frowny Town. He got booped off and then he pulls him with the dagger as he's going down, so they both fall into the pit. Yeah, it was hilarious. But the Philadelphia Fusion actually came out pretty hot on the back of Zest Genji. Like that, his Genji, we know how mechanically insane he is in the neutral, and he really was the only factor that pulled them and clawed them back into that Ilios round. But after that, it was all Shanghai Dragons. It was literally just the Lip and Who Are You show of going back and forth of who's going to kill everyone. Obviously, the rest of the team on the Shanghai Dragons playing pretty solidly. As a core in this meta, they look great. But for the most part, it is the DPS lineup that's really just turning your heads. But the woes continue for the Philadelphia Fusion. I feel like they don't have that level of firepower while also not having that synergy. Some teams, they manage to hide away the fact that they don't use their ultimates flawlessly by the fact that their DPS are really stepping up. But as I said earlier, Zest is the only one really doing that. Carpe's struggles continue to mount. He was just getting picked first by Lip time and time again. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any changes from the Philadelphia Fusion heading into the playoffs or into their last couple of matches. Because right now, I believe they're 1-3, maybe 1-2 right now in this stage. It's not good, yeah, as Johnny said. So they need to start turning things around quickly. Otherwise, they will not make the Summer Showdown playoffs.
Remember beginning of the stage, I said Dragons are gonna win it all?
Yeah.
It's gonna happen, guys. It's coming. It's looking like it's gonna happen. And of course, after those 3 matches in the East, the standings are starting to really take shape. I mean, Seoul Dynasty and Dragons and everyone else. Right. So let's take a look at the standings, all right?
Hangzhou Spark 1-3. They're a few maps away from top 4. Let's go.
I've never seen someone hype up a 1-3 team so much in my life.
This is the start.
They're only 1 win away from Valiant. So Valiant.
Valiant. You can do it 0-4. You got this. No, I don't think he's buying. But seriously, Chengdu Hunters, as much as we say it's the Seoul and Shanghai Dragon show, Chengdu Hunters have been impressive.
Right.
You know, they've really struggled throughout the entirety of this year to find their own form. But in a meta where Jinmu feels comfortable on that Genji, Leaves doing Leave things on that Sojin. No, well, yeah, some Pharah. You know, it actually makes sense that they're playing a little bit of Pharah. So, you know, I think Chengdu could be that dark horse team in the East.
I think so too. I think so too. And I think, you know, Eastern region is always interesting. Their matches are always interesting.
That's a great way to put it. It's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if it's exciting. It's exciting at times, but it's definitely interesting. But yeah, here on Watchpoint, we like to highlight amazing performances by individuals, and sometimes those players don't get the credit that they deserve, especially when they are in a losing effort. But there's one player we have to give props to from the Los Angeles Valiant. Roll the clip.
He's the hero we need to be.
Yeah.
Wow. Who would have thought?
Maybe we shouldn't do this.
Not all heroes wear capes, Johnny. That's the most important thing you need to remember. Look at him.
This music, man.
Who would have thought when Cloud9 famously stepped off the point several times in a row, we would many years later peak as Bob himself backcapped for the Los Angeles Valiant. A regular season game against the Hangzhou Spark.
To win it all.
That's inspirational. That right there is inspirational.
It is.
Sometimes in life, you feel like a side character, supplementary character. You're not a main star in your own life. Bob right there, he justified all the side characters in the universe.
We're about to go.
You can make things happen. You can cap points and make a difference in games, whether you believe in yourself or not.
Preach, brother.
Be like Bob.
Be like Bob.
Be like Bob. Guys, okay, that was our special player highlight or spotlight for today, Bob. Great job. Hope to see you soon again. And of course, an absolutely action-packed night from the East, and we've got more from the West throughout the day. Will the Gladiators get knocked out? Houston made a trade, but why? And is Vancouver legit? All this and more right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. As we near the end of Summer Showdown qualifiers, we still have a lot of questions about teams, but let's take a broader look at where things stand for the season. Standings.
Hell yeah.
We have. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. San Francisco Shock, of course, they are, what, 20-0 regular season?
You hyped it up. You're just like standings and like, well, you know, Shock.
Gladiators, of course, they won 2 tournaments,
Hard to beat
back-to-back champions of the season right now. Dallas Fuel, they're always looking good. Houston Outlaws, Atlanta Reign, anything that's, that catches your eye?
I think it would be that Houston and Atlanta are that high. Like, it seems like we forget sometimes how consistently good they've been throughout the season. And then you look at here, this stage.
The contrast, the stage standings. We see Gladiators have become the Sadiators.
It's like Vancouver and Gladiators like changed bodies. Like swapsies.
Yeah. And the Vancouver Titans, number 3.
Wow.
The start of something special.
Yeah.
They're going to do it. They're going to qualify for the play-ins.
It is.
It's been foretold.
That'd actually be a really cool story, like with how much turmoil. They went 0-13.
I'm telling you! Come on, jump on the bandwagon!
No, I can't do it. No, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say, Johnny. The Vancouver Titans play the Houston Outlaws today. If the Vancouver Titans beat the Houston Outlaws, I will get on the hype train with you, okay?
Oh.
Until then, I'm off of it. I believed in Washington, they let me down.
Non-believer.
Did you pick Houston today for your Preds then?
We'll have to find out.
Oh, get ahead of yourself.
Well, I mean, I sort of mentioned this, but we do have to talk about a certain team, that are playing the Paris Eternal, and that is the Los Angeles Gladiators, Costa, right?
Yeah, the Gladiators, they have had a pretty shocking stage considering they are the 2-time champions of our most recent stages this year. They won the Kickoff Clash in pretty phenomenal fashion. They went through that crazy run in the Kickoff Clash, went undefeated, and then in the Midseason Madness, they were just on a different level. The San Francisco Shock took it to them, and they won in the winner's bracket, but the Gladiators prevailed in the end. And then they head into this stage, this Junker Queen meta, and they just have not looked comfortable at all so far. They are currently 0-4. They have had some hard teams, as you see here on your screen. Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock, Toronto Defiant. In the West, what I would say is like the 3 best teams in the West right now. Then the Houston Outlaws, Pelican America were on a different level when they played against the Gladiators. So it has been difficult for them, but regardless of how difficult their schedule is, they should always be able to qualify for the tournament. And, with a 2-4 record, even if they win all their maps out, it's going to be hard for them to qualify.
Yeah, it's going to be so ridiculously hard to qualify for this tournament. But it matters so much to this franchise. Like just winning 2 stages, it's like, how many teams win consecutive stages in the Overwatch League? Not many, I can tell you that much. But still, you want this to sort of be like your season. You don't want it to be like their couple of stages. So it's really important for LA Gladiators to sort of end this stage strong to prove that they're just not going to let this stage just like, fall through their hands like sand and just make something out of this entire season rather than just a couple of stages. Kevster is someone who stood out on the LA Gladiators so far and has been arguably like a front runner for the MVP award now because of the success of the LA Gladiators as a franchise, as a team this year. And Kevster has been instrumental in that success, being their best damage player and having so much impact. You can see the Genji stats so far in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Even though they're 0-4, he's first in solo kills. He's top 3 in hero damage and top 3 in Dragon Blade kills. If Kevster is to remain a front runner for the MVP award, the LA Gladiators, they essentially have to qualify for this tournament. If they go 1-5, 2-4 and don't qualify, then you're starting to look at other players like Proper for the San Francisco Shock if they continue to have success this tournament. You're looking at Profit for the Seoul Dynasty, who won the Kickoff Clash, and yes, they didn't have the best mid-season Madness tournament, but now Profit is like flexing over to Brig. They're 4-0, 12 plus map differential record in the APAC region. That's phenomenal stuff from Profit, and he's a huge difference maker for the team. So Kevster, if he wants to make a case for him being the most valuable player so far in the Overwatch League this year, he needs the LA Gladiators as a team to qualify for this tournament and continue this run of the success that the team is having. Remember, Countdown Cup, there is no tournament in our next stage, the Countdown Cup. So there's no chance for redemption. This is the last state tournament of the year.
Right. The Gladiators absolutely have to win the next 2 matches and also get some help from other teams to even qualify for the Summer Showdown tournament. And it's really surprising and astounding, I honestly believe. And, you know, let's talk a little bit about Houston as well. We're sitting in the middle of the season and the stage standings as well. They made a trade. Weird trade? What, a trade?
It was a trade that happened in the Overwatch League.
It was a trade.
Out of all the trades, it was one of them. The Houston Outlaws have traded Iris from their bench right now, and they've swapped with Creative from the Seoul Dynasty. So neither of these players were actually playing in this current meta for their respective teams. But the strange thing about this one is they're both flex supports. Historically, when we've seen trades, it's because one team needs a tank and the other one needs a DPS or something like that. They're both the same role, so it's kind of like a one-for-one swap, and you can make arguments of who you think is a better player between Iris and Creative, but we don't really understand why both of these teams made the trades. And I don't expect to see these trades really pay off in this stage because, you know, we have visa issues of players being able to get in the country in fast manner, but also just getting synergized with the team. So a trade did happen, but I don't expect to see it coming to fruition just yet.
I mean, none of the players even played for their teams in this meta. It's a double main support meta. It's 2 flex support players. Profit, they'd rather have Profit play Brig than Creative or Iris in this case until he gets accustomed to the team. So, I mean, it's an interesting trade. We'll see if it pays off in the Countdown Cup.
Right. And Houston will play Vancouver later today, a team that really, you know, seems to be coming together and peaking at the right time. And I just want to talk about how good King looked yesterday against their match against Washington Justice. I mean, he's a rookie player. And I just want to say, like, I think their first match he was struggling a little bit, but he looked phenomenal yesterday. I think him and who was Soldier? Wait, I'm blinking up.
I'm not gonna tell you. No, you have to think.
Aspire! I'm sorry, guys. But it was like, I think it was Aspire and King really just popping off yesterday, and so I'm just really excited to see him in today's match.
Yeah. Now, the most impressive thing for me is that he came in a short turnaround as well, right? He is a mid-season signing, and we've seen, like, especially in the Paris Eternal, it can be very difficult as a rookie player coming into a team that hasn't had that much success to show how good of a player you are. King, as you said, started a little bit slow, but he is really coming into his own. He has shown he is a great Genji, and I'm excited to see more from him moving forward with this franchise because they're starting to build a pretty good core and they're having confidence in each other.
Definitely. And a lot of interesting matches are going to happen today and a lot of interesting opinions about all the teams. And guess what? You can track your opinions and predictions on where?
Pick'ems.com.
Overwatch.
Overwatchleague.com.
Oh, boy,
there you go.
I'm sorry. This is why I'm not allowed to host.
Or the app, or as we mentioned yesterday, if you guys remember, we're working on an option where you can physically mail us your predictions. We won't open them, but hey, you can do it if you want.
Finally.
You do you. All right, so get your picks in. It's not too late, and win some cool prizes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we will love you for doing pick'ems. Anyways, our first match of the day is the Boston Uprising against the Toronto Defiant, who are looking to roll into their homestand on a hot streak. We'll break down that match right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. The first match of the day is Boston versus Toronto, and what a great time for this meta to hit. And for Toronto to look the best they've looked all season. Reinforce.
It's a Christmas miracle. The Toronto Defiant, they've been kind of mid so far this season. They haven't really been able to beat some of these elite teams around the league. Shush. Look. Now in the Summer Showdown. Yeah, you're right. This doesn't work at all. Where do I go with this? The Toronto Defiant, they finally come to life with wins over the Vancouver Titans, the Atlanta Reign, and the LA Gladiators. Woo! These are two of the top 3 teams in the mid-season Madness tournament. These are huge dubs for the Toronto Defiant. So it really feels like a breakout stage for this Toronto Defiant roster. And as you said, Danny, what a perfect time for this franchise as well, considering that the upcoming tournament will be held in Toronto itself. So it's looking like they're going to qualify for their own tournament, and they'll have their home crowd backing them as well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. And on the other side, Costa, Boston recently made a trade for tank player Mag, previously on the Washington Justice. He has supplanted your boy, Punk. But so far, the wins haven't really followed.
Yeah, but I want to highlight this isn't like an issue with Mag coming into the team and it not working. When Mag came into the roster, they had to play against the San Francisco Shock and the Dallas Fuel, so 2 of the strongest teams in this meta in the West right now. So I don't think Mag is particularly the problem or the team is struggling that hard, but I want to see Mag step up and step into that role to justify why the trade is. So you can tell here, he has good Rampage kills and Jagged Blade accuracy, but where he's struggling is hero damage and deaths. And I want to highlight this as well because he is struggling, yes, and that is the point of this graphic, but as I said, he played against Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock, and the rest of his stats were from when he was on Washington, where he also played the San Francisco Shock and Paris Eternal, which they had a pretty clean win. So for Mag, it's about him stepping up and coming into his role on this team. He's playing against the Toronto Defiant team, a more reasonable opponent in my situation. So this for me is really like the vibe check of Mag. It's like, how is Mag doing on this team, and where should we rank the Boston Uprising at this point?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right in that. I think that Mag, we got a good initial impression from him, but now against the Toronto Defiant, it's like a perfect opponent to really showcase like what you're worth around the league.
The lower third, can Mag frag? I think that is the big question. But for me, the player that I'm looking for in this matchup is Twilight.
Oh, good shout.
Twilight, because I have a really simple and good reason.
Yeah.
He is the embodiment of how Brig should be played in my eyes. How Brig should be played. Full aggro. Go in. Charge in. Put that mace.
Danny doesn't play support.
Put that mace to the face. Yes. I mean, I think there were a couple times where Toronto Defiant, they lost the Junker Queen, and then I saw Twilight just go, you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna rally, and we're gonna win this fight, and they won.
Yeah.
And I think that's literally he's a Giga Champ.
I mean, Danny is a Reinhardt player, and so Brig is sort of like mini Rein.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that has to be why.
Yeah. I actually tried playing Brig a little bit, and I think I like Brig.
You like Brig?
Yeah.
You like Brig?
Okay.
I'm just a little squishier Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Exactly,
But then you can heal people.
Imagine if Brig
Yeah,
had
I
like
just
a
threw the
mini
cookies, right?
Earth-shatter.
I can just imagine Danny throwing all 3 of the cookies and just running in. It's like, I've done my part.
Someone just yells, "Hey, I need heals." Okay, hey, 3 cookies. I don't have anything. I don't have anything anymore. Wait a couple seconds. I'll give it to you more. Anyways, yeah. Twilight is definitely the player that I have my eyes set on. All right. With that being said, that is it for the overview of today's matches. So let's look into the highlight of the pre-show. Prediction time, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Anything interesting? All right, no, not
Toronto.
that one. Second one. Okay.
Gladiators.
Ah.
Okay, all right.
Dude, me and Sully, when we've rode together, has never worked well, but we have chat with us now. Pick'ems chat, we got this. Let's go, Houston.
Oh yeah, what a huge boon. You got chat on your side. Oh wow. I'd feel good about that.
No.
So, I'm hearing from Hex that for chat with the fans, it was really close. 55% was Houston.
That's
Vancouver,
45%
we can do
for
this.
Vancouver.
That's
Come on, Vancouver
surprising
fans.
because a lot of people are Houston fans and will vote for by default. So honestly,
The tides are
it could go
turning.
either way.
The tides are turning. The Vancouver Titans fan base. We're expanding. We're growing. Believers.
Would you say since August 14th, everyone started to become believers?
Oh yeah, and we follow our prophet Matt Morello.
Yeah, no, I
Guiding
think
us towards-
Matt has brainwashed me into trusting Vancouver.
No, he's shown us the truth.
He's showing us the truth.
Yeah.
And you know, talking about Matt and Vancouver, he's actually the caster for today for this matchup. We have Mitch and Matt. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Danny.
Hello. Matt, what wisdom? I feel like this is like our morning mass here.
Well,
so
yeah.
What wisdom do you have to impart on us, the masses, before we go about our day of
I would say, as the official conductor of the Vancouver runaway train, the bandwagon, this is the last opportunity to jump on board. If Scott, if you don't pick the Titans here,
not after.
No,
that's coward.
no. This is the final stop. No, this is your final opportunity to get tickets.
No, can't do it. I'm gonna stay here. The train can go on without me. You guys are gonna crash.
Wow.
Unreal.
Scott is outside of the promised land. Friendship ended with Scott. Friendship began with whoever else is on this train. Matt, now you're conducting it. Are there brakes on this train? Have you installed them?
No. We're on a runaway train from Vancouver all the way to Toronto for the summer showdown. I don't know how long of a train ride that is, but we are on a runaway train making a beeline.
Some hours.
Right for the land.
Some hours.
All right. So from West Canada to basically East Canada,
we need
my geography's pretty good. So
I was thinking we need a segment called Scottistics, where Scott has like a fake stat that he makes up. Like, Scott, how long does it take by train to get from Vancouver to Toronto?
Yeah, you live there.
Off my head, it's about 33 hours, 34 hours.
Really? 33 hours?
Yeah, I believe it.
What?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. It's pretty far.
The width of the US.
Right,
it's super far. These countries are big, homie. It's not like Sweden, where it's like a short bike ride with a sack of tuna over your shoulder. People actually have to take legitimate public transport here. It's a long way, my guy.
That's like a loading screen. A 33-hour real-life loading screen.
92
Sorry,
hours.
okay, I've got Hex in my ear. He's confirming. It is actually not 33 hours. I might have been making that up. It's 94 hours?
94 hours?
94 hours?
I just heard the statistics. I'm just making up statistics left and right at this point.
Why would you go anywhere?
It's far. It's far. It's really far.
Train, Johnny, you're already there.
We obviously have no idea.
All right, well, I'm not going to lie.
About Canada.
Yeah, next time you guys complain about your commute to Irvine, just remember it could be worse. You could take a train from Vancouver
What, you
to
could be on the
Toronto.
runaway train that we're all apparently on, that you're saying it's last call for. All right, last call. All right, we're taking off from the station, guys. We'll catch up with a bit. We're going over to East Canada first, of course, because we do have a matchup between the Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising. How did we even get down that rabbit hole? My God. And Boston Uprising, obviously, 1-3 so far. Again, Mag went through shock, and then another top team. And that's probably why his stats don't look quite as stellar as they would otherwise. So that's a huge skew in his numbers. But still, Matt, worthwhile looking at them and pointing out some of the areas in which he has struggled against those top teams.
Yeah, but I think if you're Boston, you brought him in because you think maybe it's an improvement if you kind of have everybody on the lineup. It's an all-Korean-speaking lineup now, right? So communication should be a bit better. Everybody able to kind of get to the right spots. I think it was a pretty rough go, though. I think we casted that where I was like, man, it feels really rough to put Mag in here right away against the Shock after he just got done, right, with probably what was like, just a grueling emotional match with the Justice against the Shock to kind of put him in. Didn't really give him a chance to shine early on. Still potentially some promise in this lineup, though, for the future.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because those stats for Mag that we sort of showed could also be used to sort of actually highlight some of his stronger areas. And the head-to-head with Hotbar, Mag actually has some better stats on Hotbar when it comes to like his aggressive play. Obviously, Hotbar dies a little less, but again, this team is one I think that's pretty exciting when you're coming into a meta that involves a Genji play, because we know that Valentine has been really quite a superstar, and obviously Faith coming in this lineup a lot more now. Someone who demonstrated specialization on Mercy and Brigitte primarily. So really, Boston Uprising, no reason for them not to have the tools. MCD is basically a veteran at this point. This is his third Overwatch team, I want to say.
They're in a bit of trouble, though, Mitch. Ain't gonna lie.
It's not great.
I think Danny showed the season stats before, and the Titans are like kind of like making a little bit of a gap close here to kind of get into that play-in.
Well, it's 2 wins.
Especially
Boston are 5-11. The Titans are 3-13.
Right, but especially if like the Titans are able to make the Summer Showdown, they get 1 point just for going, right?
Yeah.
So they make up that 1 win right there.
I mean, that puts Boston
potentially
below
be
the cutoffs if the Titans leapfrog.
That's what I'm saying.
11th, 12th, 13 don't even get a shot at playoffs here. So if you're the Boston Uprising, you absolutely need to be picking up some wins, especially now you've got teams like the Titans breathing down your neck. Let's have a look at our other Canadian squad here, the Toronto Defiant, who's really found some form in this particular metagame, right? Hotbar showing us his Junker Queen prowess, and all those definitely been pretty impressive here. Twilight, the new addition, or this year, the addition, of course, making huge impact. This team are well equipped, and so far in the Summer Showdown, this is a 3-1 squad, and they're +3 in map differential.
And you look at their schedule throughout the Summer Showdown, it's been brutal. 3-1, I think they were talking about like maybe this team doesn't play up to that like top competition all the time, or maybe like a gatekeeper. I don't know if they're that team anymore. You look at their overall record; it's pretty solid, right? They've had a stretch of really important, a stretch of really important big wins here during the Summer Showdown. Things look to be turning around here for the Defiant.
Yeah, I mean, they're well and truly within the Countdown Cup play-in section of the season standings. They are not quite within the season playoffs qualification standings, so for immediate qualifications. So.
There's a path there, though, right? You go to your own event, right? Think about it, like it's such an advantage, I think, to be like the home team at an event like that, right? Where you don't have to travel. You practice from your facility, right? Like there's a lot that, and also you're one of like potentially a top 3 seed, right?
Well, this team also got a league point in Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I mean, they have 11 league points, so do the Spitfire, who are above them in 6th, even though they have one less win.
Yeah, a lot could, though, start to swing here towards the Toronto Defiant, which could allow them to like maybe get a guaranteed playoff spot, right? You kind of come out of the Summer Showdown.
I mean,
with some league points, some extra ones, and find yourself with a good schedule there towards the end, and you're right on the cusp.
The gap between 7th and 4th, Matt, is 1 league point. 1. We've got Outlaws at 12, Atlanta at 12, Spitfire at 11, Toronto at 11. It's 1 league point. That puts them into the top 4 here. So I feel like this
which makes that tournament placing at Summer Showdown even more impactful, right?
Again, if you can get an extra league point, right, that obviously counts as like an extra win throughout the course of the season. That's a big deal. It especially inoculates you from like a shock loss somewhere, between now and those playoffs beginning. So we're going to be starting on Oasis here, ladies and gentlemen. Look, again, the Toronto Defiant are already in a very good spot to be attending their own tournament. This would lock it up if they can get there. And for the Boston Uprising, we need to see this slightly retooled squad find some form. Starts on City Center.
And something of note with the Defiant is they always seem to be running this Ashe composition. They like having Hisu on the Ashe versus the Sojourn, and I think it allows him to get really big value out of the Dynamite. Could definitely hurt a team like the Boston Uprising, who is trying to get a new main tank in the mix and play around his aggression, and hasn't really worked out thus far. You can really take advantage of that with the Dynamites.
Yeah, this reliance, though, on Ashe means that Toronto are a little bit more positionally oriented, because they want to try and find a place for Hisu to get max value out of those Dynamites, especially. And if you do them from above, it's much easier to arc them in the direction you'd like. Valentine's able to chase him down, though. Hisu essentially left on his own, as the rest of the Defiant actually have to fight for early point control here. And losing a player first, rarely a good sign. Things going from bad to worse for Toronto.
No, you mentioned that it's all about the positional play there for the Defiant. Hisu a little bit out on his own. That 1v1, relatively, like if the Ashe doesn't have the coach gun to knock the Genji away, even if she does.
You can deflect it,
Yeah.
It's not the Ashe back further.
It's still a relatively easy 1v1 for the Genji, right? You kind of think just in terms of how the kits play out, that Genji has the inherent advantage, especially that close to the Ashe. So got to keep Hisu alive. Valentine's able to get in on him consistently. Could be a rough game here for Toronto.
I mean, to be fair, Twilight should probably be staying fairly close to Hisu in situations like that. The perfect answer to stave off a Genji that wants to get in your face. So the Defiant do have the architecture to keep Hisu in a strong position. Mag, he goes for a commanding shout as Valentine takes a lot of damage as he tries to poke. Carnage doesn't connect here, but Valentine finds Hisu again, Matt. First pick in both fights is the Ashe from the Defiant.
Like you mentioned, though, they do typically try and keep Twilight around Hisu. I think Hisu on this specific point has been trying to find like an off angle, right? Like the lots of like really long sight lines that the Ashe can take advantage of, whether it's like on high ground or, you know, a little bit split off to one of the sides. And I think that's where you haven't seen them being played as much around each other. Lots of key ults in this fight for both teams. Probably one of those swing fights, right? Where you look at like where we are in terms of percentage and how long this point is dragged out, is like whoever wins this fight could really find themselves in a great position to take the point.
Oh, Valentine's so close, although makes a decision to get back onto his team's side of the barrier and get the sound barrier as a result of that. Still, Victoria's able to find a headshot on Chorong and doesn't have to use that overclock either. MCD diligently trying to keep Victoria safe, but eventually Bob comes through and Hisu finds that extra bit of damage. Bob's still standing right now, which is going to force the Uprising to play in a bit of a dangerous position, but they have a late sound barrier. So the Defiant, they get even here on capture percentage, and they want to blade, they want to invest further in this fight. There's no barrier to fight through, and although found 2 already, Mag might be a harder target to work his way through, but 2 slashes takes the Junket Queen down to half, and Toronto still have control.
Yeah, and for a second there, I was like, man, they're going to invest the blade, but the beat is wearing off from the Boston Uprising, and you had players coming back for the Defiant. We saw a little bit of it from Victoria's POV, but that Bob from Hisu is actually big because it gets to that other side of the point and really forces, like Boston can't back up at that moment, right? Yeah. They're just kind of stuck in no man's land over here on the right by this entrance in the staircase where really put them in a tough spot.
Then Victoria's running away from the Bob and still got picked off. Here's the Rampage, catches 3 and MCD quickly falls in a screaming heap. Hisu had the extra damage there, and oh, that's nasty! Oh, Victoria has his overclock deflected, and what was supposed to be an ace up the sleeve turns out to be a hole in the head.
And like I mentioned, that one fight where you kind of have both teams playing around all of these ultimates and going all in on it, it's really just like the swing fight of the round. Like I really believe even if the Boston Uprising would have came out on top there, they probably end up winning that first round of Oasis. It's when you kind of invest that much, and with how difficult that point is to take back, you can play a little bit aggressive, right? You're already coming back online with like rallies and stuff, I believe, for the Defiant. So just a large inherited advantage. So let's take a look from all those POV. This should be the little 360.
Oh man. I mean, Victoria had no idea what hit him there. Good round for both Genjis though. Valentine, and although both clocking up 5 final blows, Valentine actually no deaths in that round. You can see we talk about, you know, the durability of this metagame, right, and how important the tanks and the healers are, but it's still the Genji plays especially that get set up to have big impact.
And you see from this point of view, Twilight already just playing a little bit more around Hisu. You can kind of see it there. I think it's just how the nature was of the last point, kind of how the map plays out. Spread apart. Hopper gets really low.
Yeah, I think Hopper actually peels back to try and help although, and Chorong did as well. Hopper took a face full of damage in order to do that. And I think there was a commanding shout there, but Hopper had already lost most of his health before he'd done that. So a little bit of a blooper moment there, as it looked like although his overextension was what caused that.
Although you did see the last point start off for Boston early, and then Toronto battled back, so see how they go about that, taking this back. But yeah, Hoppa took like a ton of damage. I think like Mag coming around the corner, maybe with an axe as well. Like sort of taking damage involved there too.
Hisu down here. Victoria finds him the railgun. There's to be another fight. One for the Boston Uprising here. Valentine fortunate not to get picked off by the dynamite. He's just outside the radius of explosion. Otherwise, even with deflect up, he would have still died.
Here's what I'd like to see from the Defiant though. Like, I think you can play the Ashe on the last map, right? Because you do have these long sight lines. Why not just play the Sojourn here? Like, why not just kind of alternate back and forth in terms of like, you know, which one you find better in terms of the way the map kind of plays out. Because what, you may end up having to give this one away because you're not going to, you know, get anywhere close, and you just have these railgun shots. Just, you know, Victoria is able to land them down pretty easy.
Dynamite hitting Victoria. Annoying to healers to work through that. MCD getting worked down, but Mag finds Chorong with the knife. Although has to dash away here, and the Defiant might have to set themselves up for one last fight. They're hoping to punish an overextension here from Boston, but the latter are playing very, in a disciplined fashion here, despite having a healthy lead.
Yeah, this round has been all Boston. What do you do here? You got a rally going in. Maybe you get the Bob here off the rip. So there's going to be the rally there for the Defiant. Be rally with an answer from MCD.
Rails coming out from Victoria here, no purchase. Faith gets rid of the Bob, but MCD goes down first here. Victoria, can he make use of this rail gun here? No. The Defiant sheer weight of ultimates used is going to give them the fight win, which bodes well considering the Uprising used 2 of their own.
The Defiant have to be perfect, though, from here on out, right? 92% for Boston, a really good start. You'll have Valentine with a Blade and Beat combo. Really the same like suite of ultimates available on both sides. So like Rampage, Sound Barrier, Blade available. See how Toronto goes about. I think they have the opportunity to, like, they can potentially like play a little bit slower. They can back out of this if you see these ultimates come online, or they can go on forward, which they do.
Okay, Rampage comes out in response to the sound barrier here, and that seemed like the timing lined up pretty well for the Defiant. Although he's down, but he found MCD with the Blade. Valentine comes up with nothing, so the Defiant still maintain control, and Mag being as low as he is means this is a full reset.
It's a way better trade, though, for the Defiant, right? You end up killing their Brig and your Genji dies for that. Like, that's totally worth, because with that ticking damage from the Dynamite, they don't have enough healing, so it has to be Boston Uprising waiting a little bit.
Oh, the Rampage, they just focus Hotbar here. Perhaps that's going to be enough, but Hopper just skitters away while he can. The Defiant going to get him healed back up and back in the fight in no time. Looks like amped heal for a time from Chorong. So Mag had to find something big with that ultimate. He gets nothing. Here's commanding shout. Mag forced off the point. Still Toronto Defiant in control. He's a little low. Backing away as Mag is, as he's to get picked off again. He's a point of vulnerability for the Defiant for the most part, but Hopper's able to get rid of Faith.
They're lucky they got rid of Hisu, though, because he's going to have a Bob coming into this next fight. The Bob would have been huge to split players off on the point, and there'll be a rally from both sides.
Although trying to get some deflect value, but overextends. Gets caught out by MCD with that shield bash. Twilight also used his rally here, so you have to wonder if Bob going to have to come out to play here from Hisu. Or not, as Victoria just sends him packing. What a huge kill. And the Uprising now in control. The Defiant don't have time to get 5 plays ready for this final engagement, so it'll have to be some sort of stall attempt. And Chorong provides that. Over the top it goes. Another from Victoria. These picks are huge. Now the Uprising have that player advantage, and the Defiant have no choice but to stand and deliver. Hisu still has that Bob. He's still here in the fight, but although gets caught out, Twilight is so low. Bob is essentially going to be sat in the background here. Not really sure what the plan was with that one.
I think the Bob gets knocked back. He was trying to send the Bob like across to the point. I actually think it gets knocked back, kind of stopping his forward progress, and just obviously ends up way off of the point. As they were trying to rotate in, stall long enough for Hisu to come back.
We have talked about the weaknesses that Ash can sort of expose you to. Getting picked off there by Although. Not great for Hisu, but this is Faith. Looks like he was probably going to redirect the Bob here. Oh, that's stunning. Look effortless as well.
Yeah.
You're watching a specialist at work here for sure.
I was going to say, watching it from his POV and in slow motion makes it look way easier in terms of like the speed and time he had to react to do that. Hisu actually goes over to the Sojourn here, so I like this move from the Defiant. Like change it up a little bit. I would have liked them to see them maybe even go to the Sojourn on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect Valentine at this point. And we know Hisu is a consummate Sojourn player. Chorong taking a little bit of damage there. Just frontline poke for the most part. Knife in Faith. Valentine takes a whack from behind. He's not really sure even where that came from, so he has to give a little bit of ground now. This will take the pressure off Hisu. And that allows the Defiant Mag there. Nice little exchange, and the Defiant really set themselves up there by pushing on Valentine, get him out of the picture, and then giving Hisu space to work.
Well, you also notice that Valentine doesn't have a really stationary target that's a pretty fairly easy dive target that he can just locate and just go take out, right? It becomes way harder, and the decision-making and just determining where to go and what to do here on the Genji now for Boston because of the Sojourn switch.
Much harder to keep tabs on Hisu as he can transition from low to high ground effortlessly now. Also just be really hard to follow as he slides and jumps out of the picture. Although good damage there. Swift Strike gives him a decent bit of AoE chip. MCD and Faith have seen better days, and Faith's down with a sound barrier. That's huge for the Toronto Defiant. It's going to allow Chorong to build his up and be a parity in that regard. So no advantage for Boston, even though they've done a lot more healing from their Lucio on virtue of, well, kind of been getting punched in the face a lot.
I think when we casted Toronto the other day, this was like a pretty similar thing. Like when they switched to the Sojourn, they looked really good as well. And it was like, well, why not play it more? You see when they play with this up-tempo and this pace, I mean, they're not really giving Boston any room to get anything done.
It might just be how much they value Bob as opposed to Overclock.
Yeah.
But, you know, when he can do things like that, it does make you wonder why you think Bob is any better than this. Hisu finds huge pick there on Victoria, just takes the Sojourn out of the fight very quickly, and the Boston Uprising have been shut out. And ostensibly the only change the Defiant have affected is this switch by Hisu. Now what a difference it's made. 15% is all they need, and now they're going to start to get a little bit more aggressive. Maybe they can force some action from Valentine. Yeah, blades and beats from both sides. As Boston are just running headlong for the point, although he's literally zoning with the Dragon Blade. Nice knife connection. Victoria's in deep trouble. The timing wasn't quite there, though, with the carnage. And Victoria's still able to find Chorong, so the Defiant might just have to bend the knee for a time. Getting a little bit cute at the end of the round.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too aggressive there from the Defiant. His players are split off. You had like a rampage up to the spawn door, and Boston, they back up, and I mean, look at this. You had a rampage, you got an overclock. Like it's doable. It's a big, tall task to run this back, but Defiant gave him an opportunity here.
Boston have the tools, at the very least. Actually, getting to accrue some ultimates in their last desperate rush. Victoria,
they'll just line
itchy trigger finger that he has. That's going to be LOS pretty heavily. Okay, Hisu, please. I feel like he could just take the L for a time if they're Defiant, surely.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really have to do anything, and they ended up popping that ultimate up. Victoria gets really low, but not an opportunity to finish him off. As yeah, now you have to wait for Hisu to come back, so they've just used that ultimate, which really you could have actually been on the point starting another fight like a few seconds ago. Which
I guarantee you Hisu gets a slap on the wrist from the coach after that one. Down again! Fate finds him this time. Sojourn not making him any more long-lived at the beginning of these fights, Matthew. Hotbar again. It looks like it's Mag focusing solo rampages a lot of the time. So Hopper just walks away. Heals up. Victoria's down. 4v4. Mag puts his team back in the lead now as Hisu's likely returning to the fray in moments. Carnage connection means good healing for Mag now as he goes about getting into the thick things, as although draws the blade. Hopper's found MCD, and look at that, a juicy Lucio served up on a silver platter. Faith is gone, and Hisu returns to the fight with a vengeance. It's Valentine down. Steaming hole, board between his eyes. And that should be it, the Toronto Defiant. Not without errors of their own, Matthew, but ultimately just a little cleaner behind the ears.
They get it done in the end. Hisu plays a good Ashe and Sojourn at map number 1, but they let Boston in that one at the end. A little bit too much for my liking. Like that got scary a little bit there. Where get the aggression from the Defiant, but man, that could have been scary. It could have been a little bit of a throw there at map number 1, but Toronto takes care of business.
Yeah, pretty competitive Overwatch though, in fairness. At least the Uprising know they can come back in that last round and make it interesting, but they're going to need another 20-30% more on top of that if they want to handle the Defiant. Stick around, everybody. Toronto, they're eyeing a berth at their home venue coming up here in the Summer Showdown, and so far, they're looking good. a messy scuffle in map number 1, if I'm being honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. But the Toronto Defiant do prevail in 3 rounds on Oasis, now heading into Hollywood for our second map. And yeah, look, we got a lot of interesting head-to-heads, I think, between these two teams, despite their relatively different placements on the ladder here in the Summer Showdown and sort of, in the wider season. Yeah. Valentine and Aldo actually coming into this week have the exact same rate of sort of kills per Dragon Blade and Dragon Blade kills overall after 4 matches each. So very, very similar stats. I think although has less damage but is stronger in final blows and sort of Dragon Blade efficiency and slightly less depth. So really similar output from both of these Genji players in a meta game where there's a lot of spotlight on them, right? Definitely worth keeping an eye on that, especially with the verticality that this next map will offer.
In this map, going into Hollywood, this is one where maybe you can actually run the Ashe to really good effect if you're the Defiant. It's something that's a little bit of a different wrinkle from other teams to their team. It's one of the only teams that runs stuff outside of kind of, your Sojourn Queen compositions. So, worth talking about.
I guess it's like these guys in Florida, in the West, at the very least. I haven't seen Florida in a minute, right? So we'll be able to update you on that soon enough. But again, and I think it's it's sort of why we want to discuss it.
And also, it's a great hype video for the Defiant as well. I know you were going off about during the break. I gotta get you. I gotta get Mitchell Leslie's top power rankings of hype videos.
Oh, I'm telling you, the Atlanta Reign one, not number 1.
Really? I like the song of the Atlanta Reign one. Oh, I think we'd have a debate there. I like that.
Dude, you literally looking at Nero, he's being looped 3 times, just nodding his head like a bobblehead.
Well, maybe that's
what's going on here.
It's nothing.
No, he's being looped.
The Defiant one's really
you
good
couldn't get 3 more seconds of nodding footage? You have to.
I actually thought the Atlanta Reign one was a lock for a top one.
I think I know the music kind of. I know you sort of dig the music. I like the Defiant music, but they're all great. Big shout out to the teams, of course. They throw them together and they add a bit of more mythos to this whole thing. 3:27 already. The Defiant spend 30 seconds getting through that first choke, but they do so relatively unscathed.
Lots of space here.
And to what end? What do they do with this space is the real question, because this lets Hisu now play more aggressively, and
they give Hisu a better sight line here.
Yep. And doesn't get much better, really, and he can transition as well up to the high ground with that coach gun if he needs to, but instead he wants to play aggressively. Oh, dear. I mean, the Uprising have just let Toronto win over the threshold. They've even given the title deed of the house to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you still have, well, I was going to say still have Mag up. Maybe you can make something happen there. But yeah, when they move back off of the point, right, and they play from that back corner, that gives Hisu pretty much optimal range for Ashe. And then also, because they all have to kind of play juggling around that corner, really great use of the dynamite to be able to get lots of value. You see tons of teams actually play really close on Hollywood, up by the choke, even some out into the street. I think we saw the Atlanta Reign spawn camp somebody the other day.
It's kind of ironic, right, that Mag was something that we sort of, we noted that he had really high deaths per 10 as Junker Queen, but Boston played that so passively. I wonder if that's a response to sort of their approach to the last few games and how it may have not worked for them, or if it's just a coincidence.
To also be fair to Mag, he's played against the Shock twice during this tournament. Which is going to just ruin anyone's stats.
I mean, who's the other team? It was Gladzor. It was someone really good. And the Fuel, I don't know. It was rough.
Yeah, he didn't play against the Talent Team All-Stars, just he's been playing against some warriors out there.
Fair point, indeed. Still, though, Boston give it a lot of ground. Here, though, okay, so they actually went out this sort of
nice.
Elongated poke war. They catch Aldo with a whip shot. Now Mag wants to get his hands dirty, so it makes perfect sense. He is knocked away there. Looked like he was threatening Chorong, but it's going to be a rally for Toronto. Carnage looked like it did connect, as we're hearing the tick on Mag's POV. Another dynamite connecting. Here it comes. Knockup. He catches Victoria. Victoria tries to slide on out there. Whip shot on Bob. Puts him in a slightly different position there, but Valentine has been picked off by Aldo.
Yeah, see the whip shot from MCD onto Aldo to start at that fight. That was actually sick because he's up on the high ground and Aldo is just kind of poking a little bit. It's a long range, max range. Yeah, in the air, predictive whip shot takes him out. Unfortunately, it doesn't really go for anything because the Defiant just stormed through the second part of the map.
Aldo just denied the high ground away from the Uprising. Dashing up there, Toronto forced to deal with the Uprising as they drop down now. Later, Sound Barrier coming out from Faith. Will that be the difference maker? Hotbar low, and yes! Mag's Rampage this time does more than just try and focus Hotbar down with it, catches 4 players. And a later Sound Barrier, the Boston Uprising win out in 2 timing aspects and take the fight.
The rough part for the Uprising here is this next fight coming up, though, with how close the card is to completion. Although with a Blade, nothing to kind of counter this on the other side. You had to throw everything in there if you're the Uprising, right? You can't just let them walk the card in and then come in with a Blade, you know, just kind of saving those beats and rallies for a rainy day. But this is going to be a tough fight to win.
See if the Uprising can put it together. Another free pick-off at the start of the fight from someone like MCD would be big. Although playing the low ground, he wants to get in position and also wants to gain some information without exposing himself to too much poke damage.
They need to get them down from the high ground here, right? Yeah. Just using the Blade up there on the high ground alone, there's no way. You need to kind of push this cart and force them. No, I mean, they may do it where, you know, Hisu's able to get this pick. Do you even need the Blade now?
No, Hisu's on top of the jail mat. So he gets enough time to reposition because there's just no pressure on him, honestly. So he gets onto the jail, finds that pick off there. MCD's down. This Blade is surely going to find the mark. A lot of damage at the very least here. Chorong's going hog wild in the middle of the fight. Still not quite enough, though, for the Defiant for a convincing win. They probably need to eliminate Victoria, and that'll do it, although gets up close. The Shurikens go to work. Facial reconstruction. That was involuntary.
Not as easy as you would thought, though, that fight.
A scrappy one, but if you, in fairness, the Defiant walk in there with sort of one ultimate. There's no support ultimates in that fight. So yeah, the first pick from Hisu is big, but it looks like there's more work that needs to be done, and although he doesn't get any Blade kills, if I'm not mistaken. Just Chorong.
Nah, he's just swinging, yeah. Just swinging for the fences. So I guess maybe the late kills here is going to give you an opportunity to get around this first corner. So the Boston Uprising, they push up closer now. They're going to probably want to contest, not get this corner up for free, yeah.
That's annoying. Oh, there it is, the carnage! How on earth do you hit Valentine? Hopper must have just rounded the corner midway through the animation, Matt. It's very uncommon to see that ever happen to a Genji.
And this is what I think you need to see from the Defiant. Like, the next evolution or level for this team throughout this tournament is you have these maps where you can play the Ashe and it looks like it's very effective. Then you also have to just kind of concede and play the Sojourn at times where the Ashe looks really good here. You're able to get these long sight lines, and Hisu is so good at nailing these shots.
Commanding shot comes out here, the Blade from Valentine into Chorong Sound Barrier. That will be stymied for now.
Bob is just so
And there's a rally later. Valentine. Bob in play. Mag has to spend some time dealing with it. Hopper, though, needs help. He's out of position. The Defiant looks like they've backed away here. Maybe the threats of this overclock from Victoria. But either way, it's a Hotbar on his own, surrounded by a sea of blue.
Yeah, when Valentine has the Blade out, the Bob is just in the back of their spawn, and like he can't really get out because they don't want to. There's loads of damage coming down from the Defiant on the Uprising. They can't exactly go out into the open and play from there. The Bob is just putting down damage. It's just a real nuisance to deal with if you can't burn them down quick. This Rampage, though, we'll see what Hoppa decides to do with it. We've seen the Boston Uprising go for a lot of like solo Rampages onto the tank, but it seems Hoppa's looking for more value.
Beat is the prescribed answer to Rampage here. Faith wants to try and hold it. If he's the first to beat before Hoppa's ultimate, it won't look good. Also, I like the concave here from the Uprising map. Pretty hard for Mag, from the Defiant, pretty hard for anyone to land a good Rampage. Mag gets 3, and Sound Barrier comes out here for Faith. All right.
Yeah, it was interesting. They bladed, and instead of although like dashed in, then bladed, and then just tried to dash out. It almost seemed like they were trying to use the Blade to bait that Rampage in the Sound Barrier, and then just get a reset and disengage. They're not able to disengage fast enough, but they end up holding onto their own Rampage, right? So you trade your Blade for beat and Rampage. Not the worst, but 30 seconds on the clock. We'll see if Boston can hold on the defensive side.
There is a conundrum for Hopper to solve here, is how do you get a good Rampage?
Or do you just need one and then just burn the target down? Is that the goal?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, you take a leaf out of Mag's book maybe and just try and hit the enemy Junker Queen.
But look at where Boston's playing. If you Rampage in, you're basically dead. You're so deep.
Yeah, this is brutal to play into for the Defiant. A lot of poke going to be coming their way here, and Victoria is definitely going to be chief among them. All right, commanding shout. Look at Toronto, though. Still not really playing aggressively off it. They get Mag. Oh, they get 2 more. In the back. Yes, Hopper touches Valentine and Victoria behind the Winnebago. That's huge. Oh, the Carnage connection. That's a free 90 damage. Nicely done by the Defiant. And Hopper lines that up perfectly.
And it's tough to gauge when you're watching it from like the observer POV and whatnot. And I think even when you just kind of like you know, back in beta 2 and you're playing, like the hitbox on like the Rampage is so large that like it looked like he was going to connect with maybe 1 or 2 and ends up getting all 3 there like lined up. And I believe probably the last player was like up on the ledge and he actually connects with him there. So crazy use of the Rampage there from Hotba, but man, that's out to work.
Yeah, just that last, I'd say, you know, meter or so is because Valentine Victoria is sitting on the left of screen, right behind this sort of trailer, and you know, they just get clipped by Hotbar essentially. He looked like he was probably trying to line up Mag, but the fact that he, I mean, he's done very well to get them all. Let's see how this goes down. So he sees him at the back there, sees Mag, and he goes for it.
So he gets the and he connects both up there on the high ground.
Did he get booped by Faith?
No.
I think. Well,
or does he just slide off of?
Oh, I can't tell.
And he could, yeah.
It's quite possible. I mean, we saw Faith do that on the first map. I mean, you can be your own judge there, I suppose, but that Faith was standing to the left, and the way I don't think Hopper was trying to get Victoria and Valentine map. I think that was just sweet serendipity.
Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky.
Better be lucky.
Why not?
Well,
or you combine the both. You're good and lucky, and then it's awesome.
Oh man. Okay, the Uprising. Now just have to get the map done. Easier said than done. But they get
the dynamite value here should be huge though for Hisi. You saw him hit a big one there.
Yeah, and yet though, Matt, the Defiant aren't really looking that invested at keeping Boston in that part of the map, right? They kind of let them group up on top of this building here. Some tick damage from the dynamite. Hisi's already at 40%, so you have to think he's gotten good value, like you mentioned. Watch out. Okay. You are asking to get picked off by Victoria here. We saw Boston do the same thing. Commanding shout was there for Hotbar. Almost 1 tick of capture progress. And eventually the dam breaks. Twilight broken down here, and neither team looks like they have a really solid grasp on how to proactively defend this point, Matt.
Yeah, both teams give up a ton of space here, and both teams took advantage of that space. Were able to take the point with relative ease. So Boston really fast point A cap. Nobody ends up really building up significantly to the ultimates there. Outside of Faith, build up the sound barrier right quick, but now I think we'll start to see what more of the defensive stand looks like here from the Defiant.
Disrupt the shot there to dissuade any advance on towards the bridge. This will buy some time for Boston to get in position themselves. Faith is trying to pave the way, although it may not look like it. Bit of information never hurt anyone. Well, that's just wrong, but that's fine. That dynamite may have been deflected back towards Hisu, but no
just a really early blow up, yeah.
Yeah. Can't. Quite advanced considering how much fighting's actually happened here, but Bob's online, so you have to think that Defiant are going to put their foot down in a moment. Or 2 Omnic feet. This is the case. Bob's in a position right now, it's really hard to kite this. Yeah, Mag going to get caught.
Yeah, and I really like what they did there. They bob and use the commanding shout and get right on top of Mag, and Mag has 2 options, like either just back up into that doorway and kind of just get rolled over, or just trying to get back to the rest of his team, but he's running right back into the bob. The bob does a substantial amount of damage and takes him out. So you end up using the bomb there, winning the fight, which is important because you have 4 ultimates with both support ultimates online here for the Uprising. And the Uprising's still able to move this card a little bit, so not even that terrible of a fight for Boston.
Yeah. The Defiant don't look any better off than they were before this fight happens, but that's the defender's dilemma on payload maps. Rally used there, MCD and Twilight use both those Brigade ultimates. Oh, that's not good at all! Valentine draws the blade, but it's him that needs an ambulance in the end. Victoria with the overclock finds nothing for it. Now, that is a backbreaker, Matthew.
It's not ideal. Not ideal, as man. That is a nice shot from Hisu. He had to be really low when he pulled the blade out, huh?
Yeah. I mean, Genji tends to take a lot of poke while he's like suspended in between his team and the opponent.
Well, they also, I mean, I guess you don't want to use your sound barrier there because you've invest that much, you lose, and they come back with their own blade.
I mean,
and it's really bad, but, huh?
Chorong didn't have any reservation using his. And that hurts for Boston. The fact that they keep the sound barrier is some consolation, to be fair. They're going to need it. There's Hotbar, and although are on the hunt. Commanding shout there. Although wants to drop down once more. Protector of Gotham out here in the windy streets of the Wild West. And there it is. He just picks off Valentine there, almost effortlessly seeming.
They're like trapped inside a...
No, Matt, it's happy hour in the saloon. Don't know what you're talking about. But for whom? That's the question. There was a rampage. There we go. Hotbar lets this one go. Apparently gets no one with it. 3 players caught on the Defiant side, though. Hopper's able to find MCD, crucially. Can they keep them alive? I mean, the fact that they get hit by a rampage and
yeah. I was going to say, Mag's rampage was pretty good. Right?
Hopper got no one. No one. Might have been booped into... It might have been booped into the door jam by Fate, but I don't know how Toronto win that, really.
Right, they have no beat, no rally. They get a rampage that does nothing, although pulls out his blade and just jumps up and down to force out the sound barrier. And they still win the fight. I mean, that's crazy there.
Just wags it menacingly. Whatever works, here's Pop! And again, in that same location, meaning that the Uprising must take shelter. Hisu has an idea about this rotation. He kind of sees it happening, and yeah, oh, that's nasty. Nice knife there from Mag.
Yeah.
Hisu catches that one, but although charges through. Yeah, they're so grouped up. They're so grouped up, and Mag's commanding shout comes after the fact, if I'm not mistaken. So Toronto now in a position to potentially stop this right here.
I mean, when we watched the Defiant last week, when we casted, although had a fantastic game and keeping it going here. I mean, look at this.
Oh.
Both supports. Just.
That is a bit of an alley-oop there, set up by Chorong.
What's wild is Toronto is winning these fights a player down at the start. Like, Boston's getting the first pick in these fights. They're just not able to capitalize in any way. Like, that fight kicks off right there with the Uprising getting the first pick.
Here's the rally and the shout. In we go. MCD uses his eventually. Now the focus looks like it was on the Brigitte here. Sound barrier used by Chorong in the Defiant. Now need to find a kill, and quick. Valentine going to go in with the blade here, but MCD eventually is felled, and although has his Dragon Blade online now, he'll pull it too. Faith will never get towards that sound barrier, and although just puts the icing on the cake, it cuts it with the blade.
And this is like 5 minutes on the clock for the Uprising coming into this, and the Defiant have been lights out on defense. 5 seconds on the clock. Look at where everybody at. X-Ray does not look like anybody's going to touch, and that's the Defiant taking a 2-0 lead.
All right. I mean, I think our assessment is going to start to become a little scathing of the Uprising as they really get slowed down on the attacking side. And in fairness, they start some of these fights really well, whether it's like Mag finding a nice sort of knife kill to start the fight, or there's a pick-off somewhere along the line. Still, the Boston Uprising, even in situations where their ultimates get more value, end up losing the fight there. That fight with Mag, I think hitting, 3 or so with the Rampage and them not finding any kills, that's going to come back to haunt them for sure. But for now, the Uprising need to focus on staying alive in this series because map number 3 is advancing and it's coming quick. The Overwatch League is coming to Toronto. That's right, the Defiant are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament presented by Bell from September 8th through 11th. Experience Esports live, play Overwatch 2 and come join the party. And be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. I don't know about you, Matt, but I'm getting pretty excited for another LAN Overwatch experience, man. It always pops off. I can't wait to meet the crowd out there in Canada as well, you guys. I'm sure it's going to be a great time for all. So get your tickets if you haven't already. Let's make it a big party.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to leave my house, but I'm excited to go to Toronto.
That does say a lot. I think if Matt is excited about getting on a plane, then you know you want to be there too.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. A great city. It should be an awesome tournament, right? We should actually have a few like new teams or like teams playing way better than we have seen in previous tournaments. So I'm excited. Like I think the competition will be pretty top notch.
Right, it's quite refreshing. We were just talking about the Toronto Defiant. All right, a win here doesn't guarantee them qualification for the Summer Showdown, but it's pretty likely. Right now, we have teams like the Vancouver Titans, the Defiant, even the Justice here in qualification, the London Spitfire in qualification. Quite a few teams that we just didn't see last time. I mean, last time we had the Mayhem and the Gladiators. They're looking less and less like as time goes on. So a bit of a refresh of our top 8 teams in the West will make for a bit of a unique tournament experience.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the Shock, right? They're sitting undefeated in this stage.
Yeah, 5-0.
Just in the previous stages, but even... You know, Crusty was like, hey, maybe this meta is not exactly ours, but we're going to try and make it ours, right? Dallas U playing well. It's about as open as you can get in terms of like who can actually go to this event and take it.
That's right. Let's talk about this matchup here because Hollywood looked pretty convincing for the Toronto Defiant when it came time for them to put out their defense. And although had a fantastic map, he's 14-6 and he has 6 Dragon Blade kills to Valentine's 1. Bit of a Genji gap emerging there in that previous, in that round. So that's something I'll highlight at the start of that map. I actually said both of these Genji players come into this series with really similar statistics, despite these teams being at different points, in the standings. So the gap's starting to grow a little bit here, and Valentine might want to fix that if he wants to keep his team in the running. Circuit Royale, Matthew, will be map number 3.
And this may be a tough one, because this is another one where if you wanted to, like, we'll see Hisu, he's hovering the Sojourn now, but on defense, right, you get those really long sight lines, can still maintain that effectiveness when he wants to play the Ashe. So it'll be Boston on defense first. We'll see where they decide to play. Typically, right up near that spawn door is, or that first corner is ideal here in this type of meta.
Yes. Sound like when I let Griffin try and play a keyboard the other day. Very discordant.
You're just gonna diss my man, Young Griff, like that?
I mean, he didn't know what it was, mate. He was just banging it. So it sounded alright, I guess. Maybe I'll get him lessons. We'll see. Here come the Defiant. Eventually, finding a way to get out of spawn. Yep, you play up close with this composition. Doesn't matter on which map.
Taking the 93-hour train route here out of the spawn, the far left, the far left flank. I love just Scott just like approximizing things, just like
I love the word Scottistics, by the way. Yeah. It's really great. We definitely need to make that a segment. Oh my. I don't know if Scott was much of a math major, but so far so good from him there. The Boston Uprising though are not letting the Defiant advance. That cart has not moved at all.
This is really odd. Just kind of like just brawling out here in the street. You think with the advantage of the spawn, right? Defiant just by kind of like sheer willpower will eventually break this, but Victoria with another kill here, so the Defiant gonna have to back out. Where it's looking pretty nice with the Uprising. What would happen if the cart just stopped, like in a scenario where the cart stays there? Like, I guess they just have to run out of the spawn and touch it to win. All right, here we go. Yeah. We got to look at this. We got to rally.
We're moving. We are
how the tables have turned. Look at this.
That's right. Rally to me. Let's get on the cart. We're going to play some Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. Victoria down early here, although I'm going to get up close and end that. So the Uprising burn 90 seconds off clock.
Pretty good though.
Spawn camping, absolutely. That is huge. This is a freaking long map, Matthew.
Yes, and especially because losing that fight there doesn't exactly like give the Defiant the first checkpoint. They're gonna have to come around this corner, and you have the high ground if you're Boston. It's still really hard to push on through. So a lot of time wasted there at the beginning from the Boston Uprising strong defense.
Yeah, technically Toronto are in no stronger a position than they were beforehand in terms of where they could play from. They got some barriers here, but some natural high ground for the Uprising. Great boop! That is a fantastic boop. Valentine is out of dashes, and he will not get any value from this. Chorong, absolute legend.
Yes, now what do you do right now? Now
Hey, I'm trying to play Blitzball.
Now the Defiant have a bit of an advantage, right? As maybe a rally from MCD gets knocked back. As it looks like Boston, they want to like kind of get aggressive and force some stuff out, but it's just not working this far.
There it is, that tornado comes in. Mag trying to respond, but the sound barrier's in play. Hopper in danger. Victoria able to finish him off here, and Valentine gets the dash. Although his blade completely shut down as Victoria is not missing.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a yikes on offense here from the Defiant as, Hisu, love the overclock, but man, you're really relying on that in this rally to get the cart over the line, which maybe the rally, it's just enough extra sustain to really sway in your favor, but you're going to have to get good value of it, right? The rally plus like a speed boost, the commanding shout, get right up in the Boston Uprising space and focus down a target.
Hisu misses the first important shot. Frustration starting to show as he tries to get up closer, and he can't believe it. Now, I can read lips even in Korean. He's back to spawn, mate. Oh dear. Still the rest of the Defiant though makes short work of the Uprising, and MCD getting caught by Hotbar as he comes in with that carnage. That's an easy 90 damage and change from the tick. Okay. Not pretty, no. But the Defiant are going to get here.
Yeah, they'll get there. The rally and the sustain is good enough. Even the overclock, I think, gets like 1 or maybe just puts damage down on a player there. This will be weird and interesting because you're going to come around this corner and both teams have absolutely nothing to work with. So you kind of have a fight similar to how we had at the beginning, like just coming out of the spawn. I think you're looking at the Genjis here. One of the Sojourns getting a player weak, one of the Genjis getting in there, being able to finish it off.
Yeah. Or like a Genji like overextending, like Valentine. Doesn't overextend, actually just takes a ton of poke damage and almost gets punished for it. Commanding shout from both sides. All right. Pejoratives being exchanged at length here. Yeah, again, neither team really built anything considerable up. Victoria takes a hit from a railgun. Just a body shot. Card is moving, albeit ponderously. As Aldo's trying to get himself tucked in here on this left-hand side and keep those shurikens coming. Valentine's low, yep. Commanding shout here, blade time though from Valentine. Can he get to Hisu? Yes! Just gets Hisu. Staved off somewhat here by the Defiant, but still a player advantage for Boston to lean into. MCD holds on the rally. Ooh, Valentine deflects a lot of damage into that corridor, and the Defiant are in a very awkward spot now.
Extremely awkward. And what do? You have to probably wait a little bit. Now you'll be able to come around this corner. Do you try and engage with the Rampage here? Maybe try and line him up as Hop with a commanding shout now wants to back out.
Oh! That's a big one. The big one there is sound barriers come out from both sides, and all our observers lose their minds, but Mag gets taken down first. It's going to be a trade. Both Junker Queens are missing, but although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, no defensive architecture to protect him from this one, so although brings the building down, and that should be enough to get Toronto where they need to be. 3 on card is the call, and they're rapidly converging on this checkpoint.
I feel like even with the sound barrier coming after, just the you have to think of like team comps, and it looks like they actually want to come back and fight this, but when the Rampage
like
6 players, you have to feel really defeated.
Fake low, MCD takes a big hit there from the rail gun of Victoria. Suspends himself in midair. A tasty morsel for Hisu to gobble up. And there it is, the Defiant have to spend that ultimate there to get where they're going. But that's 2 checkpoints now and over 90 seconds to work with here. So all in all, a decent run considering just how slow they started.
Just the devastation. Even when teams, you see there, hold on to that sound barrier for the Rampage, sometimes it's still not good enough. So the Rampage of Hotbo was tremendous there, able to connect with all 5 players. The Boston Uprising, and look at this payload's gonna make it around this corner. If you lose this fight, if you're Boston, you're in a lot of trouble. I mean, look at this position they've given to Toronto.
Yeah, a bit awkward here. Boston hope to get some value out of this switch up, otherwise I'd be a little scared. He still has the rail, no connect there. Yeah, you've got to fly on the cart now. Normally, defenders are favored on this part of the map, so Toronto being in the defenders'
Well, they've taken this
has
side.
to bode well.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, you've got to do something here. Valentine's taking a risk. He's going for it. Commanding shout. That's a lot of durability, and Valentine steps up in a big way here after being overshadowed heavily on Hollywood. Comes up clutch in that last fight.
They still give a lot of payload progress over to the Defiant. And it could have got scary. If they would have like gotten the rally a little bit earlier and used it while everybody was like healthy and the blades coming through, you would have been in a really tough spot if you're Boston. So let's see how this goes.
Okay, MCD just pops his rally there as well. Faith coming up on a barrier. Hot bar. He's down, even with the rally in play. Good pressure from Boston here, able to erect yet another sort of spawn camp. There might be a back cap attempt there from Aldo, but he gets sniffed out, then snuffed out.
And it looks like Chorong's going to make it. Do you go with the solo? I was going to say you got to get solo beat there. Still pretty good progress, though, for the Defiant. I will say that was a good defense from the Uprising, all things considered.
Man, Verbo would have beat it there, Matt.
Sure. I mean, possible.
Initiating match.
Just saying.
Scott would have beat it sometime randomly on accident.
I'll never forget the Horizon Luna.
I will never forget when we were in season 1 casting Scott, and I love Scott because he always actually, when we would do the casting in like the basement, he'd always like you'd always joke around with him before he'd
he'd come and hang out, we'd chat some
and and I remember that one time, I think it was Route 66, and he popped the Transcendence on the bridge, and I was like,
yes. I think it was actually,
I was like, not to say, the
same series had the Horizon Luna Colony game. It was
Yeah.
on defense outside of point A on the higher ground, right side. I think he pops it there as well.
Because you want to cover for the player sometimes and try and make it like not seem that bad. Because, like people on Twitter are mean. People on Twitter have never made a mistake in a game of Overwatch ever.
I mean, look, at least I'm not comparing them to dogs. Like, it could be so much. I think we're we're doing just fine, just quietly.
It's fair. It's a fair point. But that one, I just remember, like, I was like, well, yeah, nothing I can say about that one. It was like,
you try.
Sorry.
Give it the benefit of the doubt, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you've got to have some integrity. So
I will say, Chorong would have popped that sound barrier there and made some hero play. That would have been legendary.
Scott doesn't bring up your use of raid cooldowns on broadcast. So to be fair, like, he definitely has the moral.
Early and often. That's how you got to use your old.
Can I get a last on pull? Yeah, last on pull. All right.
As soon as you get it, use it. Then you're on your way to another one.
Mag! Oh, yeah, that's pretty
wait,
wild. Oh, no. Mag goes down early there. A lot of focus on him.
Although doing his best proper impersonation today.
Oh, yeah. This guy.
3 and 4Ks, man. He's been sick.
Right. I really like to see... I'm liking seeing more of this Genji action now. Especially players like, Zest, we already knew he was really good, but a lot of like hidden gems, right? Valentine's Genji is actually really good, but I don't like this from Boston. Boston strike me, Matt, right now as a team whose shot calling architecture is, is a little bit it's in repair, I think, after, having a new main tank player. We talked the other day about wholesale changes versus one player changing, and we agree that maybe just changing one player sometimes can be even more of a difference than a whole team. So they do seem a little slow on decision-making at points throughout this series.
I mean, you're bringing in a new player to play tank, right? You have a pretty tough schedule as well, right? And in a meta that when you're going up against one of these teams that is actually like pretty good and like proficient in this meta, you usually see like large gaps in terms of results in games. It's just a really tough time to try and incorporate a new player like Mag, because like we were seeing Mag play good for the Justice, like we've seen him even play good here for Boston in stretches. It just hasn't clicked yet as a team, which just takes time.
Well, is 2 minutes enough time, in your opinion? Because that's all that the Uprising have left. Half that time bank's been burnt down, and Mag, he barely got back inside spawn.
We also, I will say, we saw the Boston Uprising do this to the Defiant on their defensive side, albeit not as long,
Not as bad.
right?
They're a minute ahead in terms of how long they've spawn camp going.
So what I don't really love about like Boston to get out of the spawn is Toronto did not see any success constantly coming out of this left side door that we're seeing them come out of, right? When they saw success, Toronto, it was when they went to the cart and started to move the cart and then play off of that.
Well, they rallied out of spawn to the cart, right? They also, I think, managed to outmaneuver. I think they amped speed, rally, and moved onto the cart. Rally just got used there by MCD in a short-handed fight. So, let's see what happens. Victoria's found Choron. Nicely done, okay. The Boston Uprising, man, they really have to do it the old-fashioned way, but they eventually get out of spawn. They need to spend the beat in order to do so. But hey, MCD used that rally unsuccessfully in the previous fight. So yeah, a bit of a sigh of relief as the Uprising now get to play the game.
I have an update from Comp Ops.
Excellent.
AKA Packing 10, Brad Ross, Sujung, YJ the gang.
Shout out the homies, yeah.
Shout out the homies. If Toronto wins this, they actually are in.
So mathematically they're in.
Yes, and even if Vancouver wins, they would be in. It's due to the fact that Washington and London have to play. And one of them will drop to 3 losses, yeah.
Okay, Hotbar was deep, very deep. He's able to find Faith at the very least there, but the rest of his team was unable to follow up. He dropped to Mag in the front line fight, and then Victoria found a nice little headshot. So, good looks here for the Boston Uprising. They'll get that extension of time, and probably have, 90 seconds to make the push up the hill. It's not much, but it's honest work, Matt.
So it's not much.
Okay, two and a half. That's fine.
The positive would be in that nobody really has it's not like Toronto has some ultimates they can start to roll through, right? Which gives you you're really looking at a 10-second opportunity, right, to get up with a good opportunity. You do have Twilight's rally. Maybe you decide to rally engage and get aggressive.
Ooh, Hotbar. I don't think he was ready for Mag to speed up the stairs at him with the carnage. Nice job.
Rally anyway.
All right, gives him some staying power. Gives although the time to find Victoria. Mag under pressure now. Shouts. Axe swing here. Oh, that would have hurt if it had hit, but no good.
Yeah.
Chorong able to run him down.
Twilight was watching the Watchpoint pre-show, and Danny Lim was saying just play Brig like Reinhardt and just rallies and just gets right up in the mix and starts swinging. It was pretty successful. He was frontline for a bit. Hoppo was dead.
You can be punished though really easily. Remember, it's 130 total damage from Carnage.
Yeah.
So you are asking and bleed as well, so you don't get the passive heal back. It's very scary if you get hit by the Junker Queen. So
I tell you what though, that rally prevents any more progress there for the Boston Uprising. That's a huge ult there by Twilight, and then a good first kill from Although, and just being able to hold that position. I mean, look at this, puts him in a great spot to hold.
We sometimes are quite critical of teams that use those rallies in short-handed scenarios. We just were like that with MCD, but you can see how it worked for the Defiant. It actually gave Although the durability to play more aggressively and secure a trade kill at least. So
I think it all depends on I think it all depends on the clock, right? Offense, defense, where you are on the map. I think there's it's really just kind of a lot of determining factors, whether it's probably a good use or something not great.
Man. Although is just giving us a masterclass here.
Yeah, he's been farming today.
And again, finding some crucial kills. Talk about that. They're 4v5 and he finds a kill on the enemy Sojourn. Such a difference maker. Chorong there playing up close.
Well, yeah, I mean, what? Because these players have to trickle out of the spawn and try and get a touch, right? So maybe you can actually get one being a little bit aggressive. You're going to have another rally here again for the Defiant. Beat and Rampage, though, available for the Uprising. Valentine's got to be the one to get a touch, and he gets an up back.
Okay, Rampage goes in there. Mag secures at overtime and gets some pretty nasty anti-heal as well. It's enough to bring Hopper and Hisu down. Now rally gets used by Twilight again in a short-handed scenario. He's able to find Victoria up close to the Defiant, doing a bit of brawl here. Mag is still scary. He's still going to be an issue, but they deal with everyone else and they converge on the Junker Queen. Would you have a look at that? The Toronto Defiant qualify for their own LAN. And honestly, they're doing it in style. It's a 3-0 win here against the Uprising.
And man, Twilight is scary when he's got the rally. He turns into an actual boss.
They were 3v5 there. 3v5!
and with, you know, Twilight and Although getting the effects of the rally and both of them getting aggressive, and really nice job in terms of like prioritizing a target together and just collapsing on them. A really tremendous effort here from the Defiant today, able to win numerous fights, a player down, sometimes even 2 players down, and make quick work of a pretty decent Uprising team.
Stars are aligning for this team. You know, a great meta that showcases the abilities of Hisu, Hotbar, Twilight, even, I mean, kind of crazy to say considering that, you know, he's much more famed as a sort of Ana and Zen player. But also someone who gets showcased in meta like this is Although. The Genji play, sublime from start to finish, especially notable on Hollywood. And here's your player of the match today, Matthew. Really impressive stats. Again, 6 Dragonblade kills to 1 over the course of Hollywood here. Coming up clutch in some really key moments. Very, very important. And he did an excellent job of responding by shutting Victoria down after Hisu basically got tagged by Valentine for the entirety of Oasis.
Yeah, it felt like time and time again in the feed and even where you're watching him, just great value with the blades, whether it be to just get those sound barriers out and then just play, you know, fairly defensive. But I think even without, you know, having that ultimate, he was just fantastic at being able to secure kills for the Defiant today. And they have a scary DPS lineup, you know, with Hisu and Although playing this way on the Genji. Not a lot of teams in the league have 2 dynamic players like that.
I think this Dragonblade efficiency pretty significant. A lot of the times we're seeing, you know, Genji's really struggle up against support ultimates with that ability, but Althoug's timing's been really, really good. He seems to be not too bothered about sound barrier here. He's playing around it fairly effectively. I think that tracking those support ultimates is one of the most important things that you can do, and I think, Matt, you pointed it out on Hollywood that Although sort of pulled out a blade probably just to force a sound barrier and got no kills with it. So even despite moments like that happening, he's still getting 1.3 kills per blade in this series, which is, again, nothing to sniff at.
And you were worried, I mean, I even think like fans and just everybody, like, is Toronto going to make it to their, you know, qualifying for the Summer Showdown? Like with how tough their schedule looked and, you know, everything going on. They may qualify with a top 3 seed. Like they may qualify where, you know, you kind of take the shock out of the equation, right? You kind of give them a puncher's chance against the Fuel. I think they played the Fuel and it was like a 3-1. I think they lost, but that's still right. Like fairly competitive game. This is a team that could easily, you know, a team that's like a dark horse chance to even win the Summer Showdown.
Yeah, you think that like a home ground environment can propel them into, you know, like fighting form enough to threaten the top teams here, Matt, especially now that
it should be their best form at a tournament by far, right? Not having to really go anywhere, a meta that looks good, you're playing well, right? No travel, kind of the stars are aligning here for Toronto to, like, you know, if there was one tournament you were going to play your best at and have a good showing and get good results, it would be this one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Coming alive at just the right time here. We can head over to the truck and speak with our experts on how that one fell apart, and we can have a look toward the next few matches we have today. Don't go too far, everybody. This is the Summer Showdown Qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello and welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Chorong from Toronto Defiant. Chorong, congratulations on the win and double congratulations because with this win, you guys are now in the Summer Showdown tournament. Toronto is in the Toronto tournament. Yeah. Alright. 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 네. 오늘 승리도 기쁘지만 또 오늘 승리로 인하여 이번에 토너먼트에 확정됐습니다. 들어가는 거 확정되셔서 너무 축하드리면서 my first question for you is obviously with this win you guys have what 4-1 record right now and you guys are killing it. Like did you guys as a team in Toronto Toronto Defiant did you guys sort of know that you guys will be this successful going into the stage with the new meta? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리로 또 승리해서 벌써 4승 1패로 굉장히 좋은 성적을 거두고 있는 토론토 팀인데요. 초롱 선수가 보시기에 솔직히 말씀을 해주신다면은 이번 스테이지에 새롭게 들어오면서 새로운 메타도 있고 하는 반면에 이렇게 좀 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있었다고 이렇게 처음부터 알고 계셨나요?
저희가 약간 일단은 스크림을 하면서 일주일 동안 약간 여러 가지 시도를 했는데 그 뒤로부터 이제 저희가 약간 스크림을 거의 다 이길 정도로 되게 좀 많이 끌어왔다 생각해서 이제 거기서도 이제 점점 저희가 선수들끼리의 소통으로 인해서 3스테이지에서 이제 좋은 성적 거두고 4스테이지에서부터 이제 또 거기서 이제 또 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있지 않을까. 네.
Alright, so I mean, throughout the whole season, you know, every time we scrimmed, even in the first week of the season, or even the stage as well, you know, we kept experimenting, we kept trying new stuff, you know, trying to figure out what works for us, what doesn't work for us, you know, and try to sort of up our possibility of every team fight win or every match fight win through our scrims and practices. And I think it's really paying off right now, and that is why we're seeing more success in stage 3. And not only that, I think if we keep this up, moving into stage 4 and towards the end of the season as well, I think we can find even more success moving forward. All right, and my second question for you, Chorong, is that last fight on Circuit Royale, I saw that you guys won that team fight. It was 3v5 and you guys still won the fight. And I want to throw this question out to you because this happened in my eyes multiple times where whether it's usually when Toronto Defiance, you guys were a man down, but you guys still, instead of backing away, you guys took the gamble and you guys just went in and you guys still won the fight. So do you think that comes out from the confidence, or, you know, how do you guys sort of talk about that playmaking? 자, 두 번째 질문은 오늘 서킷 로얄 방금 이제 마지막 한타에서도 봤던 것처럼 3대5 상황에서 불리한 상황에서 좀 이렇게 싸움을 빼지 않고 하는 걸 많이 봤던 것 같아요. 특히나 토론토 팀이 뭐 이 전 경기에서도 뭐 예전 4대5로 싸울 때도 좀 그런 상황에서 빼지 않고 이런 좀 도박을 하는 경우를 좀 많이 봤던 것 같은데 좀 이런 게 이제 자신감에서 나온다고 보시나요? 아니면 이런 플레이메이킹의 결정은 좀 어떻게 이루어지나요?
자신감보다 약간은 저희가 전에 대회에서 나왔던 것도 약간 설계 말로 팀원들끼리 이제 경기 중에 소통을 하면서 약간 그 주고받고 이제 그렇게 하기로 하는데 이번 경기에서 그 마지막 장면은 약간 저희 설계는 그게 아니었는데 얼떨결에 되긴 했는데 약간 정커킨 쪽에서 이제 스킬이 다 빠지고 저희가 약간 남은 잔당 처리를 하게 돼서 이제 거기서 역전을 할 수 있게 됐던 것 같습니다.
All right, it's not really so much of the confidence. We try to make those plays through communications within the match. But this time around, it wasn't really planned. We saw that the Junker Queen, they already used the ult, and we just had to sort of clean up the rest of the fight. So we decided to just go in, and that's how we got the win today against Boston Uprising. All right, Chorong, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time again. Big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 초롱 선수 너무나 축하드리고 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다. 바이바이. Thank you.
Bye bye. That is it, guys. Toronto is in. Toronto. Or if you want to be the native, I heard that you have to say Toronto.
Toronto?
Toronto is in. Toronto tournament.
The Defiant.
Yeah, the
Defiant. Defiant. I mean, I was watching this match, and I'm always just so impressed by, I think, just Toronto. Every match, they just keep leveling up.
Yeah.
They looked so smooth. It was truly hive mind Overwatch at play here between both of these teams. Just the way they stick together as a core, and we saw that a lot of times on Circuit Royale, for example, when they're just stuck together and they have the ultimates laid out for them. It's just here's where we're going to rally. Chorong, he's booping away Valentine's blades. He's soundbearing at the correct time to counter Mag's rampages. It's it looks seamless for the Toronto Defiant, and for them to come here after all they went through at the start of the season with head coaching drama. They couldn't really figure out, did they want to play Muse, did they want to play Hotba? This is really the perfect meta for them, I find, Costa.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that they are pretty firmly the number 3 seed heading into this tournament. As you said, Danny, they've qualified, but in our minds, obviously, the San Francisco Shock and Dallas Fuel seem to cut above the rest. But even Matt said this at the end of their cast. Toronto Defiant, they are that dark horse team. I could see them pushing both of those other teams to the edge if they can play with this same level of coordination against the best teams. And I think most importantly for me, although getting player of the match, looking very comfortable on this Genji, we were hyping him up heading into the season, and when we first saw him in the first couple of stages, it was quite underwhelming, and Finale was definitely outpacing him. But he looks more comfortable. All that practice, putting the time in, has finally come to fruition. While on the other hand, the Boston Uprising, they're 1-4 now. That's pretty much a death sentence right now on their stage, and unlikely to expect to see them in Toronto. It's going to happen when you sub in a new main tank in the middle of a stage, especially one so coordination heavy as this one. You have to question whether or not it would have been better to stay with Punk, at least in the short term, and then slowly transition, because they did look good. Yes, they have played hard teams, but at some point it is quite disappointing as a Boston Uprising fan.
Yeah, hope to see some improvements from Boston Uprising, but on the Toronto side, they're looking good, and they're in the tournament. So excited to see them in Toronto. Now let's move on to our next match. It is going to be Los Angeles Gladiators versus the Paris Eternal Gladiators. They are, I don't know how this happened. They're 0-4, and Paris, they're not looking too hot either.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Johnny. Funnily enough, it's an 0-4 Gladiators. At this point, I've kind of written them off my brain for here. They can still qualify potentially, but for the most part, they're out of mind. I want to see a better performance from Paris. The only thing we've seen from this new roster so far was a pretty dominated showing by Kai. He absolutely put them in the ground in their first showing. I hope they come in with less nerves, and they just sort of get some experience, get some reps. They're not going to make the tournament. Just try and start getting that feel for the Overwatch League and get more confidence.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the opportunity for Paris Eternal. Kind of pounce on this opportunity to go up against an 0-4 team this stage. But at the same time, it's the LA Gladiators. And while they are 0-4, we've talked about extensively this week, Costa, that LA Gladiators, they're still a great team. They also had a very tough schedule this stage. For example, going up against teams like the Toronto Defiant, that just like looked flawlessly. LA Gladiators, I'm expecting a couple of changes for them in today's matchup, but I still think you have to consider them the favorites. They did look good last week. And the fact that, you know, Paris Eternal could be an easier team that could maybe get something going. But most importantly, it has to be a 3-0 for the LA Gladiators today if you want to have any chance of making this Summer Showdown tournament. So the LA Gladiators, Paris Eternal, I think both teams have something to play for here today. And it's going to be very interesting to follow both teams.
I do agree because Los Angeles Gladiators, they won both of the tournaments that we had. And then they're right now 0-4, so they definitely have to still, I think they have to play for themselves, like, you know, like, oh, we're still good, we're still a strong team. And then for Paris, it's like, we got all these newbies, and we have to prove to everyone that we belong in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's very scary if you're the LA Gladiators, because you go 0-4, and then you're like, how far down, like, can we go? It's sort of like you have to like sort of almost like save yourself, like catch yourself as you fall, just like hold on, like we're a top team and we can do this. Otherwise, it's like one of those games, you know, where like you fall off a platform and then it's just like and you just fall down. And it's like you need to stop at some point. And the Paris Eternal today, like the LA Gladiators, they have to stop this losing streak.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Same. All right, well, we'll get into the action right away. And for this matchup, we have Jaws and Necra. Hello.
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 I think this is gonna be my toss to everybody. Hi!
What's going on?
What's up?
Danny, you're perfect at tosses. It's all good. Don't worry. Don't listen to everybody else.
I found my thing. Thank you. I think this is I'm gonna do this for until I stop hosting. This is gonna be my thing. I'm just gonna say we have blah 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 blah. Hello.
There we go. Easy. Do it when you're not hosting as well. Just take that segment away from it. Just do it. It's fine. You're
do it for your interviews.
Good idea.
You got it.
Easy. Scott,
is that a shock?
Look, listen to me.
Well, one second. My question first. No, Jaws, is that a shock? That's a great getting your own represention in there. You heard Mitch plug his own merch yesterday, so you're like, oh, time to plug my own.
You know what?
Yeah.
It's not fair. It's not fair if Uber is the only person doing it. Josh, go ahead, plug it, do it. Yo, go for it, bro. Right now.
I'm not doing it. I'm going to be the bigger man. I can't literally be the bigger man, but metaphorically I'll be the bigger man, okay? All right. Well, okay, let's get into the game.
Joss, the bigger man.
I was going to ask you what your Preds were, but it's going to be Glads. But, you know, maybe Paris win. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully the desk is wrong. But Gladiators versus the Paris Eternal.
True.
Stop, Johnny. Stop. You can't change the Preds now. You just can't do it. I know he's very good at flip-flopping, Johnny. And actually, in fact, Johnny's gone away from the kind of the flip-flop attitude, the flip-flop way of life. And that disappoints me a little bit. It really does. Because he could have flip-flopped and maybe gone Paris, you know? He did mention that this could be Paris's turn to pounce on the Gladiators, who look pretty weakened right now.
Yeah, I think the Gladiators and just being in the situation right now is just not something we expected from this team. Being 0-4 for qualifier matches and holding Paris Eternal's hand in the bottom of the Summer Showdown leaderboard. Wow, like one team is at least gonna get a win here today, but is it a moral victory at this point too?
Yeah, well, look, someone's got to get a win. That's the best part about it. Someone will win today. It's all good. Don't worry.
It's a 50-50.
I mean, the Paris Eternal, they had a lot of shakeups in the roster, and it's basically almost an entirely new one. I mean, good thing, bad thing. Like, okay, you get rid of the entire team, and a new team comes in, fresh set of heads, fresh set of minds, and like you're thinking, well, if you kind of ignore what the record the team is on right now, 1-14, you as players can come in at, well, I guess not to this match, but like you can come in like, okay, we're 0-0, yeah, we're 0-1 as a team together. You know, this is our chance to prove something that we're something greater than what the Paris Eternal record currently stands in the regular season.
Yeah, having a fresh mindset can absolutely lend a hand to just kind of turning the tide for the team overall. But one thing's for sure, Jaws, a win here matters a lot for both of these teams to stay a part of the conversation. If Gladiators lose this, they're out. They will not be going to the Summer Showdown.
Well, if either of them end up losing here, they are, you know, guaranteed to be
gone, done for this tournament.
That's
cycle.
true.
And that's quite scary. Gladiators, though, changing some things up. One thing they changed was Happy joining the roster. Another thing they've changed is that man on your screen right there,
Big.
Mr. Space. He's stepping into the roster for the first time in this meta. We've seen, obviously, way more Reiner, and Gladiators currently 0-4. You're like, well, okay, we've got to try something. And you mentioned it there, Rose. If Glads do end up losing today, they don't make it to the tournament. But even if they do win, to be fair, their fate is actually out of their hands. So you might as well try something a little bit different, have space in. Maybe he has the secret sauce, the secret weapon that the Gladiators require to be competitive in this meta. Although they have lost to very good teams in Shock, Toronto, and Dallas.
I mean, their strength of schedule, this stage has been absolutely bonkers.
It's been a little rough.
Like, yeah, like you're looking at them facing down 3 of easily the top teams in the West right now that will, in like maybe this week, lock their spots to go to the Summer Showdown. And so I think that you gotta kind of throw anything at the wall, see what sticks, and maybe Space is going to be that secret sauce they need. We've seen how competent Space can be on that Sigma when we have seen Sigma-centric compositions be a part of things like Circuit Royale. So he has slotted into these metas and very niche scenarios, but let's see what he can do on the Junker Queen.
Let's have a look at Paris Eternal, their opponents for today. Currently 0-3 in the Summer Showdown. And like I said, Rose, someone's going to get a win today. So there will at least be a 1 before that 3 or a 1 before that 4 if it's the Gladiators. Now, almost a brand new roster. Almost a brand new roster. I mean, we heard sprinklings, I guess, of Lucamino maybe coming a little bit sooner to the league. But, you know, he's here now. And the Paris Eternal, having those fresh minds, like you were mentioning too, might be the thing that they need to kind of turn the Paris Eternal streak around within the regular season. I mean, they're also being at 0-3, obviously not as worse as 0-4, but they still have a sliver of hope getting to that
They
tournament.
could just win out here. 3 wins could very well be enough to send Paris Eternal to the tournament, but you know the Gladiators are still a tough team despite the record that they hold right now. But maybe Paris, with the existing synergy that they have through a lot of their teammates, might be able to actually get a huge upset here. We're looking at a lot of the pieces of the most recent iteration of Odyssey, one of the teams in North American contenders. I mean, even Dove played on that roster for a while. This team breeds superstars. So let's see if Paris can kind of live up to the hype of what this team can provide.
It was funny as well, Rose, I just thought about it. Oh, we talked about Glads having that very rough strength of schedule with the Shock, Toronto, Dallas, and Houston. But the Paris Eternal, at least their new roster, they were welcomed into the league by Kai, by the Atlanta.
Yeah, that's not.
That's pretty
that's
tough.
That's not fun.
And now they're going against the Glads. Yes, Glads 0-4, but it's still the Gladiators.
Yeah.
Like, still the team that has won the majority of the tournaments this year so far. So yeah, it's a warm welcoming, I suppose, if you're some of these Paris Eternal players that have only just stepped up to the big leagues. And it is a very, very different environment when you're playing against some players that have been in the league for what feels the longest time, like an age at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said about having experience playing in official matches. Even when we saw the LAN environment, right? There were teams that definitely weren't adjusting to that as well as we would have liked to see, like San Francisco Shock, for example. But Paris definitely has some secret sauce. That's going to be mouthful here on the Pharah, just to be able to get in behind the Gladiators.
How he got that overhealth, but we'll take it any day of the week. Yeah, Malfo using the Pharah, currently playing ground Pharah, but unfortunately, Krawi does end up going down first. Paris Eternal losing their tank and rack attack on that brig. There's been a little bit of, like, you know, here, there, and everywhere talk about the Pharah. We've seen a little bit in APAC. We'll see if Paris Eternal do want to stick on that pick. Lads do end up winning that first fight. Do they stick? Okay, sticking on the Pharah. Look, I want to see it. I think everybody's still kind of waiting for something, a pick that will maybe spice up the meta a little bit, that will change things. Maybe this is it. Maybe Paris.
Maybe.
I've read the tea leaves. I'm not entirely sure. Malfo's going pretty low already, though. Does receive a pack from his brig. But the Gladiators more than happy just to hold this small corridor. You can just swing through the axe like that. That was a lot of damage to Space.
Wow, look at how much space he's also creating too, just kind of blocking the door so that the rest of the Gladiators can follow up with this poke. This has been impressive axe swinging so far.
Woo! He's got the rampage already. Malfoy just trying to get out. Oh, nice deflector rocket. Kevster's in trouble. Oh, nice air shot. Rampage from space was used. Rack Attack responds to it though with a rally. Even funny, Astro throwing in a beat. Lucamino's 5% away. Remember, the Gladiators still control this point. Malfoy trying to get some more damage done, but is spotted in the sky. Receives a quick repair pack from Rack Attack. Can Space be focused down by the Paris Eternal? He's getting chased away. LOS his healers, and Dove finishes him off. The Gladiators are now losing that point. The Paris Eternal find that flip.
They did have to use everything though, and I think that that was the best chance for Eternal to kind of go in there with the rally and ensure that they were going to take the point away. I mean, I think Gladiators used more though in that engagement. Jaws, they had both support ultimates, still couldn't make it work, and now they've got to come back and take back control when Paris still have ults in the bank. I'm looking at Lucamino's sound barrier. Oh, the poop.
Yeah, speaking of ults, Corridor's actually got pooped off the map by Skewed. Humongous pick by Skewed, but can the Gladiators follow up on this? Of course they can. They got a Kevster on their team. Dove is sliding away. Kevster not even needing to use the blade in that fight. Gladiators clean that fight up with ease.
Oh, look at this too.
Oh, Lucamino.
Poor Lucamino getting staggered there. I mean, Lucamino is still held onto this sound barrier. It's been quite a while since he's built that up, and so hopefully Paris can come back into this last fight territory and use that a little bit aggressively to deal with something like the beat. You can see that's sort of what he was saving it for, but I don't think they have time to wait.
Yeah, B gets used. That overhead disappeared though. Oh, Kevster with a humongous slash and dash onto Rack Attack. 3 kills for the blade. Make that 4 with a quick melee kill onto Dove. Yeah, unfortunately, no 5k for you. It's just Astro. Of course, Astro will be dueling the Pharah in the skies. The Gladiators, they're controlling. This round is theirs at the end. Paris Eternal was still a couple of good showings there. A couple of nice little fights, but Gladiators do run around wrong.
Oh, no.
Of course, Astro will be dueling the Pharah.
If it had to be
who other than
anybody on
Astro?
the Gladiators, it would be Astro, now wouldn't it?
He did almost kill him, to be fair. Did you see his health bar? The Pharah was pretty low.
One more Cheerio.
Astro would have got that. One more donut.
Yeah.
He killed it. Yeah, one more Cheerio.
No, I mean, the Pharah was cool to watch, a little bit underwhelming for me on Paris. It just felt like you weren't really getting enough pressure in there, but I mean, poor Crowley got just like sent into the Shadow Realm by Skewed.
Woo! Wow, yeah, didn't even catch that.
Yeah, the deflect as well.
Reflecting that barrage straight back at the Pharah. Unfortunate. I was about to say, Rose, we're going onto Village, and
better here.
Pharah, not bad. Yeah, not bad on this map whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's how quickly the Gladiators can kind of end these fights. Pharah does a good job of chunking people down. Maybe Dove can finish them off with the railgun. Gladiators can use that commanding shout. Remember, it's basically a 4v5 on the ground. There's the Paris Eternal. You have one person in the sky, so Malfoy not getting the damage required really for the rest of the Paris Eternal to follow things up.
I think that's one of the difficulties of running the Pharah, is that it's great to be able to get that long-range damage, and especially if you have a Pharah that can hit their shots, you're doing that explosive damage you expect to see from something like the Sojourn or the Genji. However, a team like the Gladiators can just ignore it. And if they play that 5v4 ground game and win that out, then they can take care of the Pharah later.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult too without a Mercy, I'd say, without that damage boost. Although, Malfoy proves me wrong. Nice kill onto Happy. Paris Eternal now, what a player, make that 2. Skew, oh my god, Skew got rolled there. Kevster with an anime shuriken bouncing off of Malfoy's head to get the right-click kill. Okay, Kevster, he's mad. He's actually pissed. I remember seeing him in the game before the Gladiators did end up losing, how emotional Kevster, it felt like, got on camera. And who's really surprised, Gladiators have done so well up until this meta, up until this tournament. It's not too much of a shock to be quite disappointed and frustrated, in your performance. There's Kevster pulling the blade, though, but it was match where the commanding shout was booped away quite easily by the Paris Eternal. 3 boops, mind you, as the Farah does exist. However, not so much anymore, as Happy's jumped over to the Ashe, taking care of both Luke Camino and the Farah. And now Kev's just looking for those resets. Or maybe a little stag on the brink, maybe. Nope, Astro's going to make quick work of both Ferrari, Rack Attack, and Duff.
I like that the Ashe as well. I mean, Happy took full advantage of the ultimate charge that he was able to transfer over to the Ashe pick. Has the Bob, and oh, Bob's auto-tracking against a Farah would have felt really nice now, huh? But I think Monthel has felt that the Farah has been lacking a little bit for the team, so we'll see the Genji here instead.
There's the Bob. Oh, nicely spotted by Malthel there. Happy was super low. Didn't receive a pack in time to get healed up, but Lukaminu, well, 2 people now dead for Paris. Can Dub turn this one around? In fact, the Gladiators are more than willing to go on this one, it seems like. Even at a 3v5, they can use that beat to push forward. I mean, they got the rally, I suppose, and you stall out this fight long enough, the Paris Eternal are going to be in shambles. Kari doesn't quite get knifed. A Rampage comes out, hits 3. Paris Eternal not in a good spot. Kari tries to use a Rampage of his own, but gets cut down pretty sure with that Carnage. The Paris Eternal now on their last limbs in map number 1. The Gladiators are going to claim round 2 and the dub on the first map.
It's good stuff from Paris there, I think. I mean, like, Gladiators, they got the win. They got the 2-0 here on Nepal, but I think that we're seeing some really interesting picks come out from Paris where they get to experiment a little bit. But on the flip side of things too, Jaws, I think Space is slotted into this team comp really nicely, just based on how much he's been able to keep the space for Glads.
Yeah, quite literally giving the space. Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying not to make those jokes, but just like it's part of the vernacular,
it's too
okay?
easy. Sometimes you just got to do it. That's fine. That's fine. All right, Gladiators off to a strong start. We're going to jump to a break, though. We'll see what other things Paris may be cooking in their DPS lineup. We'll see in a bit. Welcome back. Kevster had quite the game last map, I will say. 13-1 for the young Kevster on Nepal. That was more final blows than everyone on Paris combined, which
it's insane.
Honestly, it's a little rough, I will say. But, you know, Paris, especially the new players on the Paris Eternal who've only just joined the last couple of weeks, like, you do have a tough schedule this tournament, or this qualifiers, I will say. The Atlanta Reign and the Gladiators being quite the formidable opponents. So honestly, any kind of small wins here, you know, build up your confidence a little bit, knowing that you're taking on some of the best teams, and not only that, I guess, some of the best players on their individual roles in the league right now, is definitely something that you can be positive about. We'll have to see what they want to do on map number 2, though. We are going to Midtown.
Yeah, I mean, for Paris as well, that could just be a long-term investment where you're really working on fundamentals, and I think that this meta is actually fantastic for that, where it is about that team synergy and that team play. We're seeing those teams that typically are able to capitalize on flashy individual performances struggle a little bit more, and I think that Gladiators is one of those teams. So maybe Paris is able to use this as a learning experience, at least going into these next few maps. Maybe they can turn it around here, but I think it starts with playing things that are a bit more meta and consistent. I think Gladiators have had too many answers to the Pharah specifically, but we'll see if Paris decides to, I don't know, change things up a little bit. I'd be kind of down for anything to spice up the jokes.
Just do it. Let's get it.
Maybe.
Let's get it, Paris. You can be the difference makers, like London were the difference makers in the rush days. Like, you can do it. It is possible. I did like the Pharah, I'm going to be real. I think it has some merit, for sure.
It does.
Maybe it's just going to take a couple other teams to dabble a little bit to push it more towards the meta. Although we are so close to the tournament, so it's like, will the meta shift that much? Probably not. Normally the most volatile points in time at the start of the tournament cycle.
The East have been playing with it a little bit. You know, we've seen the Echo and the Pharah being used pretty interchangeably in the composition. But it really is map dependent, and I think that makes sense here to run the Genji instead.
Oh wow, Rack Attack. Unfortunately stepping a little bit too far, but it looks like he actually baited the Gladiators in. Okay. Rack Attack line in, wait. Gladiators, come divers. You won't. Skew just dives headfirst into the backline, ends up getting deleted. Paris Eternal, in fact, deleting the Glads entirely on this first point. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, space.
All right. Wow, that was a fast take. I kind of wasn't expecting that. Just, you know, the way that they made that bait and switch, the Gladiators fell right into the trap. I think that's something that Rack Attack is really good at, as well as just kind of playing around cooldowns with the Brigitte specifically, and just really helping that to make sure that the team as a whole is taking fights where they really want to, and they're going to have some type of topographical advantage. Is that where I want to go with that? Is that a word?
Yes.
Topography is a word.
It sounds like a word. I will consult the dictionary.
Get back to me on that one.
I will. I'm sure someone will correct us. Don't worry about that. All right, Kev's just being a menace right now up on that high ground. Commanding shout pretty early from Paris Eternal. Kev's just being a nuisance, but can he actually find any final kills? Oh, Rack Attack didn't quite see him coming. He's going to get spotted out by Lucamino, who's trying to boop him away from the rest of the team, but Kevster is just being unleashed on the Paris Eternal right now. He has had enough, that is for sure. Skew does end up going down, but Curry stepping up to the rest of the Glads. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get too much else apart from that one kill.
No, but I mean, this is where Kevster can really thrive. We've seen the Gladiators have this set up on Midtown before. Kevster just kind of playing on that high ground ledge right above the entry point that Paris Eternal would use to be able to reapproach the cart. And you'll see that he'll kind of keep using this high ground to juggle around and get a better vantage point.
All right, early rally from the Paris Eternal. Skew's going to match it. However, Happy's got the best angle in the world overlooking all this action. Oh, here's the body shot. Another body shot straight on the Genji. Paris Eternal are going to use that beat. to push on forward. Astro calm, patient, waiting to maybe use his own a little bit later on. And now Kevster pulls a blade of his own straight to the backline. Rack Attack trying to dash backwards. A nice little boot from the flail, but the rest of the Gladiators are going to help Kevster secure those kills. Reset onto Dove, and the spawn camp begins.
Looked like Gladiators just got caught off guard a little bit by the approach that Paris Eternal took on that first attack, but have stabilized quite a bit now. Playing around the fire truck, playing so close to spawn. Look at how much damage Paris are taking. Krawi has to go, like, rest before going back into this. I know Maltho gets a pick, but... Whew.
Nice little double tap to space. Wow, a lot of ultimates invested here for the Paris Eternal. Both their DPS wants to get out of that spawn hold. Although Kevster used his blade a little bit a minute ago, so you're not complaining too much. And now it's about Cryo versus Space. A veteran off-tank player versus quite the newcomer in Krawi on Paris Eternal.
Yeah, this is really how you set him up to knock him down. If Space just goes in, I mean, we've seen some really powerful rampages from Space so far.
Speaking of rampages, oh, Space line though, wound up, knocked them down. Happy with that disruptor shot in that corner too. Entirety of Paris Eternal kind of chilling. So that disruptor got mad value. Oh, Dove Widow. Oh, you've got to run.
Yeah, I like what...
I don't mind the Widow switches, by the way.
I think you need it. A little bit. I think at this point, Paris, like, you saw they had to use both DPS ultimates to get out of spawn that first time. Now they're going to have to make some switches here again to try to see what will work to break this defensive hold from the Gladiators. It might have to just be this rally.
Yeah, hopefully so. The Gladiators are closing in on a rally of their own, and with 2 minutes to go and the payload's steadily moving back, the Paris Eternal are going to have to get a move on. That'll be a good start, though. Skew can't use the rally for the rest of his team now. I mean, the Gladiators just trying to inch onto the spawn doors, just cause as much distraction and burning as much time as possible off the bank, but Paris Eternal, once again, oh, nice one. Just broken that spawn hold, which, honestly, easier said than done, you know? Sometimes the spawn traps on a lot of these maps can be quite hard to break.
Well, I mean, the way that Gladiators was able to also play that so aggressively up close, they get to recontest again and pretty comfortably. It's not a rush back to try to contest the point.
Kevster's got the blade already. They've already killed Dove. Bit of a later beat there from Lucamino, unable to save it. Blade's been pulled. Rack attacks the target. Has he got the boot? No, he does not. Cuts down. Same as Krawi. Nice little triple kill for Kevster, maybe. No, Funny Astro steals that one away. 1 minute to go. A couple of meters, though, before that second checkpoint is unlocked. But now the Paris Eternal have to throw themselves at Happy, stop him getting value from his ult.
Happy could just pop the overclock while Paris Eternal are approaching, get a quick pick, and send Paris Eternal back to spawn to wait for somebody to come back out of it. And I mean, the reset could be huge here. When you're only working with 40 seconds, a pick here could be absolutely devastating. You'll see Gladiators start to kite away from this damage to give some space, but oh boy.
Uh-oh. Happy trying to get away from that blade, but looked like Marthal, yes he did. He had the reset on that dash from that blade. However, they do end up trading. Happy for the Genji. Can Dove just click some heads? He's so close to that overclock as time is ticking down. The Gladiators are piling on that pressure with that beat from Astro. But that overhealth has now faded away. Kevster trying to pay attention to Dove to try and stop him getting value, but Space's ult actually gets cancelled by Krawi. Happy takes out Krawi in the end, and rather a scrappy fight towards the end. There's a couple of seconds to go, but 0.02 meters before they get that payload sunk in. There we go. 1 minute and 30 now added to that time back as the Paris Eternal crack the Gladiators' defense.
Happy actually backed off of that as well. I thought he was going after a health pack and might come back into recontest, but because of how low Skewed was, it made a lot more sense for him to just retreat to the rest of the team and then come back out swinging. Krawi, though, I mean, the fact that shut down Space's ult is pretty big. Now Paris might actually be able to get the advantage in the ultimate economy when they still have Krawi's Rampage to work with.
Ooh, that is a chunky one. Krawi steps up, hits 4 members of the Gladiators. That Carnage swing doing so much damage too. He's 1v3 right now in this small corner. Can he take down Kevster? He needs the support. The rest of his team are a couple of seconds away. but the damage has really already been done. Look at the control and the space that Paris Eternal now have.
They have a lot to work with, and I mean the fact that Lucamino is also going to have the sound barrier as well to rotate through can be really big. I think the overhealth is just so impactful, especially if you're able to focus down Skewed, who's holding onto the rally. But oof.
That's not good. That's real rough. I mean, Glads can basically go for the spawn cam now. Dove gets his own shot reflected back at him. Krawi ends up falling, 10 seconds to go. The Gladiators have a rally, they got a blade, they got the overclock coming up, and Paris Eternal switching to that Tracer to try and get back to the point in time. Can Malfo get the triple blink? He actually has overhealth from that beat. The Paris Eternal need to get there, and they do. Malfo's getting a couple of extra meters, but Kevster is holding the door with that blade. He's already killed Lucamino, so the rest of Paris Eternal don't have that speed boost to get back to that point in time. A defensive block from the Doom Fist, but he's easily cleaned up. Paris Eternal got an extra couple of meters from that Tracer switch, to be fair to them. But 2 points is the only thing they're gonna get here.
Every little bit of meterage counts, though. So I love that Paris was able to play for just a little bit more. Gladiators, though, it felt like they had an answer for everything at every single turn. I know that some of their ultimates didn't find value, like the fact that Space's Rampage got shut down, or, you know, maybe not seeing the full health given over by the rally or the sound barrier. But this is going to be a tough one, I think, for Paris to try to keep Gladiators from matching that meterage.
But real, though, Paris Eternal getting 2 points and almost rounding that final corner against the Gladiators.
Pretty impressive.
Still pretty decent. It is. It really is. You could argue it's some kind of weakened Glads, to be fair, but with this space integration, it feels like a little bit of a different, maybe not vibe going on. Not sure what the vibe is over in the camp of the Glads. Probably all smiles, as it normally is, regardless of win or lose. But it definitely feels a lot better, a lot cleaner. Maybe that's because they're playing the Paris Eternal, maybe that's because space just brings a new kind of tempo to the team. But I mean, it's working out for them thus far. See if Paris Eternal can hold them, though. We've seen quite a few strange holds on Midtown, I will say.
Yeah, maybe seeing a close hold here, but I don't think so. I think they're going to be back by the point. But to speak to your point about kind of Space versus Reiner, I think a lot of what we're seeing from Space is a little bit more patience when it comes to how far to push forward with this Junker Queen. Really waiting for the rest of the team to be behind him before he makes another move forward.
All right, we'll see how the Paris Eternal want to defend this. That is basically freely walking through that choke point. Malfo goes pretty low. Funny Astro trying to chase him. Can they punish Astro? He's got booped into the wall. Lucamino doing an amazing job of keeping Astro pinned up against that wall, so Malfo can finish him off. Happy ends up going down too. Double kill for the Genji. As the Paris Eternal, they do lose Krawi, but still having Malfo just going off like this is all good for Paris right now. Rack Attack, Lucamino still alive, topping everybody up to full HP.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, this is going to be playing around the health packs too. Like, not just looking at Rack Attack and Lucamino to kind of help to mend and put band-aids on things, but also just playing around these health packs. Try to shut that down too, because Kevster and Happy are going to be wanting to go after those.
Oh wow, Lucamino just jumped to the back line there.
It's a big
Tried
tick.
to get that touch, stop more ticks coming through. Gladiators did end up getting one tick after that first fight, and it's going to be the rest as they do clean up the rest of Paris Eternal.
That's the Paris Eternal now. I mean, they're going to have to try to reset, maybe go for the high ground here, but look at how far forward. Where is Kevster right now? Do you see that? Kevster and Happy.
On high ground.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Extremely quick. I mean, you can go quite far out the first choke point. Ideally, you're not like stuck in the actual archway, because the fire truck does go a fair distance. It opens the whole door, and then the door shuts behind it, and then it moves a little.
Yeah, that's true. So you can kind of wait for it to catch up and then go for it. But I mean, the fact that they've pushed up so far really has taken away that advantage from Paris.
There's a blade. Beat to match. Badly timed by Astro. That blade's going to fade away in a couple of seconds. He can't even shoot through some of that overhell. He got the blade from Kevster, but he's shut down. Malfo just cuts him straight up. Turns him into a little bit of Shimi there. Paris Eternal ends up using that rally on top of that. Woo! Okay. Let's see what Paris Eternal got. Flex your guns a little bit, maybe. Happy killed on top of the spawn door. Same with Skewed, in fact. Let's see what Paris got on these spawn nodes.
Okay, Maltho, we see you. I mean, Genji is one of the heroes that Maltho is really known for. So played it to high proficiency in contenders, very devastating there. But, I mean, to see also that Maltho might be getting a bit more confident in the role is really exciting.
Oh, there's the rally. Dove just trying to headshot Skew, but Space is in this line of sights right now. Space takes a couple of headshots, but Commanding Shout and the rally is enough to sustain him through that chunk of damage. Astro doing Astro things, trying to solo kill the DPS. What a surprise. Another Commanding Shout, this time for the Paris Eternal, and they were to take care of Space. And now the Gladiators just running all the way back to spawn. Look at the time, they're just burning off of the time bank right now. 3 minutes.
It's
be a little bit more after Paris Eternal are done with them. They've got the beat, they've got the Rampage coming up. Paris are looking good.
They are looking really good. I mean, they could even follow that up with the Dragon Blade if they wanted to here too, so tons. But big pick from Happy.
Yeah, no more beat. Didn't Ajax it though, thank goodness. Ooh, nice little shot by Happy there. God damn. Yeah, Happy. Ooh! Happy's still pretty good.
I mean, yeah.
Happy's good aim.
Happy has pretty good aim. I mean, like, we've talked about this a little bit, but the fact that Washington Justice had a ton of their players traded, I mean, the talent is there. Happy is one of those talents, and, you know, talented enough that Gladiators, one of the best teams in the league right now, wanted to include him on the roster. Here's a great example of why.
Ooh. Nice out from Crowry there. Space using the Commanding Shout to speed and give overhealth to the rest of his team so they can run away with it. So Paris Eternal's tank ult doesn't really get all too much. 2 minutes to go. High ground are still in control of the Paris Eternal right now. They can kind of juggle this ledge. There's the blade. There's the beat from Funny Astro. Lucamino still holding on to his. The Paris Eternal using theirs way later. The later support ult, the better more often than not, but can they find the target focus? Yes, they can. A double from Space, though. Both Crowley and Lucamino suffering from that anti-heal. So it's a trade, support for support, but the Paris Eternal will have support ultimates in spades right now. But Kevster pulls the blade, deflect already used, he dashes sky high, trying to get an anime blade off, but no, Dove ends up shutting him down. The Paris Eternal with a good little defense here against the Gladiators can now recontrol high ground. Astro trying to C9, ain't gonna happen, son. They're right next.
Hey, you never know. That's why I was like, oh no,
You
like,
never know.
don't let this happen. But I mean, this is great for Paris. I was skeptical. I will admit, I was skeptical at the round switch. We still have to play out this last minute and 15 seconds, but it's looking pretty good for Paris right now. Dove, huge pick, reset for the Gladiators. And now, really, Glads are looking at the rally to try to get them into engage Paris. And Dove still has the overclock to work with.
Yeah, one fight territory, almost. Rally, maybe Happy gets his ult. I would be surprised if he didn't. He's only 25%
True.
away. See what Dove can do on the high ground with that overclock, though. If he snipes Astro or Skewed or any of the DPS, to be fair, it should be good. That was close. Almost got that railgun reflected. Overclock used, Skewed pushing on the high ground with the rest of his team using that rally. And looks like Paris are going to respect the space that Glads have gained. But look at this, a bus push right on the other side of the map. Dove could hook, line, and sinker him right now, but he hasn't got that overclock up and active. It ended up fading away before he got any damage done. Skewed now on his own in the side, but not for long as the rest of the Glads just negotiate their way to his position to try and save him. 12 seconds to go. The Paris Eternal basically team wiped. Sonny Crowley up. Can the Glad...
Yeah, they're going to cap.
Probably not. No, Paris are going to back off, and the Gladiators do get the cap, but Rose, similar situation what Paris were on their attack with only 1:30 for Glads
look at
now.
that too. I mean, Gladiators are just trying to take some type of advantage. They have the sound barrier and, of course, Happy's overclock to work with. Paris Eternal are struggling to come up with answers. One solution could be the sound barrier from Lucamino, but I think you're hoping with the amount of time that's left that Paris won't have to use both support ultimates in this next fight.
Oh, nice little dash there, but Happy instantly gets topped up to full HP. Overclock drawn, a nice body shot on the Malfoul. One down for Paris Eternal as they pop that rally to try and make this fight the last one. A nice, okay, I miscalled that. That was a little bit early. I was about to say, look, I was going to call it. Happy's got good aim, okay? Probably would have hit that 9 times out of 10, but it was just that one that he didn't. Paris Eternal still have 2 ultimates available, and maybe even that Rampage coming up from Crowie. A couple of meters before that payload gets locked in, though. An ultimate from space, and in fact, Astra's going to follow up with that beat. Rampage completely denied. It's up to Paris Eternal to try and come up with something big here. That blade negated from Kevster. He's trying to chase down Malfour, and he finally finds him. Happy headshots done. A 3-man Rampage on the Paris Eternal, but there's little to no follow-up. They tried so hard to hold the Gladiators just before this 3rd point, but the Glads come out on top. A 2-0 in the series thus far for Gladiators as Paris Eternal so close to clutching that out.
That was so close. That map overall was incredibly close between these two teams. And I think this is a performance that Paris should be really happy with so far. I hope it gives them a bit of a confidence boost going into our next map. But this is also a tough one because this next one, Jaws, it's Space's territory if he stays in this roster.
Yeah, we are going to Circuit Royale. We'll have to wait and see. Paris Eternal is still doing pretty well against one of the best teams in the league currently, even though they do look a little bit weakened coming into this week. We'll have to wait and see if they can take this next map, though, after this. Welcome back, and if you didn't know, the fan art gallery is heating up. Don't miss your chance to have your art featured on broadcast. Share your art celebrating the summertime and the Overwatch League on the fan art gallery today. There's been a ton of sick artwork that's been submitted already. So yeah, there you go. Overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. Head over there. Now, back to the game. Gladiators versus the Paris Eternal. Glads are up 2-0, but still fairly decent looks from the Paris Eternal. A relatively new squad at this point. Got greeted by the Atlanta Reign coming in to, I was going to say coming into the qualifiers, but it's been a bit of a roster mania this over the last couple of weeks. A lot of the new players from the Paris Eternal, some of their first times to play the Overwatch League against the Atlanta Reign and the Gladiators, so it's definitely going to be rough. But Midtown, there were some bright spots there, Rose. They almost capped against
They did. I mean, this is just, it's an initiation, right? I feel like Paris kind of dealing with it up front right now with the new look of their roster. I think bodes really well for them moving forward as they're still putting up a heck of a fight. Midtown was really close, like you mentioned. I think Circuit Royale could also be close, but you know, this is a map that Space has been basically the what do you want to even call it here? He's been the pick.
He's been the permit player.
Yeah.
He's the permit tank.
He's been the player to play on Circuit Royale for the Gladiators. Whether, you know, mostly on the Sigma. This is the first time we've really seen him on the Junker Queen. But yeah, it like feels good. But wow, look at that stat though. Kind of makes you think.
I was about to say, that is crazy. Paris have an 80% win rate on Escort maps versus Glad. 4 on all time, mind you. Important to keep in mind at all time.
It's true.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep up that win percentage. Not sure. Any special songs for us?
What do we got, Mouthful? Aww, Mary had a little lamb.
Very good.
It's
good to see a lot of creativity coming out with that piano, I will say. Also, a big shout out to Mama Rack on the Twitter. Raktak's mum, I believe. Sitting there supporting the Paris Eternal.
Yeah.
It's good to see that on the timeline. Good positive stuff.
Love it.
Let's have a look how they do on their offense now. Oh, a little bit of widow. A little headshot maybe.
Too slippery. Happy's Sojourn. Just a little bit too mobile, but I think it's always worth it to try it out, see if the Widowmaker can get you a quick pick, especially if the Gladiators are choosing to hold so close to your spawn. But this also, playing in the room, kind of provides Paris with the ability to pincer the Gladiators.
Yeah, they've kind of broken the spawn hold already, although Kev's in the back line. And that is not great. Dove pretty low. Oh, how'd Space get up there? Did he get booped? What was that? Like, I guess he jumped off the car over the thing. Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense than my what I was thinking happened.
The physics of the map.
Yeah, I was like, what? How do you bounce off of that?
I don't know. I mean, at this point, though, I think Paris is really hoping that they can get to some type of ultimate. I think that, you know, while the Ashe is really nice, consistent damage, Dove playing the Sojourn, at least to get at a spawn, provides you with the opportunity to build up that railgun and then get that 100% and knock someone out.
I mean, Space is already pretty low. He's hiding behind the shield of Skewed there for a moment. Doug ascending to the high ground, takes care of Skewed, going to push that payload a little bit too. Gives you a little bit of healing still, but the rest of his team might need a little bit more than that. Astro gets chased down, eventually finished off before Space could kill Lou Camino, who was trying to get the assassination onto Astro. Is going rather aggressive, but with the Gladiators losing this many people, looks like Space just wants to go again, just get some free ult charge, but you're more than happy with that if you're Glads.
Not only the...
Little under 2 minutes shaved off the time.
That's a lot.
Focus firing over health from the rally, from the commanding shout, sorry. But yeah, couldn't really do much else than that.
I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, though. Kevster has been a dominant force. We saw those stats there from that first map, just with all those final blows. You've got to focus him down.
Oh, wow, that's rather unlucky. Just over a meter before they managed to get that payload into that first checkpoint. The Commando just got picked off by Happy. Now the Gladiators just go for a reset. Pretty happy with that, though. They only use 1 ultimate, and with 60 seconds to go, they have 4 in the bank. Not bad whatsoever. Crowley jumps in with a rampage, though, and look at that. Dove hitting the ult. Skewed Happy. Gladiators just don't know what hit him. I mean, both Skewed and Funny Astro using their ultimates, and then Dove just goes sicko mode in the front line.
They use more than
Gladiators.
They used more than that. Happy and Space lost their ults too. What?
That is rather rough. Well, I saw Hunter in the lobby earlier calling it a Junker Jax. We're not using that one. That is silly. But yeah, Space's ultimate got absolutely nothing there. Got cancelled by the looks of it. Paris Eternal in good strides, more than happy to get those ultimates out of the Gladiators.
That was literally everything. I mean, we saw like every single person on the Gladiators except Kevster press Q, and then just nothing happened. Crowley's Rampage was super big.
All right, Kevster goes in the blade. He's supposed to rack attack in the back. A nice little boot. Can it be followed up with another one before he gets on the back line? A triple dash straight through Paris Eternal. They do finish him off, but the Paris, they do end up losing a rack attack, which is not great. He had that rally, and you can see the health bars dwindling now. But Paris, oh, nice little pull onto the Genji. There's the reflect. Oh, can't reflect that. But you can dash out of the way of it.
Huh? The dash, I mean...
Oh, someone's on the payload. He's chilling. He's good. He should be able to get out.
Okay. Okay, Maltha had to help a little bit there. Oh, come on now, Luke.
Oh my god. Again?
Jeez. I thought he was going to get out, too.
Ooh, nice little return kill there by Dove. Oh, God. Yeah, Gladiator's overextended now. Nice little carnage. The axe swing hitting 3, but Space has isolated himself. The Gladiators lose 2 in quick succession. Just not respecting Dove's right clicks.
Oh, it wasn't even. It's just a little funny that like I think Lucamino was he played bait, right? All right, you took me out. Gladiators got a little trigger happy there. But yeah, overextension definitely came back to bite them. But they are back now.
Beat and commanding shout used by Glad to stop that blade getting any effectiveness. All right, Eternal pretty happy with that. Although if they let Skew get this rally, it could be a bad news for them. So with the overclock, and that a second ago with a headshot to Happy, but Malfa already is dead for Paris. McCrory down. Yeah, this is a reset real quick if you're Eternal. 50 seconds to go, a couple of meters before they end up getting that payload locked in.
I think the sound barrier is going to be really
Still
good.
have a big chance here.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, sound barrier, you might be able to snowball that sustainability into Crowley getting the Rampage. That last Rampage from Crowley was really impressive, just being able to shut down so many ultimates from the Gladiators. But Glads are back in a similar situation as we've seen before. 4 ultimates to use. Kevster going to be able to follow it up with the Dragon Blade too, but the sound barrier is going to have to be big from Lucamino to try to get through all of this ultimate pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Space has a Rampage, you can use it for that, but he has to use it for Blade. He's got to be scared of the overclock. Like, Glad have so many things to answer it, and Dove's already dead. There's the Rampage, it only hits Kevster, and then Gladiators can basically all press Q at the same time. Paris Eternal, they do end up using their beat, but that Rampage is going to seal the deal by the looks of it for the Glads. Okay, Kevster. I wonder where Malfa went then. Not sure he knows either. Paris Eternal do get halted just before that second point as the Glads end up defending. 86 meters and a single point. Not too shabby, especially on a Circuit Royale, I will say.
Pretty good. I mean, we don't see a lot of completion
not the worst.
on this particular map, so making it this far does feel good. I think as well, when you look at just how Gladiators are controlling that high ground, Paris being able to make it this far is definitely something that they should be happy with. And we saw how close Midtown was. Paris also on that map barely made it through like the third point. And I think that when they were able to turn it around as well to just have that defensive positioning, they did keep Gladiators at bay for quite some time.
No secret surprises for us then. Paris
I don't think so.
I was hoping we might see that far again, like they played on Control, but yeah.
I think Happy shuts it down just too quickly. You know, that's what I was saying before is the Pharah is great and I want to see more Pharah. But when you have somebody like Happy on the other side of things, I'd be scared. Well, now they had to play pirate
that
ship.
was really good. That was really, really good.
They've got to play the pirate ship now, though. Where's the Bastion? Come on now.
True, true.
What a throw.
Got the oh, nice TP. Spawn camp who? Spawn camp what? Switching sides and then complete. Kevster, I'm pretty sure that was a double melee kill. Pretty sure. 99.9%. How does Kevster do it? No one knows, really. The guy is a cyborg built to play Overwatch. That's how.
I mean, have you seen his tracer? That's skillful.
Seen any of his series?
Wait, let's see.
Oh, let's have a look. Was it a double melee kill? Oh, it was. Oh, both DPS. 1 slash. And a melee too, not even.
Dang.
Very nice from Kevster. 43% ult charge.
I know.
already.
That's actually wild. That was a nice, like, fan of shurikens that got just sent at Ferris. But now, too, Kevster is just completely outpacing. I don't even think Gladiators care right now that they're going to get stopped for a hot second, waiting for Happy to come back.
Yeah, we'll see how brave the Paris Eternal are here because they have 1 pig. So they want to play quickly here and maybe get some more staggers. This would be a good time to get an extra kill, but instantly you can see Happy getting in it to effective range already. So no aggression. Paris Eternal more than willing just to play defensively on this corner. Don't want to overextend. If you do, you risk losing that first point. So they don't want to take that gamble even in the 4v5.
I wouldn't want to take that one either. I think you just have to wait because Happy could come back with the Sojourn mobility and you don't want to get caught off guard by that. So I really respect Paris's decision to try to play around this defensive corner instead.
Oh, they beat. Double beat. There it is. Okay, we're good. We're back. All good. Riley for skewed though. Rakatak is 15% behind. Somehow Lucamino boops Astro off the map. That's not how that normally goes. Maybe it was an honorable duel. I'm not entirely sure. Lucamino does get finished off in the end, so it's just Lucio for Lucio. And now Rakatak and the rest of Paris Eternal were able to hold off long enough for that rally to come up. Play from Kevster looking to cut someone down. Krawi's in his sights. Gets torn asunder, and now the Gladiator's just trying to play around this Kevster blade. A humongous rampage from space off screen. There's 2-3 people maybe they were antied, couldn't quite count before their bodies hit the floor. And there's point A unlocked for Glads.
Yeah, Skewed is just going to stay behind as the rest of the Gladiators push forward. That's a huge stagger onto Krawi, and you can't go in if you're Paris without your Junker Queen. At least Krawi gets a chance to come back and recontest with a Rampage in tow, but this card's gonna move so far before Paris Eternal even get a chance to come in and recontest. Look how far behind Krawi is.
Well, they're going to be able to at least have a rampage advantage, I suppose. Okay, there's the overclock. Straight staring into the eyes of the Gladiators down this hill. There's a lot of cover you can take, though, so this might not get the value they're really after. Patiently waiting are the Gladiators. Dub almost gets that railgun shot reflected right back into his skull, turning into atoms. Oh, Malpol pulls that blade. Happy in a whole heap of hurt there. Felt like a bait from the Paris Eternal. Hey, Dub's, he's not got an ult. He's not ulting anymore. You want to step up to the plate? And then we just pull the blade. Not too shabby so far on this defense of the hill.
Gladiators still have a lot of time to work with, though. They've got 3 minutes, working up to some pretty critical ultimates. But I love the gumption from Paris here. Just go meet them at the spawn doors. You really do have to take advantage of whatever you can here. Holding close is going to do it.
Well, that looked pretty scary from Rakatak's POV there. He almost got booped off the map, and not quite booped off the map, just booped into death, unfortunately there. Paris Eternal, they do have a couple of ultimates, and just stalling yourself out here would be great. Spawn point is super close, so Glads can regain control of this fight pretty easily. Okay, eventually the kill will happen. Eventually, Kevster, is he gonna? No, oh my god. Lucamino almost hit the 1v1 there with Kevster.
Almost, but it's okay. Skewed showed up right on time to give some cookies over to Kevster. Paris now on their final attempt to really stop this card from reaching its destination. Krau's gotta use this rampage now.
He's lining up for it. He pulls it. 3-man anti, but a beat from Astro. There's a hell of amount of overhealth and a hell of a lot of dead bodies if Kevster's got anything to say about it. Rakatak dead. Paris Eternal now need to claw their way back into this fight. Krawi ends up falling that payload a couple of meters before the Gladiators can knock it in. And now Dub, isolated from the rest of his team, used that slide to get out of the way of Kevster, but Kevster had the resets, he had the dashes, and a couple of meters for the Glads will do it. Oh, Malpo is back. And now he stays alive for a big moment. No, Kevster ends up finishing him off, and Space uses the Rampage to hit Rack Attack. And that's now the slow dwindling health bars of the Paris Eternal. Even Happy playing Pharah. Didn't know when he twitched. I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I don't care. Happy on Pharah is a pretty interesting sight to see. The Gladiators finished that game off with a 3-0. As unfortunately, yeah, the Paris Eternal, even with their new squad, they can't quite find success yet, but there's some bright spots in this series for them. But Gladiators, a much needed confidence boost, I think, for the team. But even with this win, Rose, they are sitting on 1-4. Their hopes and their chances completely out of their hands for actually making that Summer Showdown.
Yeah, they have a few things that they can control. One step of the equation was getting a 3-0 here over the Paris Eternal, but they have another match where they are going to need another flawless victory to even have a chance, with all the other cards also falling into place.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough spot for the Glads even after this win. It would be insane if they do not make it after winning, obviously, and being dominant for so long. Let's have a look who player the game is, though. For the Gladiators, it's gonna be who exactly?
Oh, it can only be Kevster.
Kevster. It's Kevster. Who's really surprised? Kevster's Genji, of course, being the perfect tool that the Gladiators really need for this meta. And I mentioned earlier on the cast rows, we saw Kevster displaying quite a bit of emotion, more emotion than I think I've seen him ever display on camera the other day. And it's good to see that, like, just the frustration. The Gladiators have had a rough stage so far. They've gone down to the Shock, Toronto, Dallas, and Houston coming into today. And it's not a position that the Gladiators are really used to being. But if they keep putting up performances like this, maybe, just maybe, they will make it to the tournament. But Kevster, I mean, he's good. He's really good at the game, funnily enough. And 4 Dragon Blade kills per 10 in this meta too is not too shabby.
Look how little he died as well. You know, just being able to use those cooldowns, those dashes to be able to get away, and the rest of the team as well, just kind of supporting these Genji efforts. It's been really fun to watch, and I really do hope that for the Gladiators moving forward, they've been able to figure out something that's really going to help to keep them at least as a part of the conversation to get to the Summer Showdown. And, you know, even on the flip side of things too, Jaws, this is just Paris Eternal's 4th qualifier match, I believe. So they're still also not quite out of it yet. They still might have a chance, depending on what happens in these next 2 matches. Winnable.
It's winnable. It's always winnable, unless you're out mathematically, then it's not winnable, but it's always winnable, okay? I mean, this is actually an interesting look for the Glads too. They have space in the roster. They end up pulling out a dub here. Maybe we see a little bit more space, give Reiner a little bit of time off. It's been interesting to see the Gladiators kind of evolve. We always saw space on Circuit Royale, but that was in the Sigma meta, when that was permanently played on that map. So we'll see if Space continues to play Junker Queen. Didn't look half bad at all today, and you wouldn't expect anything less. Space is still a superstar off-tank player, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that does pan out for the Gladiators, but we're going to jump to a quick break. We have Houston versus Vancouver after this.
Push main, can we just push main?
Kill the ball, kill the ball.
Ball on. Break. GG. Nice, guys. Nice push pass on the queen.
Yeah.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the game break here in the Watchpoint truck. I'm Reinforce and I'm here with Kevster, two Swedish people having a conversation. I'm so pumped about this. Danny and Costa, they're making fun of me because I was like, oh, I get to talk to the Swedish guy, and you know, I don't get to talk to Swedish people a lot. I haven't spoken to like a Swedish Overwatch League player since like Overwatch World Cup 2018. So, you know, yeah, that was a long time ago. Kevster, I mean, amazing 3-0 victory against the Paris Eternal today. It must feel so nice to finally get a 3-0 victory. It's been a bit of a tough stage for you guys. So what was sort of like the team mentality going into this one? Obviously, you won 2 stages in a row, so you can't be too hard on yourselves, but at the same time, it's gotta feel nice to get a win under your belt.
Yeah, well, we've been in a bit of a slump, as most people can tell. But yeah, we've been like working hard and like trying our best to be the best team we can be, even though we're 0-4 or 1-4 now. And yeah, we're just like, we still have a small chance of making the land, so we're just trying to push our luck, you know?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, you just gotta keep racking up the 3-0s and feel pretty confident in yourself. So how do you sort of like deal with the frustration of being 0-4 so far? Because, you know, you probably put a lot of expectation on yourself to be, you know, an amazing Genji player as you are. You got player of the match in this match as well. How do you personally deal with, you know, some of these losses? Do you like, you know, I don't know, watch movies? Do you read a book, meditate? Like, how do you deal with some of these frustrations?
Obviously it's a bit upsetting losing these matches, but it's not much you can do. It's just like, just gotta reset, go through what you did wrong and everything, just like try to be better, really.
Yeah. So you're 0-4 so far in this stage, but overall, you've been so good this year. You have represented Sweden so good. You've looked fantastic. I'm so proud of you. I really am. So in this MVP race, do you personally care about this MVP race yourself, or is it like, you know, whatever, you just want the team to be successful? Is the MVP award like something you're really trying to get this year?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. Obviously, I want to be the best team, but I think getting the MVP would be like a nice award, you know, and it's like nice proving you're like the best player, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely something I'm trying to go for, but yeah.
Yeah. That's good to hear. So you know, I'm really happy with your win today, and you know, you've been really nice to me. But I gotta ask, you know, did you go to Sweden in the off season? did you go back home?
No, I didn't.
No?
Travel is so long.
Oh, okay.
Break isn't that long, so yeah.
The break wasn't that long? All right, well, I thought differently. But, okay, so, you know, I'm just really curious, like, where Snillo is. Because I've been missing Snillo for so long. So I was just wondering, do you know where Snillo is, what he's up to?
God knows where he's. Probably out in the forest, as per usual.
All right. All right. Well, that was the latest I heard too. I heard that he likes to like pick blueberries with his family and stuff in the woods, but I don't know. Well, it seems like we're on the same page, Kevster. So, you know, you get one more match this stage, 1 and 4. You can still make it. You can still make it. So, you know, I'm hoping things go well for you guys, and I wish you best of luck moving forward, Kevster.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kevster. Take care now. Bye.
Thank you, Johnny.
Okay, first of all, I blame you guys because I'm here and I'm trying to do an interview and I'm trying to answer these, formulate these questions and stuff. And Costa goes, killing flies during my interview. I'm trying to answer these serious questions.
I'm sorry.
Trying to do a serious interview. And you guys are like killing flies in the truck. What the hell is going on? I was so thrown off.
I take responsibility.
That fly was literally just right in front of Costa's face the whole time, just flying in front of his
I thought I could kill it. I thought I could get it, and without making too loud of it. I'm sorry, Johnny.
I felt
it was
so
a great
bad
interview.
to Kevster. I couldn't like get the questions across. I couldn't formulate myself.
Sorry, Johnny.
The questions are great. I think we're just really happy for you that you got to spend some quality time with your Swedish friends.
Swedish brethren.
There was a lot of pressure.
And also, quickly, Johnny had to do a quick small talk, and he was asking about like what part of Sweden you're from, and Kester just shut him down. He was like, "Oh, I'm like normal." I'm like nowhere near your village.
I think he's lying. He said he grew up on an island. That island did something. They did something spectacular. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was fishing. Maybe they had like farm animals or something on there. They did something, Kevster, and I want to know what it was.
Oh my God! All right.
I am so embarrassed.
You don't have to be embarrassed. All right. Let's quickly recap this match.
Do that right.
It was. 3-0 victory. The Gladiators finally clutched out a win. So there is, like Kevster said, a small chance that they could still make it.
Yeah, and that's it. You know, we talked about it. There is that small chance that with a 2-4 record, they can make it, especially because they have such a good map record, because all of the matches that they did lose were particularly close. So if a bunch of other teams, 5, go 2-4 or worse, then they will qualify. They do require other teams to start, dropping some matches pretty heavily, and specific ones as well. So they'll keep an eye on that. But it was good to see them come back into this match against Paris Eternal. They looked a little bit more comfortable. It wasn't flawless. It's hard to really get a gauge on this match because we don't know how good the Paris Eternal are. They looked to have some confidence, and they were punching back from time to time. They were one team fight away from winning this Midtown. So it was interesting to see. Obviously, Space comes in instead of Reiner to play that Junker Queen. First time we've seen him this stage. Played pretty well on the Junker Queen. So excited to see more of this Gladiators roster, and just, Kevster said, it's about sort of trying to let go of those sort of negative emotions and grow onto that as a team and move forward.
Johnny, we saw Space play that Junker Queen today. What are your personal thoughts? Do you like it better than Reiner's Junker Queen?
Well, I feel like it's a nice change of pace for the Gladiators. If you go 0-4, there's certainly frustrations that build up for the team internally, like what is going wrong here. I don't think Reiner was one of the better Junker Queens. He struggled to adapt to that hero, so throw in Space instead, who's a veteran, can maybe bring some of that leadership kind of presence. Right. He spoke at length, like in previous years, like for example when the Gladiators won the Countdown Cup last year, that Space was sort of this like calming character within the team that was like, don't get excited, guys, don't get too excited, remain composed, remain calm. And maybe that's what they need in like a meta like this. They need a tank that they can stay calm around and change up the communication a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they got that win against Paris Eternal today. Let's see if they could keep this up and get another big win so that they could maybe keep their hopes alive
Can you imagine if they squeak into the playoffs
That'd be
and
crazy.
then somehow become like this
Honestly-
top-tier playoff team? I would be... No, let someone else win. Danny, actually,
No,
I take it
honestly,
back. Let
if
someone else.
Gladiators can make it, I think they're gonna win it all.
Wow.
Again. If they make it.
You're just predicting so far ahead. Why?
They already won twice.
They
can win 3 times.
They beat Paris. I think they're ready to win it all.
No, I don't know. Maybe not. They either win or lose. Anyways, let's get let's look at our last match of the day. It is Houston Outlaws versus Vancouver Titans, who are on a roll, and this one is very important.
This is
Right?
a very important match
Because Houston right now they're sort of a little bit struggling. They're 1-2 right now. Vancouver 3-1, right? So if they win this match, they are in, baby.
Guaranteed.
Matt, they're in. Matt, this is the important one. Yeah.
This is to fulfill the guarantee that Matt made on August 14th as well. So the Houston Outlaws as well, they're also playing for their lives. Like they're a team that have also struggled in this meta in the similar way to the Gladiators. We thought this was going to be a good one for them, but they've had some roster changes, they've brought in some new pieces, and it just hasn't gelled as well as they wanted to. So, the Vancouver Titans are a team on the rise, the Houston Outlaws are a team on the fall. We don't really know what to expect, and it's going to be a good gauge.
This is your last chance.
I'm not getting on the train.
No, that was already that train left.
That train has come
time
and
ago,
gone.
bro.
I'm already waving at you guys from a distance. Come on, Houston Outlaws. Don't do this to me. I need this. I am actually very close to going like 0-7 in some very important predictions.
Well, all right. I think that's enough talk. Let's jump right into the match. Houston versus Vancouver. And for this matchup, we have Chakra. Hello, Chakra.
Chakra, hello.
Chakra. And a quick question. I mean, I want to hear your thoughts on this match. Do you think Vancouver can get the win and make it into the tournament?
Yes, I'm a believer, bro.
Yes.
Gimme a
Let's
dub
on the
here for
train.
Vancouver Titans, and then get me the tour. I'm on the train, bro.
Yeah.
Look, Outlaws not looking great. I'm going to be real. Also, I did want to comment on the interview, Johnny, by the way. I thought you did great. I thought you did fantastic.
Yeah, it was funny.
Props
Yeah.
to you, Johnny. Although, for some reason, you never speak Swedish to me. I've asked you multiple times. You won't do it. It's weird. Don't know why. I just want to hear your native tongue.
What do you mean? What do you want me to tell you in Swedish? That just sounds weird, bro.
He says,
I don't know. Just say anything in Swedish.
Hi, how
I've
are
never
you?
heard you speak Swedish. Now's your chance.
Look, you're gonna have to go
Oh
on.
my! See,
Look, man.
he's a fake Swedish person.
Yeah.
I was like the applause. I just have
You're gonna have to hire me on Cameo or something, you know? You're gonna have to pay me like $10 and I'll do something Swedish for you.
Okay,
How
no,
much?
get
How
out
much
of it.
on Cameo?
That's my merch line.
No, don't entertain that, Rose. Don't
I'll give you
entertain
like
it.
$15. That might be worth it, okay?
15
No,
bucks.
no, Rose, do not give him
I'll speak Korean.
But
Give me
$3.
money.
$3.
Okay.
$3 is way. Yeah, that's way better. I'll do $3
Okay, that's
for
acceptable.
sure. Okay, go away now. Go away. Go find a phrase that you can say to me in Swedish. Maybe swing this Swedish national anthem. Maybe I don't know. I'll make you do it somehow. Houston Outlaws versus the Vancouver Titans. Rose. Wow, Vancouver Titans. I didn't think we'd ever be in a position where we're like, wow, they are currently on a 3-match win streak. They're 3-1
It's wild.
in the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
What timeline are we in, Jaws? We were just looking at the Gladiators 0-4. One of the best teams in the West, and now Vancouver Titans also making, flipping the script a little bit here. They could make it today with a win over Houston.
Yeah, a dub here for the Vancouver Titans, 4-1, which means they will book their ticket to that LAN. And what's quite exciting is that we have both Canadian teams in at the Toronto LAN, so that'll be equally as cool. Let's talk about the Houston Outlaws just a little bit though, Rose, because they've had, again, I mentioned it on the last match, but it's been a bit of a roster mania couple of weeks. Like, it's been a bit crazy. We've seen a Piggy step away from the Outlaws roster. Dante was playing a lot of the time when we were in this Doomfist meta, the Doom tank, but I feel like a lot of people kind of weren't happy about that. Pelican kind of tweeted out that he was very sad to see Piggy go, and he did join the team with him. You can imagine he was quite close to Piggy.
Yeah.
And the Outlaws did bring on a couple of people. You can see one of those people right here in Lep, but the Outlaws have just not looked great. They're currently sitting in 8th with a 1-2 record, and they lost to New York Excelsior and London so far. But they did end up winning against the Glads, but again, weakened Glad. It's been a bit of a strange qualifiers for Houston.
It has been, and I think a lot of that, unfortunately, just falls on maybe some synergy missteps that we're seeing from this team. This meta really requires you to have a backline that fully understands each other, so you're not using rally and beat at the same time, and you have that strong communication so that you know what game plan you really should be going for. And so I think that there's still some wrinkles that you need to iron out with this team. But you know, Houston, I do think that like they have, obviously they have the talent here and they have the ability. It's just about kind of putting it into practice and really seeing that come to fruition.
I mean, we'll see if they can end this Vancouver Titans win streak, because they have just been on another level recently. And they added a coach quite late on into the season.
Deepay.
Everybody was kind of hoping for this first win, right? And yeah, they added Deepay, Mr. David Pay. And look, at the end of the day, you add a coach like this halfway through the season, then you start finding you start finding success. Like, Coach of the Year material potentially on a team that was coming into the qualifiers with 0 wins throughout the regular season. Like, that's insane. It's been a massive shift for this squad. They added King too for the Vancouver Titans, who's also been looking pretty damn good on the Genji.
I mean, King's debut just a couple of matches ago was stellar. I know that it didn't end up as a win for the Vancouver Titans for that one, but that could just be chalked up to nerves, Jaws, because ever since then, King has been on an absolute tear with this Genji, and I think that he's slotted in really nicely to this roster as a whole. On top of the coaching, on top of just like, I don't know, the environment that I feel like the Titans seem to have. Look at how like all smiles they are all the time when they're playing these matches. They're vibing, and I think that really does speak volumes to just how they approach the game with their mentality.
Yeah, big smiles in the Vancouver camp right now. And we, I think they spoke to Marsa on the broadcast yesterday, and it's been good to see. It's good to see Vancouver Titans in those kind of interview positions too, and having such a devastating start to the season and then eventually finding wins. You can only think like it's only up from here.
Yeah.
Imagine a situation where the Vancouver Titans end up in a play-in scenario, in a playoff scenario. Like, hey, the sky's the limit right now for Titans. If they do win here, like you said, they do get their tickets to that Toronto LAN, and the Houston Outlaws may be looking at the opposite, maybe looking at not even making it there with a 1-2 scoreline in the qualifier.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one. Houston Outlaws needs a win here in order to stay a part of the conversation, but Vancouver Titans with a loss wouldn't be out of it yet either. So, I mean, look at that though. What? Is this the tie?
Yeah, not dropped to map to Titans since stage 320. A very different team. Both teams very different in 2019.
Yeah.
Kind of ridiculous.
I mean, you gotta. I think you could look at that in a lot of different ways too, when you look at just Overwatch 2 as a whole and how that has really changed how teams approach the games. So some of these stats, so cool to see the history here, but you do have to take it with a grain of salt, knowing how different 5v5 looks as well.
All right, jumping into a brief pause. Mira called the pause, so maybe something wrong with the Vancouver Titans end. Hopefully we'll get that sorted in just a moment.
Yeah, look at that.
Thinking about the way they've played up until this point, and especially people like Marsa, who has been on teams like Atlanta Reign in the past, who's been a standout Lucio more often than not, and has been an exceptional Lucio player, I think, all his career. Has just gone a little bit unnoticed over this last year because of the Vancouver Titans record, but him and Aztac have been performing very well together in a meta that requires your backline to be just titanium level strong to survive a lot of these Sojourn railguns, or like Genji's trying to go for the dives, or the Junk Queen like speeding onto your brig to try and kill her. It's been a good look for Vancouver Titans. We are back in the game, thank goodness. It's not a long pause. We're on Busan as our first map.
Yeah, I want to follow that up as well, talking about Aztac. I think Aztac has consistently improved over the course of this season, and has also been standing out to me as a really strong backline here for the Titans. So all eyes are really on Titans right now to see if they can keep this win streak alive.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in the crowd are definitely hoping so, although Outlaws fan base is quite large, I will say. Nice early kill onto Merit. You can see him kind of looking around to try and find where King was, and Aspire was just shooting him that entire time. In fact, Outlaws have swapped sides of the map. Aztec does fall, so the Vancouver Titans have got a whole lot of heals to rely on, but it doesn't matter. Aspire's more than happy in just dismantling the Outlaws front line.
Yeah, look at that. They're going to take control of the point right away here and just start that percentage rolling. But I think something else that you have to look at too is just how this Ashe versus this Sojourn is really going to play out here. Merit has opted for the Ashe, so you do end up getting that consistent dynamite damage, but especially when you don't have a shield, that's going to hurt a lot. But it's really about the follow-up as well. Can Pelican go in with these slashes and dashes to really make good use of that? On the flip side, Aspire with this railgun, look how fast he's charging up these shots. So much one-shot potential.
Ooh, gotta be careful. Good Merit, he pokes that head around the corner, he's gonna die. Ooh, Pelican with reflection. And then the melee onto Aspire does take care of him with ease. Merit's still in a little bit of trouble though. King is just constantly harassing him in the front, in the back line. Nice dynamite. Doesn't get the coach gun off in time. In fact, it was still on cooldown when he tried to use it. It looked like that. Ooh!
Ooh.
Master, face full of shrapnel.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to just have to get sent back to spawn for that one, but I think Titans are really happy walking away with 50%. But both teams are looking at some ultimates coming online to really start to get things going. You know, Houston Outlaws are first to the sound barrier, so Lep has that to be able to get a strong engage for the Outlaws. But as well, Pelican outpacing King right now to get that Dragon Blade online.
Yeah, they'll all come on around the same time unless the Houston Outlaws want to go rather fast. Both support ultimates available for Outlaws in a couple of seconds. Titans a little bit further ahead with Aztec using his rally. A lot of ultimates being used. Multiple beats. Bob comes out, sits on the point, holds it down for the Outlaws. Aspire trying to get value with this overclock, but not to be. So they get pushed away. And the Outlaws continue to hold.
Oh, look at that as well. How expensive this fight was for both of these teams. And now you look at Outlaws, where Pelican held onto the Dragon Blade.
They're going to go fast.
So they look at this. They get to play so close. And do Titans even know?
They know they have Blade. And Aspire do not. Blade, speed boost, commanding shout, everything thrown to pocket. Pelican straight to the spawn. No kills, but damage will do. Bit more time shaved off the bank, but Pelican just kisses the spawn door, and Aspire just greets him with a face full of energy, I suppose. I'm not sure what kind of material shoots out of the railgun. Energy beams, I guess, but regardless, it does kill him.
Yep, that's going to send him right back to spawn. And now Titans too, they've really got one more chance to be able to come back into this one, and they don't really have a whole lot to do it. Mirror has the rampage, but Dante's got one too.
King's already 1 HP. Nice little boop onto Dante, so he gets negative value with his ultimate. Unlike Mirror, who dove to the backline. Lep and Lastro, just like I mentioned before, you need an adamantium, a titanium backline. They're able to pocket each other, run away from Mirror and take him out and survive. Not for long though, as he goes down to Aspire, but overtime's here for the Outlaws as they boop everybody from Titans away from the point. Both Lep and Dante standing strong. Aztec was the one to touch, but couldn't make it there, and Outlaws claim the first round.
Yeah, and it was looking good for the Titans for a while there with that 50%. But then once Houston took back control, they were really in control of the point. I mean, Merit just picking up the Ashe felt like the perfect choice given the amount of just open space that you have to work with. Bob, when that comes online, is able to help you shut down so many different avenues. But I think it makes a lot of sense here to go back to the Soldier. We've seen just how incredible Merit can be. Let's all remember that triple collateral on Coliseo, you know, and because you have these solo performances, you're hoping that at least the Outlaws can also meld that into a team-centric performance too. And so let's see if that is going to be what we see as well as we head over to downtown. There you go.
There you go. Talk about him.
Capitalize.
He does the job. Easy, easy. Nice little double kill with a couple of railgun shots. Nice. This is a very quick fight for the Outlaws. Very quick.
They've got the pattern down, you know, of how they want to approach, who they want to attack, who they're going after, and even just splitting up as well to be able to capture the point very quickly. Now they can kind of just let it go, see where the Titans are going to come from, meet them there. But look at this. I mean, the fact that Lastro's 30% charge ahead of Aztec right now, that's pretty big to make sure you get that rally online really fast. Actually, the holy smokes.
Oh, that's tight. Yeah. He got nothing done in that fight, unfortunately. Teammates were dead before he could even do anything. Well, he was dead, in fact, before he could do anything. Nice, good start, killing King. Yeah, another very quick and clean fight for the Outlaws. Okay, Pelican. Yeah, learning his lessons from last round. Doesn't want to dash straight towards the spawn door. All good.
All good. All good downtown. I was going to say, I guess we are downtown, huh?
Yeah.
But Titans, I mean, they're still kind of struggling to keep up with some of these ultimates from Houston. Primarily because, you know, Houston's been winning all these team fights, but also that Titans really haven't been able to find an opening because every single time they walk in, something like this happens.
Yeah. Yeah, they got 60% already. Woo! This is just a slaughter right now for the Outlaws. Yep. Yeah, the Titans not looking so hot right now. I mean, I suppose, yes, like, we got support that's coming up, but the Outlaws have not needed anything. It's been Merit that's getting pick after pick after pick. And it's been tough. I mean, 5 ults for Outlaws coming up. I mean, Vancouver not too far behind there.
No, I mean, it's just still tough though, right? Because Houston, they can just use these ultimates now. It's last fight territory. And Houston might not even give Titans a chance, but nice revenge.
A little bit of revenge. It's definitely sweet. The beat comes up the stairs for Marsa there. Pelican just trying as hard as he can to try and take down Aztec. Rampage does enough work, though, for Pelican to follow up that with a blade. And just an absolute shutout here for the Outlaws. 99%, even with the Spire picking someone off of the Outlaws. Didn't matter. 4v5, they'll take that any day. And Outlaws starting off strong with a map win.
I hope that builds their confidence as well. I feel like they might need a bit of a confidence boost after how some of these last matches have really gone, but that looked very clean and very decisive, especially as they're warming up to how the Titans like to play this game.
Those are pretty damn good. We did have questions coming into this for Outlaws. We'll see if they've been answered in map number 2, if they can keep this ball rolling. We're going on to Hybrid as our next game mode. We'll see you in a bit.
Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm in my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Hey, welcome back. Outlaws with a swift map 1 victory on Busan against the Titans, but Titans are still not out of it just yet. They want to keep that win streak. Win streak going.
They do, but Merit might pose a problem for them. I mean, the number of first picks that Merit got on the Sojourn was pretty ridiculous in downtown. So I think that, you know, when moving forward, Titans really do need to put an emphasis on trying to target down Merit and Pelican. Just take that damage off the board.
You got to shut him down. But then the same thing can be said about Aspire, right? I mean, he's also been instrumental to Vancouver Titans' success on that Sojourn. Yeah, if your Sojourn player is just on a hot streak, it's hard to stop him if you're the other team. Let's hope that Aspire can stand up to Merit on the next map. We are going to Hollywood, where we've got a ton of high ground to play with. And so definitely expect that all of the DPS are going to be using that to full advantage. And I have questions, though, whether we're going to see the Ashe versus the Sojourn. Jaws, what are you thinking here? Because we've seen both looks from Merit so far, and Hollywood on defense specifically. We tend to see a bit more of the Ashe if a team feels comfortable with it. I definitely don't mind the Ashe whatsoever. I think on the defense it's a little bit better, and it looks like they do want to run it. So yeah, Ashe for defense, hold the cafe area. The Dynamites can be quite crazy. It's quite enclosed, this first point, so Dynamites in general do get a lot of value there.
Yeah.
Let's see what Outlaws, Titans want to play. I don't think it's going to be Bastion and Tor.
No?
It could, probably
sure?
not. I mean, double turret mode would be rather cool, but we've seen crazier things, to be fair. Well, I guess the same kind of crazy. We've seen London Spitfire run out with a Bastion before, but yeah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
That's disappointing, and my day is now ruined, Jaws. Thanks. We might see at least this quick potential Widow pick here. Nice body shot onto Pelican, at least. But that's about all it's going to get here, as the Spire does switch back over to the Sojourn. And Outlaws also back up pretty significantly here.
Whew. Yeah, we see a lot of Ashes. It was the first series of the day, the Ashe on the defense, just dynamite, 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 dynamite. Just on these corners, you get bobbed so fast. A couple of places to hide from the bob if you use the bob on the point. Not as many as you would like in that enclosed space. Disruption Shot doing a good job at maybe isolating Dante. Use that commanding shout to get out of there with the help of his support, speeding him along the way. Pelican using Deflect to stop the damage from Aspire and Marsa, but not quite enough to stop flailing Aztac, just swinging away. King takes care of Lastro too. Good offense so far for the Titans. Oh, goodbye, Merits. Those Dynamites not working out for you, unfortunately, this time around. In fact, King with 3 kills on that push.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that the Ashe can work here on the high ground of second point, but what a fast take here from the Titans. Now they're going to get that car rolling, and they're also going to be coming up with a sound barrier so fast. They can just take a really quick, aggressive push here as long as King doesn't get chunked out of the sky like too soon. That was really close there. But,
yeah.
Ooh.
How is Marsa must have done an unbelievable amount of damage to start off with.
Like a ton.
Amp some heals, but yeah, must have done a lot. I mean, if they, like you said, Rose, maybe if they're cheeky enough, take that lift on the high ground, use that beat, just push Outlaws off, have one person sit on the payload, hopefully you can win out at 4v5 on height. Have to wait and see what they want to do. They still have to be careful though. Merit is closing in on this Bob, only a couple of percentage points away, and he will get it. Good idea. Use the Bob when they use the beat. It goes to the back line, chunks people away, but they might not even need to use that. Yeah, Aspire just takes his head clean off before that Bob could be brought to the battlefield. The Vancouver Titans use the rally, push forward. Now Pelican's in trouble. A shield bash to the face. He's going to get really annoyed with Aztac at this point. There's a couple of concussions now for him.
That's gotta hurt. I mean, Vancouver Titans only needed the rally there as well. As soon as they got that quick pick on to Merit, they could just go forward, and they had a lot of confidence that that 5v4 would absolutely be in their advantage. But Outlaws, they can still come back with a bunch of firepower here. Now it's really on Masa with the sound barrier that he preserved to answer some of these bigger ultimates coming out from the Outlaws here. Looking at Merit and Pelican right now.
Yeah, it sucks for Merit. He's not on the high ground here, and he's just a little bit scared. Pelican trying to chase King away, so Merit can get on there potentially. Bob comes out on the payload, but Aspire is rather toasty up here. Using that overclock. Bob doesn't see him unless he peeks his head over like this. Stalemate so far. Only ultimate's been used, no kills just yet. But the Outlaws have double support ultimate available. A beat comes out in response to Pelican's Blade. Another beats. As we zip back to the present, there's the rally from Lastro as they do try and focus down Aspire, but look at the disengage from the Titans. They are going pretty low, and in fact, Master does end up getting picked off. Pelican with the dash reset to the back line, deflecting that shield bash, has had enough with Aztac's shenanigans. An isolation kill onto Lastro, but the Outlaws come out on top, it feels like, especially with the spawns that they have, and yeah, Aztac going down and King to follow. Good little defense just before the second point.
It's actually important as well. Dante didn't really get ultimate charge for that either. Has been sitting on the rampage for a bit, and so getting those final blows actually is kind of okay for the Titans right now. King thinks about switching over to the Echo. I think that when you're against somebody like Merit, and then of course like Pelican on the Genji that can play with these buildings to try to reach you in the sky, that's probably not the best choice. So going back over to the Genji feels way smarter to try to close out the second point. They're so close as well, Jaws. They really just need to just push it over the edge. What the boop?
Oh, what a boop! What a boop off the top of the high ground. Mirror tried to rampage straight through the Outlaws. And the boop, from what I presume, is Lep. Straight off the top, so that ultimate doing absolutely nothing, and Dante's now got a rampage in his back pocket. Jail control for the Outlaws still as Pelican chases Aspire away. That rampage hits multiple targets, but unable to follow up at the Outlaws as Merit ends up just biting the dust. Both rampages not doing too much, it seems. It's been quite a sorry state of affairs for the Junker Queens as King and Aztac take this fight into their own hands. Leb just dodging around the bins, gets dumped in what? As the Vancouver Titans get that second point.
Wow, the boop looked so massive. Oh no, the stagger onto Merit as well. Titans just gonna keep pushing forward with this aggression, hoping that they can catch somebody else out on the Outlaws. I mean, Aspire really could just shut down and create so much space with this overclock too. That's something that, you know, is a really nice boon for the Sojourn player versus the Ashe in this matchup. Is your ultimate has so much more value potential. Bob is great for being able to force the other team into positioning, but it's not really going to pick up picks.
There's the overclock from Aspire. Rally from Lastro. Outlaws in a good spot. Not so much anymore as Merit does end up going down. Aspire's just had his number in this map. It was the other way around on Busan, but Aspire's not here to mess around. Blade pulled from King, dashes towards Lastro, who booped himself off of the payload to try and get some space, but the Vancouver Titans take it in their stride. Once again, Aspire taking care of Merit at the start of these fights.
It's been huge. It's been so huge because you're just removing that consistent damage off the board. And yeah, Outlaws can come back in with this one, but there's a sound barrier respond.
Yeah, sound barrier in response, and Merit goes down once again. Three fights in a row. Merit ends up going down first. He does send the Bob out, luckily enough, so technically a 5v5, I suppose. Good focus fire from the Outlaws. They try and defend this final point. Aztac used the rally, was hoping to get a little bit more value. Not enough to save Mirror's life. It's not quite the same as that sound barrier. It takes a little bit of time for that overhealth to build up to be effective. Vancouver Titans still have time in their bank, though.
Yeah.
To make this last
They
push.
do, and they have some ultimates that they're working up to as well that they'll definitely be able to get online. Looking at the rampage from Mirror, this time there is no high ground to be booped off of. So hopefully this rampage will be able to hit Outlaws, but I think the biggest thing I'm looking at is the fact that Merit switched off of the Ashe to the Sojourn. And so you'll maybe see him have a bit more of an impact here as he can contend just a touch better with Aspire's Sojourn, having the mobility available and also that one-shot potential too.
Mira looking for summon. Pelicans found Master already, and Mira. Okay, final fight for the Vancouver Titans. They know they can't really waste any time, so they end up just kind of chucking themselves in, or at least trying to get back to spawn. Any nice, like, long stagger kills here will be good. There you go. A kill onto Aspire is nice, and the Outlaws, in fact, Master ends up going down. Okay, died, it comes out of spawn, gets knifed by Dante. Not great, not great, but still 20 seconds to go. The spawn isn't super far away for the Titans, so they will be able to get back to the point to trigger O2.
Yeah, you can just kind of rotate through a speed boost from Masa, maybe the commanding shout just for that 30% extra movement speed from the Junker Queen, but they could get back with no trouble here. Now it's all about Mira hitting this Rampage and maybe Aspire following it up with the Overclock.
Yeah, Rampage versus Rampage again. Mira's is pretty big. A counter Rampage from Dante aimed it straight at Mira. King of Mira in trouble. Blade pulled from Pelican straight to the back. His fancy footwork looking like Wooks out here. 4K for Pelican, or 5K in fact. 4K with the blade. Pelican getting just a random solo kill at the very start of the fight. Houston Outlaws defend Vancouver Titans. They do make it to the last point, a couple of meters before they capped. Still, good progress.
Sheesh, a 5K. I mean, that's a great way to stop a push right there. But that is a ton of progress for Titans. This is a winnable situation for them to tie up this series. We've seen how Aspire can continuously shut down Merit, but now it's kind of like, does Merit even try the Ashe on the attack? It's not as good as the defense, and you could even see that Merit was struggling in those, maybe the second half of the map with the Ashe trying to find value, that the Sojourn just provides a little bit more in spades when you do have a bit more, you need a bit more point presence there. But we'll see. We're gonna watch this replay though from Pelican, the 5K.
Let's have a look how we got it. Ooh. Jesus Christ. This guy's pretty good. 5 kills for Pelican at the very end. That's what you really want to see. The Houston Outlaws DPS line currently quite stacked in terms of the stats department too. Rose, it's going to be a tough battle for the Outlaws if Pelican just keeps having these performances. I mean, he is, elimination-wise, Merit right now, 11 elims, no final blows, but the damage output from both the DPS from the Outlaws is quite extravagant.
Yeah.
Over 10k DPS right now for Pelican per 10. Merit just sitting below.
Yeah, I mean, that's Pelican right now is 30% of the team's damage at this moment, and it's a lot of damage as well, so you can only imagine how that's really going so far. Almost 10,000.
I mean, compare that to King's damage per 10. King is currently sitting at 6.5k damage per 10 compared to 10k of Pelican, so you can see the differential there between the two Genji players.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely playing a factor here. Maybe King will show us something a bit more on the defense, but it's already not looking too good here. Houston looking to make a quick cap.
God, yeah, Pelican just handing it to him. Jesus. He is mad. I mean, the Outlaws come into today, what, 1 and 2? They need to find this dub here to carry on their streak of getting to the Summer Showdown. And it has been an upwards hill battle, and they've really not looked like themselves ever since Piggy left, but this is the Outlaws that I think everybody kind of remembers, especially when Dante was playing that Doomfist for them in that.
Yes, that was so oppressive, and that was actually very meta-defining to see Dante on the Doomfist. He has a very he's a very specific style of tank play that I think really works well in this meta, and so I want to see them find success with it, which is just engaging and really finding ways that support the DPS.
Oh, that was a big axe swing there by Mira. God, he got so many people low, just the rest of his team weren't able to follow up with any meaningful damage and kills. They do kill Leper. Yeah, the Outlaws have got full control of this payload right now, and high ground.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick, aggressive push here from the Outlaws, especially when Pelican has another Blade. It's going to be one of the first ults on the board right now for this map. And we're already halfway through, basically. Approaching that second point very quickly as Pelican just trying to get set up here on the high ground for a nice drop down.
King looking to stop the high ground play. Pelican pulling the blade. What you got for us this time around? That rally a little bit harder to chew through, unfortunately, and that beat too. The Vancouver Titans looking rather healthy, but the target focus, nice from Pelican, forcing Aztac away, and in fact, Aztac in a little bit of trouble. That Bob's going to finish him off if Pelican doesn't do it quicker. Barrett's Bobs, you know, they're coming out to play.
They are. I mean, Bob's doing something. Bob's doing something, but Pelican's doing just a little bit more. It's been really rough for the Titans so far to find a footing in this game. Even like with the double support ultimates, it just wasn't enough to contend with the fact that both Merit and Pelican were able to use their DPS ults. Now Titans, they can respond in kind with their own, but with the way that Dante's been hitting these rampages too, Titans might not even have a chance to use these yet.
Trying to find, yeah, I was going to say, King is just kind of chilling around the side. Dante smelt something fishy. End up backing up. Just waiting for the ultimates to come out, maybe waiting for King to pull his blade. He does so, gets booped, nice redash back in. Pelican finishes him off eventually with a couple of shurikens, but the damage has already been done for the Titans on the defense, and they can hold rather close to these doors.
But the respawns are so close for the Outlaws that I think it would be a mistake for Titans to get too close. If they just get, you know, picked off, that's a huge advantage.
Ooh, dearie me. Merit just sent a rampage straight towards Merit there. That was kind of frustrating. A 4-man rampage from Dante, though. Aspire trying to clutch this fight out with this overclock. He's seeing heads, but he can't quite click him quick enough before the rest of his team end up bleeding out. Both Dante and Lep getting a couple of kills each. And there's the team kill. 4 minutes to go for the Outlaws. They're looking good on map number 2. They could finish it out here, unless Titans can claw their way back in, but it's going to be an up until battle. Relastro's got a rally coming up, and Vancouver Titans have no ults.
Yeah, no response for the blade that Pelican is working up to either. And that 5K is looking mighty sweet if Pelican can get a repeat. Card is approaching that final box of victory.
There's the rally. Mars has been spotted. The commanding shout's already been used. The blade for Pelican. Mirrors one. The supports in the back will stand little to no chance. A nice little bash away there from Aztac to get out of the way of Pelican. But it's Master in the Skies, the only one that's contesting the payload right now, and it looks as good as over. The Vancouver Titans go down on Hollywood as the Outlaws find a match point.
One map win away for the Outlaws to snap the win streak of the Vancouver Titans. And also maybe get some confidence back and stay in the conversation for making it to the Summer Showdown.
Yeah, the Outlaws, if they find the next map, Rose, they're 2-2.
Yeah.
Very good chance of making it all the way there. And, you know, the Titans, if they win, they are guaranteed a ticket to that land. But if they lose, it's not out they're not out just yet. They're still 3-1 coming into today in the qualifiers. We'll have to wait and see how that turns out, though. We're going to jump to a quick break. We've got Escort next.
tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotation appointment to WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh my. Even scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait switcher.
Don't forget, the league is coming to Toronto. Defiant are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament, presented by Bell. That is September 8th. Pretty close. We are approaching it. It's going to be crazy. September 8th to the 11th. Experience Esports live once again and play Overwatch 2 and come join the party. And make sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. It's going to be an absolute blast. I cannot wait. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, Toronto Defiant will be there as well. So that's even better for the Toronto Defiant fans. But back to this game. Houston Outlaws and the Vancouver Titans on what was quite a convincing Busan. The Outlaws with a 2-0 there. And then we jump onto Hybrid, and it was almost the same kind of story. Hollywood just felt like a domination from the Outlaws. I mean, one man ahead of the charge. He hasn't got a smile on his face, but he probably should have quite a large one. It is Pelican, who, what did he do? Well, you know, he just did a little deadlift. He did a little deadlift in the last map. 22 out of the 43 final blows.
Ooh, my goodness. Oh, that's gotta feel so good. I mean, we got a chance to see an expert performance of that with the 5K at the end of Hollywood, round number 1. And just kind of consistency across the board from Pelican as well. I mean, both Pelican and Merit have been so influential in Houston Outlaws' success in this match.
Yeah, when they get going, they really do get going. It feels, it's kind of strange because it does feel like a new Outlaws. And I feel like I say that every week. And man, it's a different shade of Outlaws we're looking at right now. But this week, it's damn. Vancouver Titans have been on quite the hot streak. Of course, they came into this series with a 3-map win streak. Houston Outlaws, you know, they want to make it. They want to at least tie their record up at 2-2 out of today, and they're on good track to do so. We're going to go on to Circuit Royale as our third and maybe final map. We'll see if Vancouver Titans can fight back.
I definitely think that there is potential here for the Titans. We have seen Aspire and King specifically on Circuit just kind of keep taking some names, and Circuit Royale is just always an interesting one because a lot of teams in this most recent stage, you know, they're running something a bit different than what they might be used to. You're not using the same hold locations as we would have seen in the Sigma meta, so maybe you can cook up something that might take your opponents by surprise. We've seen the close holds, we've seen the holds on this first corner of the boutique, and also just kind of some of these sneaky Widow plays. So all bets are off, it feels like, for Circuit.
It does. It very much feels like a map that anything can happen on, but it's. I think it's always going to be Junk Queen. Maybe one day we'll see like a Widow being permanently picked, but the comp is so fast. It's much harder for the Widow to.
That is true.
Get a headshot on people, but you never know. Boy.
Hey, I always thought maybe you could see the Widowmaker picked at least for like a first kind of look at what's happening on the other team, but.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, we've had a lot of Widowmaker on this map already. I don't know why I'm complaining that much. We've had Widowmaker. It's time for other things.
You just want more Widowmaker. It's okay, Josh.
I do.
We're all there with you.
I like seeing good aim. Yeah. All right, Outlaw's not choosing to actually go with this forward hold. Like more of an aggressive, like, middle of the road hold here. Normally it's the first corner or the spawn, but Outlaw's now just walking all the way back. Oh, Dante gets whip shot to the dome there. The Outlaws off to a decent start.
I mean, that was a quick disengage from the Outlaws. As soon as Dante got dropped, you saw Lep hit the rewind to get everybody else out of there. And you know that Dante will be able to come back with a quick taxi there from Lep as well, so there's still another contest to be had here on the first point, but Moss has already walked away with 54% towards that sound barrier. And if Titans keep up this pace, they're going to have the first support ultimate online. That could be the difference to just kind of get them the aggression they want to push forward.
Slowly but surely for the Vancouver Titans, they move that payload up to the first point. Pelican's already in the back, dashes back to the rest of his team, gets a bit of damage down with the shift. It's up to these Sojourn, I should say, on Aspire to find an opening for the Vancouver Titans. The health bars are dwindling right now, but Dante ends up going down first yet again. Aspire with a double body shot with the railgun ends both Dante and Lastro's life. Vancouver Titans pushing on. That's a very fast team, like 4 minutes and 40 seconds moving up this hill.
I mean, look, the rally is just enough sometimes to really push you over the edge. And that's all they needed. Now Masa gets a chance to rotate through that with the sound barrier as well. And when Merit has been putting in some work over there, that Bob is online, might force you in a position where you have enough time to be able to build up the Dragon Blade, and that's really what Masa wants to have the sound barrier online for, is a response to Pelican's Blade. Pelican gets so much work done with these that you have to have an answer.
Yeah, you have to be fearful. that's for sure. I mean, King's going to get his online too. Might be a bit of a blade v blade. It's going to be ults just across the board. Azteca use the rally to secure that first point, so Outlaws have the advantage in that regard. There's the blade from King. Target might be Merit, but the beat from Lep is decent. Stops King getting any value. There's the Bob, but there is the Rampage from Mira. It's Lashro and Merit. Merit in trouble. Both Junker Queens coming up with kills, but Mira going down. That's a lot less front line now for the Titans to cower behind. As Pelican, with the help of Lastro, finish off Masa and a quick chase down of King. He is dethroned, and the Titans are going to get held for the time being.
I'm really impressed with Merit right now. King popped the Dragon Blade, and sure, yeah, Lep responded as you would expect to with the sound barrier. But it was Merit's coach gun that actually was able to push King out of position so that he couldn't get a dash reset, and he had to wait for these cooldowns to come back online. At which point, the Houston Outlaws had surrounded him, and he wasn't going to be able to find that value either way.
Oh my god!
Where did Dante go?
An aerial with that one. I don't know, but I do know where Vancouver Titans are going. It's straight to spawn, that's for sure. He went over the payload and just had a crazy amount of air. Jesus.
Junker Queens fly.
Tony Hawk wants your number, to be honest with you, Dante. All right, Masa goes down. That's a good little play. Only one ult expended as well for the Outlaws, so you're happy with that?
Yeah, they still don't have much to go with, though. I mean, yeah, Dante hit the Rampage and found incredible value with that. But now you're looking at Titans having the ultimate advantage. When Aztecs got another rally, that was just enough to be able to push the cart over the edge for the first points, and that cart is not too far away from second either. But Spire 2 could just kind of answer with an overclock. As long as he does, he can take it out before that.
This ends now.
Yeah, the Outlaws don't have any ults at all. Look at that, instantly backing away. Perfectly in tuned are the Outlaws comms and the team right now. That rally and the overclock expended. Vancouver Titans are hoping they find something there. For the Outlaws, just quick as you like. Commanding shell and speed boost all the way back into the choke, and then they can now re-engage. A minute and 45 seconds to go for the Titans to knock this payload into point B. King is in trouble, has to dash back to the rest of his team, and now Pelican instantly gets the blade and pulls it. He's got one kill already. Just give it up, Aztec. You ain't surviving this one. Master's chased down, killed by Merit. Now the Vancouver Titans are halted again. Oh my god, okay, how far can Aspire fly? To the skybox. That's how high.
They actually just like juggled him in the air for a while there. I actually wasn't sure if Aspire was ever to come back down to Earth, but he's coming back out with the Ashe. Okay, so switching things up a little bit. This is the first time we've seen Aspire commit to the Ashe over the Sojourn in this series. I mean, Merit's been putting in so much work on the Ashe himself, but I think that Aspire as well, like, is this really gonna be the difference maker for the Titans? They don't have a whole lot of time to make this work, Jaws.
You cannot get picked here if you're the Vancouver Titans right now, and look at this shooting gallery for Merit. Clean tracking and clean aim on that Lucio, Jesus. 35 seconds to go, and what are Outlaws going to do? Oh yeah, it's spawn camp time.
At least a little bit.
Oh, maybe not.
I take it back. A little bit. You know, you try to pepper in the rest of the poke damage, try to get Pelican Blade or Dante the Rampage, just in case something goes horribly wrong, to not be able to deal with King's Blade or get a pick before the Titans move in. But it's the last 10 seconds now, Jaws.
Beat, Blade, Rampage, maybe that rally for the Titans. They're running into double support ultimates from the Outlaws. There's the Beat to match the Blade. Master uses Beat too. Aspire doesn't get any of that overhealth. Will that matter? Doesn't look like it for now. Mira with a 4-man Rampage straight to the back. Lastro using the rally. Oh no, that overhealth couldn't get built up in time. Oh, they throw that support ultimate away. The Houston Outlaws fought it on this second point in OT. The Titans managed to grab it. They had to use a heck of a lot, but they're happy that both support ultimates used on the Outlaws side.
Definitely. I mean, they at least like neutralized the advantage that Outlaws could have had, but the fact that Titans also used the sound barrier and the rally means that Pelican's Blade is pretty free, unless Aspire can do something very similar by using the coach gun to try to push Pelican away, and maybe Aztec with the crowd control as well with the flail could help with that, but Outlaws, I think, are pretty happy with the outcome despite losing both of the support ultimates.
All right, Outlaws hitting that NOS to get to the back line. There's the Blade from Pelican. Bob's out. It's a 5v5 because Bob's on the... No, he's on. He's gone. He's off the map. He's off the map. And Vancouver Titans are in spawn. That is probably the most unfortunate Bob use I've ever seen from an Ash. I guess he just went through both the doors and jumped off the map. That sucks. That's not something you can avoid there, Aspire. I'm assuming he was hoping that maybe he boops into somebody and then stops.
I wonder, yeah.
Rest in peace.
Or maybe Houston like changed the trajectory of it somehow. I'm not sure, but last fight here, Jaws.
Yeah, speaking of Bobs, ooh, look at him holding down those stairs. Look at him go. Politest human being alive, or Omnic alive, I would say. Master falls. Someone needs to touch the payload for the Vancouver Titans. They haven't got any ults and they haven't got any health bars either. They got OT. Push on to second point. They don't get it much further than that second corner leading into last. Vancouver Titans still with a decent push on Circuit Royale. See what they want to do on their defense, but Outlaws, like I said, map before, different beast feels like today.
Really does. What shade of green are we calling this?
Lime.
Lime green?
Lime.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because lime, okay, people are, I'm not sure what time it is in Europe right now, or just the UK. Let me check. I'm checking.
Well, like 11.
It's midnight, so maybe there are a couple of British viewers watching, but lime concentrate or lime squash, best squash around.
What is
although the summer fruit squash, also pretty decent. It's a concentrate that you add to water, and it just gives it a flavor, but it has no sugar in it.
Oh.
It's like it's like super common in the UK, and I haven't really found it in the US.
Like,
that was the first thing I looked for when I went to the supermarket to do my first shop back in 2020. But I was like, what the hell, no squash? Seriously?
I thought you were talking about like like the fruit. Like,
oh, like the fruit.
like the gourd.
Ooh, here's the Bob.
Oh, it's going to no.
Mary jumps out the way. Okay, that is just unlucky. Because you're expecting, if you're Aspire there, you're expecting it to hit somebody so the Bob stops.
I think so.
But jeez,
or like
that's
corner or something.
He threaded the needle with that one. That is rather unlucky.
I thought the ledge maybe too at the bottom of the stairs stopped it.
No, Bob gets air. He is just running it down. He gets mad air with that. Nice TP from Merritt. Just getting rid of that spawn hold. Swapping sides, of course. They haven't got the payload, but much more advantageous for the Outlaws to stand here on this corner. Big axe swing from Dante. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Aztec is the primary target. They end up trading supports, but Dante is just being ignored by the rest of the Vancouver Titans right now. He's just cleaving them. He's got that Gore Howl unlocked. The Vancouver Titans, they do end up killing both Dante and Lastro, but Mira is a little bit worse for wear. Yeah, there you go. Nice spawn hold just denied by the Outlaws, and they do get the payload going.
Yeah, at least Titans are able to buy at least a little bit of time off that clock, but now you're looking at giving a lot of agency to the Outlaws. Lastro was able to do so much damage and healing that rally's coming online really fast, and we saw what Aztec was able to do with that kind of ultimate available on Titan's attack push. So yeah, Lastro's definitely looking forward to being able to pop this rally and push this payload over the first goal line.
I think everyone from Titans looking at Aspire trying to open this one up. He's been instrumental at shutting down Merritt. He did that on Hollywood. Can Can he do the same thing here? 2.5 minutes to go as Pelican goes down to a dash from King. That's a lot of dynamite damage still, though, from Merritt. You see that ult charge tick up. Look at that. That must have been a 4 or 5-man dynamite. The beat from Marsa. They're going to push forward after Lastro used that rally. Dante is just focused down. That beat over health. Way too much for Dante to really hold on to anything. And they trade the beat for the rally. And now it's going to be the opposite way around. Lep has got that beat coming online. Aztac has got the rally.
Yeah, but I think that Lep having a sound barrier actually is a little bit better for the Outlaws when you look at the fact that Pelican and King are both going to have Dragon Blades up and running. I mean, Maso kind of felt forced to use the sound barrier in that last fight because of how low Mirror got. You weren't going to get the overhealth from the rally on time in time.
Attempted boot on Dante there. Didn't quite work out, but that rally from Aztac is good. Look at the patience from the Titans playing back so they can get rid of that anti and stack up that overhealth. A nice return rampage from Mirror. Good defense from the Titans. Team kill as well. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Titans looking to hold this one down on this corner. In fact, they're just going to push up. They're going to let that payload trickle back. Go for the spawn hold.
Yeah, why not? King still has the blade. Aspire can go for the overclock. Aspire's actually going to be set up like behind the rest of the team here. Keep Lep on lock.
Where is Lep going? Lep hit that beat.
Cart.
To get back to the rest of his team. Yeah, it looked like he was going to the cart, yeah. He's not going to need to now as they do end up killing the Titans. How close is the payload, though? Okay, it's just on this corner. Maybe, just maybe, the Titans can get back. Mirror, Masa, and Aztac spawn first.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, Masa can get here, but I think when you're missing Aspire and King as well, and the Disruptor shot, too, to just displace the team, that is a first point capture for the Outlaws. And we're kind of back to square one. Aspire didn't use the overclock, though, yet, so maybe that is a way that Titans can try to buy some time to get the double support ultimates back online. But, I mean, Merritt just kind of constantly choosing what needs to be picked in the situation. Back on the Ashe, and that Bob's going to get built up really quickly, too.
Yeah, not before Aspire could use that overclock. Oh, that would have been a wicked shot if he hit that through that gap. That does end up dying, though. Reduced atoms with that laser beam. All right, the Titans now, again, letting the payload kind of roll back just a little bit, but it's whether they overextend. Doesn't look like they're going to. You can't be caught unawares as the spawn is pretty close. Speed boost for the Outlaws. They use that rally, but the beat from Masa, pretty good. I mean, they got to target Dante down. His health bar is dwindling. He still goes for that axe swing, hoping to get some of that adrenaline rush to heal him back up, but it wasn't to be. But it doesn't matter, because you still have Pelican on your team. He's got 3 kills, make it a 4th. Pelican is just on one today.
Oh, Lep denied the 5th one. Come on now. But yeah, wow. I want whatever Pelican had for breakfast or lunch. Lunch at this point?
I don't know. Whatever they fed him today, just keep doing
it. You do it every time. All the time.
Not sure what was on the menu.
I don't know.
All right, the Vancouver Titans, what? They have like 1.5 fights here, maybe, depending how quickly they engage. But
they don't have much.
Almost a neutral fight. Aztac does have that rally coming up, Rose, but Pelican's got that blade. They got Bob. This could be disastrous if Vancouver Titans lose one of their supports. The blade has been pulled. They got a kite back. 1 slash, a slash and a reset onto Mirror. The Bob's going to come out too. The whole army summoned by the Outlaws. And with Mirror dead, Aztac's got no one to give that rally to. Oh, he killed Bob, I suppose, but that's just about it. Minute to go. Outlaws get that that second point. It might just be the last point as well if Vancouver Titans aren't careful. Oh, what a pull. Oh! What happened there? It looked like he got pulled in, then he whip-shotted Pelican. I guess you can blame Dante for that death, Pelican.
I was going to say maybe Mirror had something to do with that too, but whoa.
Sneaky beaky like Dante from the shadows. Hit that rampage and it hit 5. That's going to be it. There's just no way they come back from this one unless Mirror and Aspire have something to say about it. No, Pelican's back from spawn. A nice little combat knife there thrown to Aspire. 2 minutes to go and the payload is very close to that green box of victory. Can Master get back in time?
No.
Doesn't look like it. The Houston Outlaws finish that game 3-0 and stop that win streak from the Vancouver Titans.
They are still in contention to make it for Summer Showdown. Both teams are, actually, because Vancouver now sitting at a record of what, 3-2? That's really good. So they're both kind of still fighting for one of those Summer Showdown spots. Not out of it at all.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Houston Outlaws very happy. They were sitting in 8th coming in with a 1-2 record. Now they're sitting at 2-2. Both these teams, to be fair, could make it to the Summer Showdown, that big LAN event. If Pelican keeps playing like this, I think it's going to be pretty easy for them. We'll have to look at their schedule a little bit later, but yeah, wow, what a series. And this is what you kind of wanted, right? If you're an Outlaws fan or on the Outlaws, it's just getting that confidence back. You have looked a little bit lackluster over the last couple of weeks. Everybody was kind of questioning, was that because like Piggy left? Maybe there was something going on there, but no, this looks like the Outlaws when they were playing Dante on Doomfist, just very aggressive, and they had very good timing too. There was a lot of times where Vancouver Times were popping ults, they pop rally, they pop blade, and they're like, okay, speed boost back, commanding shout, speed boost, we're gone. Just very well timed by the Outlaws support line. And it's been good to see too, because they've also had some chop and changing of players in that role.
That's true as well. I mean, I think that Lep and Lastro are finally starting to get their rhythm in terms of how to play with each other and as a part of the team. So I love to see everything starting to fall together for the Houston Outlaws. But we've got one player that really was such an instrumental force for the Houston Outlaws victory today, and that is Pelican.
Yep, he hit that flooded deadlift on Hollywoods, and of course Pelican's going to get play of the game. His Genji's looking so good in this series, and remember, this was against Titans who looked exceptional, especially people like Aspire and King coming in to the series. And Pelican just shut it all down. Merit had quite the duel with Aspire. They were going blow for blow, but Pelican was just the shut out for the Houston Outlaws. Just an unreal force. And it's hard to shut down players like that. It really is. He just seems to have everybody on the Titans read like a book. It's tough stuff.
14 final blows per 10.
Per 10?
What? Woo! Look at the Dragon Blade efficiency.
Like 2.6 deaths per 10 too.
Oh,
that is unbelievably low.
This is incredible. I mean, like, not only do we have the eye test, right? You can see that Pelican is getting these flashy 4Ks, 5Ks, but the stats to back it up as well. That's really impressive. And, you know, Pelican and Merit, they definitely have such a strong place on the team. And I think Dante as well, being able to help find those openings for Merit and Pelican to pop off is really special. And it's finally coming together.
Yeah, funnily enough, Junker Queen feels like a Dante hero again, like Doomfist does, right? He's just so good. I don't think we'll see him play DPS for a little while. Just the caliber of DPS, but also the caliber of his tank play has just been exceptional this season so far. We're going to jump to a quick break. The desk are going to break that one down. There's not too much to it, but still, you know, Vancouver Titans and the Houston Outlaws, to be fair, they can still make that Summer Showdown. We'll have to wait and see what they say. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
What teammate is most likely to get on a coach's bad side?
없는데? For sure, Reiner. That guy Parma argues with them and yeah, for sure, Reiner.
레이너.
저는 희수가 장난꾸러기인 것 같아요.
해봤자 저인 것 같은데 다 좀 조용하고 잔잔한 성격이라서 저밖에 없는 것 같아요.
It's either me or Sam because all the other players usually listen to the coaches. Me and Sam are like the opposite. We don't like listening to the coaches a lot of the time.
I think 킬로.
게임 외적으로도 게임 내적으로도 좀 많이 짜증나실 것 같아요.
제가 It would definitely be Reiner because Reiner doesn't even believe in coaching. Obviously that's a joke. He is just hard for the coaches.
If you had to play one hero for the rest of your career, who would it be?
Hard. Ana?
Either Tracer or Genji, I'm not sure which one.
Zenyatta? Yeah.
I like Tracer.
So if it's not in my role, I like to play Widow a lot because you just kind of AFK and shoot.
저는 손보라를 고르겠습니다.
Definitely Sigma, just because it's fun hero. You can take over games.
둠피스트였는데 이제 아무래도 탱커가 돼가지고 이제는 트레이서인 것 같아요. 전 당연히 트레이서.
브리기테 1등을 찍어봤기도 해가지고 브리기테입니다.
But if it's in my role, then it would be Roadhog. Like I like playing Roadhog a lot, but we almost never play him in the league, so that's a sad one.
팀에서 요리 제일 잘하는 사람은 누구인가요?
Maybe Smash, because I think he's the only one that actually cooks.
Maybe Scoot?
왜냐면은 다른 애들은 다 배달시켜 먹는데 주석이 형은 집에서 만들어 먹고 그래가지고 제일 잘할 것 같습니다.
이거는 칼리오스 선수. 제가 음식하는 걸 칼리오스 선수밖에 못 봐가지고.
칼리오스 형이 고기도 잘 굽고 찌개도 잘 만들어요.
This is actually crusty. Always make some food.
Welcome back to Watch Point Post Show, everybody. Vancouver Titans. I believed in them, but it didn't happen. And
Right off the
honestly, I'm
rails.
not that angry because Houston Outlaws.
They look pretty good. I would like to remind everyone that you're on a runaway train, so it doesn't stop and you guys can't get off. You are stuck on the Vancouver Titans train.
Look, we could jump out from the window.
Yeah, but you're gonna take like damage or something like that as you jump.
Break an arm, yeah.
Look, we're renegades. We don't like being stuck to the tracks of life, all right? We
Yeah,
like
tell him, Johnny.
getting off the tracks and just seeing where life takes us, all right? And that is the Vancouver Titans fan life.
Yeah, that's true. Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to say that I was supposed to have an interview with Dante, and then he came into the interview room and he was like, "Oh, I'm interviewing Custer. I'm out," and then he left. That's actually how it happened.
No,
See?
come on now, don't say
See,
that.
Custer,
That's not
this is why
something didn't go right, but Costa takes it personally.
I
It's okay.
took
it personally.
You
I
have to
didn't
have
mean
good
to.
relationship with players. You can't
Me and Dante
talk bad
are
about
homies.
it every
Me and
single
Dante, we used to play- fun fact, me and Dante played on an Overwatch team together. Me, Dante, Space, XQC, ZZA, and Ginger Pop.
Ginger Pop.
Yeah.
Now I know why he didn't want to do the interview.
Rip. Yeah, that's why I wanted to talk to Dante.
You were like,
Then he dodged it.
you were like top 6 NA, top 8.
We got like top 4 in a tournament, and that's when we lost to Rogue, and that was the "they went to Korea" kind of moment.
All right, let's talk about this match real quick. I mean, it's Houston Outlaws looking they looked really improved from what we saw. What their last match was last week, right? And yeah, Pelican went crazy, and I think just all of Houston Outlaws looked very, very good.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from the Houston Outlaws. Like, I predicted them, but I didn't expect this. This was them going back to the level in which they beat the Gladiators in. Right. Marin and Pelican are just have all the space in the world to just go absolutely sicko mode. We had Pelican have a deadlift, only died 3 times and deadlifted on this Hollywood. Just, when he has that look in his eyes and you look at the cameras, you're like, oh, they just don't stand a chance. And he just stepped up to the plate. But I do want to give credit to the rest of the Houston Outlaws team. they're playing very well and enabling both of these DPS players.
Yeah, I think Dante had like a good game on Junker Queen, and he just set up Pelican in like a different way. Like Pelican's straight up an anime character, all right?
Yeah.
I don't watch anime. You know, I really tried. I promise I've tried to get into anime. Not my thing, all right? I give it a fair shot. But Pelican is like, I'm like, oh, that's like what anime's about, right? You know? So he just popped off and like he looked menacing.
I don't know what genre that would be.
No, like when the observers were showing like the free cam and like the two teams like setting up before the fight, and you see a lot of players, like it was like Pelican like stood out to me. Like he had a draw to him. It's just like, oh, there are all these like 10 players I'm seeing currently on the screen, and then there's like Pelican. Pelican just like I focused in on Pelican. He's special.
It's like when they're in
so
a row. It's like
so
when they're in a
powerful.
row and there's that one with the blue hair, and you're like, he's the main character. The rest of the ones just have really normie hair, and they just look like normie characters. Pelican is that non-normie in the lineup.
He was amazing today. Amazing.
Yeah, he really had a great game, Pelican, and I'm friends with him. I'm happy for him.
Well, I was friends with Dante, but not anymore. But let me throw this in here as well. Vancouver Titans, that was a pretty disappointing performance from them. You know, as we said, the train was completely deserved. They were on a 3-win streak. Unfortunately, it comes to an end. But, you know, they're going to keep going. They still have opportunities to qualify for the LAN. They are 3 wins, so they still are in with a good shot. But this is sort of like bringing them back to reality in a little bit, you know, of you're going up against the Houston Outlaws, a team that does have that star power in Merit and Pelican. And I think Aspire and King just sort of couldn't keep up the tempo. So they need to be able to find a way as a whole team to be able to step up when that kind of pressure is being exerted.
No. Right. You're being dismissive, all right? Houston Outlaws, they lost to Lana Spitfire 3-0. You know, and they had like an off game. This was the Vancouver Titans off game, all right? They're allowed to have an off game once in a while.
Every
right?
team
They'll be
has
fine.
an off
They'll
game.
be fine, all right? They'll qualify.
Like Johnny said,
tournament, and then lower bracket runs. It's gonna be great.
It's fine. It's fine. They still have a chance, and Houston are looking a lot better. Let's see if they could keep this up in their next match. And with that being said, that is all the matches we have. We had some great 3 Overwatches today?
3 Overwatches.
Three Overwatches.
3. We care for your
We're
time.
like
We
Soul
had
Dynasty over here.
really good, amazing 3 matches. We did. And because we had amazing matches, of course, we have our best of the days. Woo! All right, let's just get right into it. I'm going to start off. My best of the day is something simple, but something just too good. I feel like, you know, this season, I've become sort of a DPS simp and a Genji simp. And this happened the very first match. Toronto, what? What? I did. Look at it. It was a Genji, although deflect. Like a really clean. Can we see that again?
That's crazy.
Onto Victoria. It was just super quick, but it was just so clean and crisp that I had to put this in as my best of the day.
Does he even notice he's there? Oh, he does.
Right there. Boom. Yeah.
No, that is accidental.
I don't think that's accidental.
I didn't even realize it was a Sojourn. I just thought it was Faith there. The Lucio. What?
That's crazy.
If he got the kill, that was intentional.
Yeah. It's true.
If he didn't get the kill, then it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I have another very impressive moment that happened in the Overwatch League today.
Okay.
So, you know, there's a piano on Circle Royale, and I think we should just watch, you know, the high quality things that we saw. That was great. Honestly, Mouthful really stepped up, and I was really impressed at this point. But then, I think this is unfair. Happy has to come out and one-up Mouthful by playing the Pirates of the Caribbean theme? What is that? That's just mean. You know, Mouthful was trying his best.
That was so good, though. I remember all 3 of us were like, oh, Pirates!
I'm looking forward to see if like we can take it to another level here. Like maybe like next week, I don't know who, like Hardy comes out and like plays like Mozart or something.
No, we've seen San Francisco Shock do it. We've seen Paris do it. Houston's doing it.
You know what the next step is? You can only play with one hand. We need collaboration. We need 2 players on the piano with 2 different players side by side playing 2 different hands, and then we're really pod racing at that point. Then we're Mozart.
They should play what's that song? The Chopstick?
Yeah, Chopstick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, there is lots of great options there.
That's gonna be our best of the day if that happens.
Yeah, no.
There's a single best of the day if that ever happens.
Yeah, you'll win the best of the year.
There you go.
If you can play a two-handed song.
All right, Johnny, what was your best of the day?
I forgot that. Honestly, this might be best of the year. All right. And I'm not. Look,
What?
I don't want to ruin the best of the day segment, but this might be the year's best of the day ever this year. Bob, with the cash. This was incredible. So beautiful. They should have sent a poet. Cloud9, about 5 years ago, they started the trend of stepping off the cart, and I believe we peaked. I believe this is peak C9 as the Hangzhou Spark departs the payload in pursuing of kills, and Bob is left standing alone, contesting, pushing with all of his might the payload across the finish line and secured the map win for the Los Angeles Valiant. Today was the day of the Bobs.
Did you memorize this?
No.
No?
I'm a good motivational speaker.
Speaker.
Motivational speaker.
Bob, he did great. His hat is so cute.
I like that. I like that
Great.
color.
How
of Bob,
does it
too.
stay at a side? It has to be like glued on or like nailed on because otherwise it would fall off.
Why? No, he just has a very frictionless head.
No, a friction full head?
No, isn't the
Frictionless
more
would mean
friction,
that it would
the more
fall off.
speed? No.
All right, guys. So those are the matches and our 3 best of the day. So that is it for today. But we have more matches coming tomorrow. We got the Eastern matches in the morning, and then we have the Western matches, of course. So let's take a look at the schedule of the East first. 2 matches: Guangzhou versus Philly, and then
Ooh.
Shanghai Dragons
Very
going up
close.
against the Chengdu Hunters. Panda versus Dragons.
Wow.
Panda versus Dragons, the classic. Honestly, Philly Guangzhou could go either way.
Yeah, I mean Guangzhou. They look. I think they could potentially beat Philly here. Philly's looked weak. Guangzhou, Jimmy. Yeah, it could be a very frictious matchup.
I don't even know what it means anymore. I just yell Jimmy every time we talk about
Jimmy!
Guangzhou. Jimmy, you got this!
Jimmy was supposed to be your favorite player, but he's not anymore. It's Pineapple.
No, Pineapple has the best name. He's not my favorite player. Jimmy is my favorite
Okay.
player.
All right. Of course. And West region, we have London versus Washington, Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, and then Florida.
Atlanta, Houston is a good one.
Same with London, Washington.
I think
they have
London,
a lot
Washington,
of implications.
yeah.
Like we are getting close to like teams need to start filling out their records to qualify for the LAN, and I think both of those matches have like a lot of implications of finally getting over the line. And I'm sure Gladiators are looking with a heavy hand at like some of these teams, hoping they win.
Both of them are 2-2. London and Washington.
Ooh. If you're a LA Gladiators fan, you sort of need Dallas Fuel as well to beat Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, you want to keep Florida down.
Yeah.
You want to have as many 6-0 teams as you can.
Yeah. And Washington Justice too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think
LA Gladiators need everyone to lose.
Yeah,
Just
everybody
lose.
lose.
Everyone lose.
That is mediocre.
Gladiators might
okay?
make it. I don't know.
If you have more than 3 wins, 3 or more wins, win. If you don't, lose. That's all they're asking for.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, those are the matches for tomorrow. So get excited. I'm excited to see those matches, which means we're gonna say goodbye here today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for all those wonderful matches. See you guys. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.